Because it's really good. And I know
Yep.
yours stinks because you just filled it out.
In about 15 seconds. Probably
So
does.
the John Ross Bowl, as you noted,
Mhm.
but I do not have John Ross.
Okay.
I don't think that John Ross is going to be the winning combination there. So I have AJ Green in my captain spot, which is a little bold, but I think it's just contrarian enough and just a little crazy enough, but just safe enough to work. Okay. So I like AJ Green, the captain spot. Stacked him up with Joey B, Tyler Boyd. I came back with Saquon Barkley, Golden Tate, and Darius Slayton. I will never, ever, ever roster Daniel Jones. Never. And I was talking to Christian
personal bias there, is there?
Oh, no, none at all.
None.
I mean,
None
he
at all.
objectively is bad, but I was talking to Christian yesterday. I don't think that, and I would like to hear your answer, but I think there's like probably 6, maybe 7 rosterable quarterbacks in the Sims, and the rest of them I feel like you just can't afford to roster at that price. Like, you got your obvious ones like your Lamar, Mahomes,
Wilson, Allen.
Trubisky, Josh Allen, and then I think like Burrow and Wentz kind of sneak in there because they
Watson,
sort of run
don't forget
sometimes.
about Watson.
Yeah, Burrow even is a tough one to roster, to be frank. Yeah, I would say Watson and Trubisky, and I wouldn't even put Burrow on that list. And the rest of the quarterbacks, I just feel like you can't roster.
Well, John says Danny Dimes here is going to drop 30 today. Just you watch.
Doesn't seem possible, but okay.
Well, how many times have we seen it? We have the ability to find out. We can look at his player card here. Let's take a little look-see. He's averaging, let's see, he is averaging 17 points a sim. How many times he hit 30? 27 pretty recently, 27, 27, 25, 28, 25, north of 20 a few more times, 30 once. I said 130 game sim, which was, no, 2. He did it back to back. All the way back in Sims 65 and 66, and relevant, this is sim number 118 here for the Giants. All the way back in 65 and 66, since, of course, moving over to the Madden 21 game here with sim 53. So I know a lot of that's a lot of numbers. It sounds kind of convoluted, but he has only had, whatever that math is, 65, 70 sims here in the Madden 21 world. He's hit 30 points twice, did it back-to-back sims in Buffalo against Atlanta.
Well, you're not going to do it today.
Interesting, those 2 game logs, too. The game against Buffalo, he had 2 touchdown passes, an interception, only threw for 235, but he ran for 96. And then that next game, he had 309, so he hit the bonus, passing, a couple of touchdowns, only ran for 8. El Bongo says, I predict fumbles by the quarterbacks. I can certainly understand having a little less confidence in the QBs in rain games as we are underway in the Giants with the ball here. Again, it's Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Madison, who we could say top of the morning to her because she's on a different coast right now. So it is morning for her. And then, of course, Daniel, RTD, Joe, Game Ops. So great to have everybody here with us. My lineup here for the Nooner, the John Ross Bowl. I would never not roster John Ross when the namesake is included in the contest. So he is in my group, along with Joe Burrow, Evan Ingram, Darius Slayton, Joe Mixon, all in the flex. Saquon Barkley is my captain. Heavily captain. He's the difference maker, it would seem like today, because he is 92% owned in our smaller free roll, 31% in the captain spot. Almost feels like you gotta have him.
Yeah, just one of those guys. I mean, I don't really know what to say about the prospects of having Saquon Barkley when everyone else does. I do know that it's a rain game, so potentially, opens the door for Saquon to have a good game. But I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of Saquon in general.
Get it. M. Birchie says, Koff, is any of the sim history data public? All of it. All of it. I mean, at least the stuff that I just referenced with Daniel Jones. When you're filling out a contest, or even after you've filled it out, just take a look at each individual player's game log, and you can look back at anything and everything they've done here in these Madden 21 sims. So make sure you check it out. If you want to believe that there is any correlation between sims, I don't. I say it all the time, and especially appropriate here on Wild Weather Wednesday. Every sim is a snowflake doozy. A guy can be hot 10 games running, doesn't mean anything for game number 11. These are all computer-on-computer simulations. But you can look at the game log. You can look at, Zach Thompson, who, of course, writes plenty of articles and a lot of
that's what he always says. He
always
says, hey, it's all about the averages. Yeah.
Well, but not even just that. And you can find his stuff. It gives you lots of slate previews and things of that sort on DK Playbook. One thing he loves to do when he's making his lineups, I don't really do it often enough, probably, is he looks at game histories. He will look back and see, all right, how has Daniel Jones done in these sims against the Bengals? Because that is at least the closest thing to correlation. You can say, okay, like this QB has seen that defense before. So maybe that is an indicator of what we will see here today.
Roughing the passer. My goodness.
Don't get that a lot.
Yeah, okay. Sheesh.
We are scoreless, about 2 minutes gone by here in the opening quarter. Of course, NFL free agency officially begins today after a couple-day busy time during the NFL's legal tampering period, and especially interested to see what moves follow and more contracts coming out and details, because that is especially relevant. Like, you can look at some of these deals that have been handed out and just look at them on, surface value. Like Taysom Hill getting 4 for 140, I promise you, doesn't mean much. The question is, how are these contracts structured in terms of their guarantees, signing bonuses?
Right, that's always the big thing. I remember
along those lines.
There was a petition at, I don't know if it was, somewhere I worked. There was a petition by like one of the editors to like, let's not write the deal. Let's write the guaranteed money instead of writing out this guy got like 4 years, 40 million, be like this guy got 4 years, 20 million guaranteed, because they're only going for, they never get the guaranteed, they never get the money that's not guaranteed. Boy, okay, that was a catch, sure. Okay. Evan Ingram, go on.
Darius Slayton there, 1 for 22.
Oh, Darius Slayton, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 5-yard line.
Ingram. I do have Darius Slayton, so I'm happy about that. Came in at $4,800.
So let's see if we get the first points here. This one about halfway through the opening quarter. Saquon stopped. In fact, he lost 4 yards.
These uniforms almost look red, don't they? Maybe it's because they're all wet.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
I think it's because they're all wet. I had a thrilling sim yesterday. It went to overtime. It was very great. Just
Tell me more.
Say it.
Jeff Moose here was telling me a little bit about it yesterday.
Yeah, he was in the booth for the end of regulation and overtime. It was crazy.
Facts Mac calling for a Barkley or Slayton touchdown. Says, please, can we speak it into existence? Let's find out. 3rd and goal from the 7. Danny Dimes hanging on to it now. Thinks about scrambling. Connects. Touchdown into traffic. And it's Golden Tate.
The free agent. So far, so good for my lineup. Well, except for the part where I didn't roster Daniel Jones, but good stuff. Yeah. Awesome.
Golden Tate in about a third of lineups, 35% in the larger free showdown. 7-0. Big Blue. 3 minutes and change left here in the opening quarter. A little NBA. Jim says, hey, Koff, congrats on your contest win last night. I had 298.7, didn't get a sniff. There's always tonight. LOL. That's right. We can battle again tonight. Last night was a good night in the NBA there, Deuce.
It was.
350 for this guy over here.
Wow. I thought you were just talking about like the games.
Well, also true, but no, I was talking fantasy.
Very cool. Congratulations.
You know which one felt particularly good, though? I hope he's out there listening. Matty LaMarca. We were talking about LaMarca and I had never played before.
Yeah, just not for me. Yeah. I don't know about, I guess. That's his voice.
LaMarca and I had never played before. We always, talk about NBA and DFS, but we'd never actually gone head-to-head, the two of us. And I was on yesterday and just talking about how I throttled Emerson a couple of times. And LaMarcus, he gets in the chat. He says, you know what? Tired of Koff just abusing the pretty boys. It's time for someone to humble this guy a little bit. So he sends me a head-to-head. We play. Wrong night for that to happen, I guess. Probably means I'm going to get shelled tonight. But damn it, we're going to do it again.
I gotta get in on one of your contests. I know that I've been
slacking, to put it kindly.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you sending me invites. One day I'll do it. Just keep sending me the invites. I'm telling you, one day I will play. I'm not sure when that day is. I gotta have money in my DraftKings account first. That's the thing.
I mean, it's part of the equation. It is. You need that. You gotta have it.
You definitely need money in your DraftKings account. That's for sure. So that's where I'm at.
Did you see that? It says, seriously, 350 is a lot, LOL. Just so we're clear, by the way, like I'm not getting cocky about this. I did 350 all the time. Like that's like the second time in all the times that I played NBA DFS this year. That's the second time I think maybe even the first time I hit 350, and then there was one other time where I sniffed it. I was close. I'm not sure I'd actually broken the barrier until last night. But there were so, like, scores in general, if anyone looked at it, scores in general were so high last night across contests.
Sure.
Like 350, let's say, and I'm not eligible, obviously, as an employee to play, big public tournaments. Even if I were and did, it wouldn't have been the winning lineup. That's how nuts scores were last night. I think the winning lineup was something like 380. So there were just, flame emojis all over the place.
That's crazy. Who'd you have? I don't even know who did well last night because I was watching watching Thor.
Oh, the first one?
Yeah.
It's a fun one. I mean, it's not obviously Ragnarok, but it's a fun one. So I had everybody in my lineup had a flame emoji with the exception of a Knickerbocker, Emmanuel Quickly. I had Quickly, who was not great. He only went for 20, but north of 30 for Satoransky. LeBron went for 65. Lillard went for 75. Moses Brown stole the show, $3,500 for OKC. He went for 51. Thaddeus Young had almost 40. 46 for John Collins. Again, the numbers were just crazy last night. I mean, even Nathan Knight at min salary for the Hawks went for 22.
Who the heck is Nathan Knight? What? That's not a real person.
It's a real person, taking advantage of him with Capella out. That's a couple straight games that he has really shined.
Huh. I did not know that was a person.
So there you go.
I've heard of Moses Brown. Hey, let's get a touchdown here for AJ Green. How about that?
Sounds pretty good. I like the idea of it. There's a completion out to the 9. Burrow continues to pile him up. First and goal on the way, and that was CJ Uzomah. Yo, it's Derek, says Ross Bernard, the only Bengals I've got. Jose, I got Ross at captain. Nathan, going to get a heavy dose of running with the rain coming down. See what we get here. Burrow keeps it himself. Slings it. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
There he is, baby.
First of the day, your guy, AJ Green.
In the words of Taylor Swift, that's my man. Let's go, AJ Green. It's going to vault me up the leaderboard right here. Yeah, Madison appreciated that reference. That's like one of my favorite things is taking like little tiny quotes out of context.
I appreciate it.
like things that many people have said that I just have to say in the words of whoever. That's gonna be big for me. You know what? That's the best feeling in the world, is when you just watch your lineup move up the leaderboard and you just watch all the points come in. Isn't it the best? Now I'm up to fourth place. I'm fourth place, baby. I'm tied with Sean G and Mr. Hooser. You know,
Mr.
Smunderwood.
Hooser.
You can eat it, Smunderwood. Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, I'm beating you. Beltway boy. Suck it.
I don't know if Mr. Hooser is in the chat with us or not, or if they are a new member, that individual of the DK SimFam Friends League, because I am seeing this username, this handle, more and more in these free rolls toward the top of these contests, and I don't remember ever seeing it before, I don't know, the last week or so. So if you are new and coming in and just taking winnings away from long-standing members, good for you. Come in and exude dominance. I support it.
You gotta assert yourself.
Second and 1 from the 33, and we will wait for quarter number 2. $132 right now. Chef Boy AD is in front, just running away with the thing by about 7 points, although, again, Ducey is top 5, so don't count him out. Golden Tate in the captain spot, Barkley, Jones, Green, Ross, and the Giants DS. 7 for Jones. Barkley, 23 on the ground. Single digits for Gio. Nothing out of Joe Mixon so far. And Daniel Jones has a 6-yard carry to his credit. We'll look at the receiving numbers as well. Again, it's 7-all. Uzuma, 2 for 18. Ingram, 2 for 8. Those are the only guys with multiple catches. Ross run for 28. Fittingly, day of the John Ross Bowl. He is the leading receiver right now.
That's going to be it for John Ross. That's all. That's all that we're going to hear from John Ross.
You think so? He's done?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is coming from the guy that always said, you know, don't fade Idaho in the Idaho Potato Bowl, you know. Just, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it for John Ross.
Deontay here says, let's go, Koth. I'm Chef Boyd. Good. Getting it done. Keep it up. Good on you. I'm confused by this from Derek, because Moose isn't even here, unless they're thinking it's me. Says, yeah, right, Jeff. You're always saying how much better you are than Ducey when he isn't around. Moose isn't even here. And I don't say I'm better than you, just so you know.
Well, I would just appreciate it if you continue to read the pro-Ducey comments.
And listen, I've said this before, and I will stay true to it. Any and all pro-Ducey comments, I am happy to read them. Really, just funnel them in. We got 500 plus watching here on the YouTube stream, never mind the thousands more elsewhere, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Anything pro-Ducey, producer Madison and I, we both will be on the lookout. If it's a pro-Ducey comment, we are going to read it. And it doesn't even have to be about his commentary, his Jets love. It could be like, you know, I love how Ducey looks in that DraftKings sweatshirt. I happen to be a big fan of the shoe rack behind Ducey in his bedroom. It could be
I'm not a fan of the shoe rack.
It could be anything. Daniel says, we love hanging in #Ducey Country. I think Obi-Wan started Ducey Country.
I started Ducey Country, if you want to be real about it. But,
okay. Yeah. This Deputy Ducey Country here, says Joker. What's up, Kenny? Good to hear you. Says Ernest. Ducey has passion and original ideas, not just regurgitated ESPN points, says Boston Joe. Dasher says, I like Ducey's hat.
Thank you, Dad. Wow, look at all these comments. Guys, I love you.
He seems to be a calm human for once, says Hal.
Brings a tear to my eye. Wow.
Jay says, give me Ducey's job at DK. I think that's a positive one because he's acknowledging that you're employed.
I don't know if that's positive, but okay.
What else do we have here? Doggone says even backhanded pro Ducey comments. Yeah, Phil, whatever you got.
Did Daniel say I'm a true auteur of sports takes, or was
he
that?
Did.
Oh, wow, very nice. It's like, is it my birthday? It feels like it's my birthday today.
Is it?
I don't know. It was just my half birthday a few days ago on the 14th.
Well, happy half birthday.
It either feels like it's my half birthday or I'm going away now. Wow. Overwhelmed with positivity. See, the guys, this is what happens. You bring positivity to the chat. I bring positivity. You guys bring positivity. And our lineups all thrive, except for coughs. And that's the goal in the end.
Ernest says, Ducey is one of my favorites, and his passion for his profession is awesome.
Thank you.
Ducey is the Messiah, says the freak of nature.
Okay, it's getting weird now. Now
Bucky says, the sim with Ducey and Christian yesterday that went to overtime was epic. You called that game really well. Really enjoyed the excitement.
It was a fun game. Yeah, he's doing some good play-by-play for him. It is fun to do play-by-play when the game gets good. Speaking of the game getting good, a 12-yard sack. How about that one?
7-all, about 3 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. Deuce, Koff, Mads, DK. That's what I'm going to call Daniel. It just fits at DraftKings. And, of course, Joe. Froggy on Twitch. You the man, Ducey.
Froggy.
Wes on Twitch. Ducey's always saying how much better he is than Ducey.
Yeah, I don't know. I got that one.
Obi-Wan. I always knew Ducey's the dude. Yeah, it's me Obi-Wan can't stand.
Obi-Wan said, too much love now. I think Obi-Wan's going to start not liking me if people start to like me this much.
He says it's getting weird. He's going to flip it and reverse it. Going all Missy Elliott on us.
Well, Congo Cab said Kenny's the weakest link. I think
Goodbye.
Congo Cab's just upset that the Raiders aren't doing anything in free agency. I miss Ducey's coffee mug.
We need a picture of you on a coffee mug that you can drink from whenever you're on camera.
I think I should get my own coffee mug. I think that's a good idea. I think that's what I should do.
I mean, that's not like, this isn't something especially fancy anymore. I mean, you can go to like Shutterfly and do that very easily now. Just put a picture of yourself on a mug.
I think that would be $10 well spent. I think I should do that. Don't you?
I do. I can't believe you haven't done it already. Guys, hit the like button if you think that Kenny should have a picture of himself on a mug.
Christian has his own, Christian has his little.
He's got the post route billboard
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should just get a mug of my face with my Twitter handle on it or something.
I think, and I have no sway or power in this regard. I'm just an ideas man. I think we should have a mug that has Ducey's picture and, as he said, Twitter handle on it, and then we should start to sell it in the DK store.
Great idea.
Austin Joe says, when someone invests in a business, they want two things, passion and comfort. Ducey's the passion, Koff's the comfort.
There you go.
I'm a comfort food. You hear that?
Yeah, you're like mac and cheese. Well, we're like mac and cheese.
Which one am I?
You're cheese because people like cheese no matter what, right? People love eating cheese.
Doesn't everyone eat pasta?
Yeah, but pasta is you need to cook pasta. You need to combine pasta with the right environment, and the combination of pasta and cheese. It's like, you make me edible is what I was trying to say.
I see. I mean, we could go down a really dark path here. We won't. I'm gonna spin it back. and ask you this. What about, how would the people, as we have a go-ahead field goal by the Giants, how would the people feel about me who are lactose intolerant? I mean, maybe cheese is not for everyone.
They clearly would not be able to tolerate you. I don't know what you're trying to ask.
So I guess I can't be comfort for everyone, though.
Right.
I happen to love cheese.
Could
eat cheese all day, every day.
Maybe that's me then.
You have a favorite kind of cheese? I want to hear from the chat. What's your favorite kind of cheese? It's Wednesday at noon 30. Let's hear from you.
My favorite.
Mads, I don't think that's real, and I don't know how to pronounce it.
Munster. Munster used to be my favorite cheese. Actually, it did. It used to be my favorite cheese. I don't think it is anymore because I just haven't had it in a long time, but I used to eat it all the time as a kid, Munster cheese. I'm trying to think.
It shouldn't be that hard. Like, don't people just have a favorite?
I think
if
you just
eat
say
all sorts of different cheeses, wouldn't you have a favorite?
I think you just say Gouda. Gouda probably my favorite type of cheese.
Okay. There's some Gouda and Munster love out there in the chat. Aged Swiss, says Jeffrey. Lot of Gouda love here. Brick O cheese, says Derek. Kevin, I see you. What else do we got? And Mark says, that actually makes a ton of sense, the mac and cheese thing. David calling for you to be hired by Monday Night Football. Edward says, Kaufman's stomach is weaker than babies and Embiid. What does that even mean?
I don't know either. But that's a big-time play by Gio Bernard.
Swiss is my favorite, Kenny. I just want you to know.
I do love
big Swiss cheese guy. Big Swiss cheese guy.
I like Swiss a lot.
Congo Cap says, Adam, are you really asking us about cheese? Yeah. I don't know. We went in a direction. I followed it. I just kept walking down that path. Pepper Jack, did you see that? Loves cheese. Vermont aged white cheddar cheese. First time playing Fortnite. I mean, really, Congo Cab, this is on all of you, isn't it? I mean, if I'm going to ask, hey, what's your favorite cheese? And nobody replies, probably going to move on pretty fast. But when you get just a flurry of responses, what choice do we have but to read some? Deontay wants to know, Deucey, you ever had a brie and apple sandwich?
Yes, I have, I believe. I do love brie. I like eating brie a lot. I don't know, like if I'm at the grocery store, I guess we usually get brie and like Gouda. I think those are the two ones we would get. So yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, pause to click and lick the like button, the like button, even though it's raining cats and it's wet. A lot happening there. But I think what Rossi's Fat Cat is trying to say is nuzzle on up to the like button. Purr, scratch at it a couple of times, and let's turn that thing blue. We're making the push to 100 likes. Charlie says, I love cheese so much I ate one of those Packers fans' hats right off their head. Don't do that. That's foam. It's not real cheese. It would not taste good. It would not be healthy for you. 101 time out there. It says we've come to know and love. Silly Sally wants to play, says this one has 10-10 written all over it. No, I think we're going to have some good offense in the second half. Yeah. I really do.
I do too.
Burrow completes that one. I'm with you. Now I'm really seeing red in these jerseys. I think the rain is a factor.
Yeah, I think that Madden did a good job here of making it look realistic and like, well, when the orange jerseys are going to be soaked, they're going to look a little red. They don't look like they're clean jerseys. They look like they're wet.
Less than a minute to go, opening half. You have a lot coming up here on this Dream Stream Wild Weather Wednesday. You will, of course, have 6 simulations, 5 more after this one. After the 4 o'clock sim, Ross Tucker, part of the DK family, and our own Steve Buchanan, they will chat NFL free agency. Deucey Bukes was in Simland last night.
Yeah, I was for one time only, right?
Yeah, I mean, so he says anyway. He was on the 8 o'clock sim with Flash. Heaven forbid the guy extend himself and do multiple sims, but he was on at 8, and he used it as a forum to just attack everybody. He just went after everyone. No lives were spared by Steve Buchanan. Came in hot. Really victimized poor Glash's TikTok too.
That's not nice.
Well, that's Bukes for you. 4th and 2, going for it and got it. Out to the 7. Burrow. Okay, sir. Tyler Boyd with the grab, his second. People are still writing about cheese, by the way. For anyone that had any thoughts that conversation would die down quickly, no, sir. Lots of cheese talk in the chat. It's making me hungry. I haven't had lunch yet. Ray says, you know, after a year of doing these sims, Cuff, you shouldn't even have to ask for likes. If people are watching and not hitting the like button, then why are they even here?
Absolutely. I completely agree.
Great point.
Great point.
You guys should just show up and hit the like button. We got 541 watching right now. We should have 547 likes for the people that dropped out. It should be like
part of your routine. Like you don't even have to play in the contest. Just what are you gonna do?
Load the page, hit the like.
Yeah, and then that's it. That's all you have to do.
Freaking Nature says, "Coffee, eat a block of cheese." I'm not gonna like. I mean, that's not even weird to me. And plenty of my eating habits are strange. I think we've all properly explored that here on these sims. But like, you throw me like a box of crackers and a block of cheese and just make up a snack, I'm good. Like that's a solid app to me. I'm in. I'll slice up a block of cheese and crush that thing alone. I don't even need help. It's that like cheese that much. Depending on what kind it is, of course. Rendered Kenny speechless. Not easy to do, but we've achieved it.
I don't know what more we can say about the cheese. I'm just looking at these stats here, and Saquon Barkley.
You'd be surprised. 145 passing for Burrow. Jones is yet to hit 100.
I trashed Saquon Barkley, and he's been bad. Yeah.
I mean, good for you for fading him so far. Goodness gracious.
I didn't
20-some on the ground. At least he's got 40 plus in the air. Yeah, I've certainly got him in the captain spot.
Yeah, well, you're certainly losing, Cuff, so.
Yeah, my lineup stinks. I am 140 out of 181. Chef Boy AD is still hanging on in first, about a 1-point lead. Where have you dropped to, Jets fan? Looks like you're tied for 14th right now.
Yep, I could use, oh no, yeah, I still have Saquon. Saquon has 10 points, which is fine.
Yeah, you're in the mix.
I could definitely use Tyler Boyd and Darius Slayton to do something. Also, like AJ Green, you're welcome to catch another pass. You know, Great start, but you're welcome to do more.
Up over 100 likes. Let's keep going. Let's get to 200 by the end of this sim. I mean, we're pacing in that direction. Let's follow through, all of us together. I think we can do it. New York Goat says, I hit the like even when I can't watch or listen, just because I'm a nice guy. That's about the nicest thing I've ever heard. Imagine just coming on in, just load the page, hit the like button, and then leave. I mean, I want you to stay, but like, hey, I'm just going to pop in, I'm going to hit the like, and I'm going to go. Yeah. I'm going to get out of here. I got places to be, things to do.
Maybe I'll just start doing that, Cough. I'll just pop in, like it, drop a comment, and leave.
You could. Have I ever seen you write in the chat before? Like, even when you're on? Do you write in the chat often?
Yeah. What are you talking about? I do that all the time.
Write in the chat now. Write something. I want to know what I'm looking for when you're in the chat.
It's actually really open right now.
You see my point? I want to see the name. I want to see the avatar. I want to know exactly, like, I know that I'm just going to get a little nothing empty avatar with the lowercase purple writing for Matt LaMarca or pink or whatever. I know when LaMarca's hanging out, or Glash when that goofy smiles in the chat, or the wrench for Bukes. I want to know what I'm looking for when Kenny Ducey is hanging out in the chat.
I don't want to push my computer anymore, so let me do that on my phone. My computer's just, it never has a fun time when I'm on Zoom.
Steven says, I'm okay at these video game lineups, but can't for the life of me figure out an NBA lineup to compete with Koff. You will.
There you go. Just dropped it in.
Oh, there he is. Hey-o!
Hey-o!
Among the other programming we have later on, if you want to figure out how to compete with me and other people in this world, NBA Pre-Lock, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Do not miss it. Obi-Wan is so demanding. Yeah, I know. Mad says, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but today. That's right, we got the NFL free agency show I mentioned before. Bukes and Tucker. After the 4 o'clock sim. But generally, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, NBA Pre-Lock. And if anybody does want to play NBA tonight, you guys do typically send me head-to-heads. Feel free to shoot them over. DK-A Kaufman, Kaufman. Happy to play you. Let's have a time. 10-7, Giants in front. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Daniel RTD, Joe and Game Ops. And once again, after the 4 o'clock sim, it is former NFL lineman, very briefly a Patriot, Ross Tucker, and DK contributor Steve Buchanan. A live discussion. Get your questions in when they are on NFL free agency. They will be talking about the best and worst signings, give live updates, answer your questions in the chat. Stick around right here on the DraftKings Dream Stream here on a Wild Weather Wednesday after the 4 p.m. sim of Minnesota and Washington, and join in that conversation. Speaking of NBA, though, Christian Wood expected to return tonight for the Rockets, who have dropped their last 17. So that's some fun news.
Yeah, I really like watching him play. He's a pretty talented guy.
Big fan of Christian Wood.
Yeah.
Still 10-7, couple minutes gone by in the third. How about we do bring it back to football and free agency a little bit? Let's give the people a preview of what they can expect from Tucker and Bucks a little bit later on. What signings, what moves in the last couple of days during the NFL's legal tampering period have really stood out to you? I've had the chance to catch up with some other people, but not you. What has jumped out at you to this point?
Let's see. I mean, I'm obviously in love with the Jets signings. Like, I think that they had some great signings. I really like Corey Davis. Hold on, I just hit. I always hit it. It's hard for me to say. I'm gonna say my favorite one. I really do like what the Patriots have done.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they've made some great moves. Joe Burrow making a great move there to the goal line. Oh, come on, man. Tyler Boyd. Pain. I need Joe Burrow to run it in here. That is pain right there. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So close.
Pain. I really like what the Patriots have done.
Continue to do. They're not slowing down.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a good Oh, this is perfect. Come on, Joe. Run it in, Joe. Come on. No. Oh!
Touchdown.
No!
Touchdown. Sorry. You got that Vulture TD instead. I could have used the Joe Mixon there too. Instead, it's Gio Bernard.
Jog my memory though on the other good ones, because I'm only thinking of the I know like the Vikings got Dalvin Tomlinson, right? Which was a good one.
Sounds right. I'm gonna Google. Let me see. Let's.
Yeah, New England getting Hunter Henry and Johnny Smith
and Nelson Aguilar. And
it's hard for me to say which one I like the most.
Let's see. I'm going to pull up the free agent tracker here on the NFL's website and see who's been doing what so far. So I'm going to shout out some names, some moves, and you cut me off at any point and react to anyone you want.
Why don't I just say if I like the signing or I don't like the signing? Let's just go rapid fire. Do I like it? Is this signing good or does this signing suck? Because those are the only two things I said.
Aren't there a lot of factors to that? Like, I'm not going to give you contract terms. You know, I'm just going to give you a name in the team.
But I know most of the contract terms.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And I'm going to focus on skill guys. You know, all due respect to you know, linemen and I'm just going to focus on guys that, you know, have a bigger impact on fantasy. Emmanuel Sanders to the Bills.
Love that signing.
Jacoby Brissett to the Dolphins. Backup, obviously.
Indifferent, but probably hate it.
Malcolm Brown, running back on short money to the Dolphins as well.
Yeah, I like that. Malcolm Brown was good last year. Blocked by Cam Akers. Good signing.
Patriots, as mentioned, Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith.
I think I like them all. I don't like the Aguilar signing. And the reason I don't like it is because they have like with the context of them signing all of those receivers, Nelson Aguilar just I feel like is very unnecessary and is the worst of the bunch. Like
he had a really good year last year.
I kind of would rather have Damiere Byrd, to be honest.
No.
Yeah.
You know, Aguilar went for like 900 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. I mean, it was a really strong bounce back year from his time in Philly.
I mean, he still had some bad drops. Look, my point is, I'm not saying he's bad, but like, if you're gonna sign 4 other receivers, like, why do you need to sign Aguilar as well? I don't know.
My bigger concern for the Pats, and we won't spend time on this because we've spent a lot of time on it. I, in particular, spent a lot of time on this. My bigger thing with them is, you know, they don't have that clear-cut number 1 receiver, unless we're assuming health for Julian Edelman or that Jacoby Myers is morphing into that guy. I mean, someone said this to me yesterday, and I didn't disagree. You know, I'm not sure that one of the tight ends they just signed isn't their primary pass catcher at this point, especially if your quarterback is Cam Newton. To the Jets, Corey Davis.
Oh yeah, I love that sign. He's a stud. I already told you that too.
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
How about...
Yes to Corey Davis. Like it.
Well, this is an interesting one. And this one we could dive a little deeper on because we have time, a few minutes left, third quarter. What do you think of what is happening in Houston right now? They go out and they sign Tyrod Taylor. 1 year, $5.5 million deal, 2.5 guaranteed, could be worth up to 12.5. You know, it screams contingency plan to Deshaun Watson. But as we know, they have publicly anyway been really digging their heels in on, we're not trading this guy. Nick Caserio, new head coach David Culley, like, this is our guy. Watson's our guy. He wants to be here, and we want him. Well, we know Deshaun Watson doesn't want to be there. So is this the beginning of Tyrod Taylor being their starting quarterback and Watson getting traded away before the draft or come draft night, whatever it may be?
Yeah, I think that, I don't know if Tyrod Taylor is going to be their starter, but that's just a backup plan. I do think that Watson gets traded. That's been I've maintained that all along. Like, I don't know why they would keep him. He's disgruntled. These things are going to work themselves out eventually. Like, look at any other player that's requested to trade. Like, you get traded. These things don't get smoothed over.
Where do you think he's going to go? Where's the favorite right now?
Bills fans saying Mixon has 0 points, LOL. To me, again, you know, you can. First of all, I don't even know. I don't even know if you can call me biased because I'm gonna put a division rival in there. But to me, it's always been the Jets or the Dolphins.
Do you think the Patriots? And I only asked this not even out of homerism, but because there were reports yesterday about this. The Patriots absolutely don't have enough assets to give the Texans. You don't think they have enough draft pick compensation to give the Texans?
No. They don't. They don't have enough. They don't have the picks that the Dolphins and the Jets have. The Dolphins can offer 3 and 10 this year, and they have a host of other picks. The Jets have 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years.
What
like
if
there's
Patriots
nobody.
What if the Pats offered multiple picks and Stephon Gilmore?
No, why would Stephon Gilmore doesn't have any value? He's old. I like that's one of those things that in theory, yeah, the former defensive player of the year, really good, but like a team would take a second-round pick over Stephon Gilmore, as good as he is, because you know what? It depends what the team is, right? But the Texans aren't. If this were like the Saints, yeah, maybe Stephon Gilmore, like, you know, good for 2 years, you know, worth paying him the money. But like the Texans are trying to rebuild. The Texans want as many draft picks as possible for Deshaun Watson. Like that's what they're going to trade him for. So in theory, like out of all the teams, Deshaun Watson, yeah, maybe he'd want to go play for the Patriots. You know, that could be a really attractive destination, but you know, that's just all in theory. And when you think about how it's going to work, what's going to happen is the Texans are going to agree to a deal with the team, and then they're going to bring it to Deshaun Watson and say, hey, would you like to go here? It's not like Deshaun Watson is going to them and saying, I want to play only for the Patriots, only treat me to the Patriots.
No,
so
completely agree.
Right. So I do think that there's going to be competitive bidding for Deshaun Watson, and I don't see a way that the Patriots win that, if that makes sense.
So to you,
yes, I did say Gilmore is old. El Paso #1. Just like I said, Dennis
I just overlooked that. To say that Gilmore is
night.
old and has no value is ludicrous, but we don't need to go down.
It's not. No, I'm telling you, it's not. It's not, because again, he's a good player. He's a very good player. But the thing is, he's not going to be more valuable than a first-round pick. Probably not even a second-round pick. He's 30 years old. In football terms, that is old, and he especially is not going to be part of a rebuild. That and that is it's indisputable. Like that's how these things work in the NFL. Like, how about Terrell Owens at, like, what was he, 31 years old? Everyone's like, oh, Terrell Owens, he's still one of the top receivers. You got traded for a 5th-round pick. Like, that's what these guys are worth. We think that like they could be really good, but if they got unless you're a quarterback, you got traded today, you're probably worth like a 3rd to 5th-round pick, and that's the harsh truth about having all these. Like, you need to build through the draft. So
to you, to bring it back to Watson, to you, it's a 2-horse race. It's the Jets.
The reason Jalen Ramsey got what he got was because he was so young, right? And it's a completely different situation with Stephon Gilmore. Not to mention the no trade value is a stretch, right? But in terms of in the Deshaun Watson equation, if the Jets having another first-round pick to offer versus the Patriots having Stephon Gilmore to offer, the first-round pick is more valuable, and that's just not a debate at this point. It's not. It's good. Again, like you try that trade in Madden, first-round picks can be way more valuable than Stephon Gilmore, especially because I believe his contract is. He also just came out the other day, I believe, and said
he
wants
doesn't want
to play.
Yeah,
and he said he's not going to play for $7 million, so he's going to be worth at least $13 million. You know, also, like, you might be paying for a rental, not to mention, right?
I don't think a team is going to give up anything significant for Stephon Gilmore without that backdoor agreement that he's coming in and agreeing to a long-term deal.
Yeah. So anyway, all that said, right? It's not even a guy that's on a team-friendly deal. It's a guy who's going to be on an expiring deal. You got to pay him like $13 million at least. No, thank you. Like, again, if you're the Steelers, sure, yeah, you'll trade for Stephon Gilmore. That makes sense. Not the Texans. So anyway, back to the issue at hand, which is, I think that it's going to be the Jets or the Dolphins, or I don't see any other teams that really have what they can offer.
Is this going to drag out to the draft?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think that it could even come down to, I think as we get closer to the draft, these things, like, we'll start to know where players are going to go. We'll know, like, okay, this team wants a quarterback, or the Jets don't want a quarterback, they're going to trade out. Maybe Atlanta trades up. That's another thing I've been thinking about too, is like, Atlanta wants a quarterback. They got to want a quarterback. What if they decide to trade up to 2 or 3? And then that completely changes everything. And then, I don't know. I think that, again, too many assets for the Jets and the Dolphins, for the Texans, if they're going to trade Deshaun Watson, not to make a deal with them.
14-10 start of the fourth quarter. Deuce, Koff, Mads, Daniel, Joe, all hanging out here with you, and it is Giants ball, trailing by 4 from the 37. 3rd and 2 is on the way. If you have any thoughts on NFL free agency, obviously get them on in. Hit the like button. Well over 500 watching the Dream Stream just on YouTube. Let's get to 150 likes. We're just about there. One little push should do the job. Let's continue on then. I will give you some other names. What about, well, staying with Houston for a moment, Mark Ingram?
The Texans signed Mark Ingram?
Yep. Short
He's
money.
still, I thought he was going to retire.
Worth up to $3 million, $1.5 million base salary.
Yeah, whatever. No, not a good. I don't like Mark. Any team that signs Mark Ingram, I'm gonna say no.
All right. How about Carlos Hyde, 2-year deal with the Jags?
Yeah.
They also
Going back
added
to Jacksonville.
Philip Dorsett
Sure.
and Marvin Jones.
Right. No, I like all those moves. But especially Carlos Hyde because he used to play for the Jaguars. Gonna bring him back. Urban Meyer. Pair him with Trevor Lawrence. I think it's gonna go well for them.
Tyrone says, Kenny knows how to start an argument. He's a pro with it. You got to love him, though. What about for Vegas, John Brown?
I don't know what they're doing there. Probably no. I don't think I like it. They already have Ruggs. Like, what are you gonna do? Just get a bunch of guys that run go routes? He's good.
Here in the John Ross Bowl, John Ross to the Giants. Do you think, we have a Madden sim love for him, clearly. But can he, in real life, show some of that burn, that sizzle, that flash? After it didn't work out clearly with Cincy?
I don't know if that's the offense for him, but sure.
See you guys starting to send these head-to-heads. I'm getting in. DK-A Kaufman. Send them along. All right, Washington football team. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Another starting opportunity for Fitzmagic. What do you think?
I mean, I hate it. I hate Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Why?
Yeah. Well, Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean, I don't like Ryan Fitzpatrick, so I'm not going to say anything nice about him.
This is just a Jets bias here?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I think he's a really good fit for Washington. I'm excited about the move. Let's go to another, certainly one that got criticized heavily yesterday, or at least, a lot of depression on the part of Bears fans. Andy Dalton to Chicago on a 1-year, $10 million contract, max value up to 13. What do you think of that move?
I mean, I think there were better quarterbacks out there. Like, why do you need to go for Andy Dalton? Well, there's obviously the quarterbacks available through trade. Like, there's Sam Darnold. You could also go. Even like Tyrod Taylor would have been better, right? I don't know. I mean, Bears fans were dismayed to hear that news. So I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I think that was the problem is that's their solution at quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, is he, as you view it right now, a lot can change, but is he definitively, like, this is your starter? You signed Andy Dalton to be your starter, or are you assuming a QB competition with Nick Foles?
No, I think that they signed Dalton to be their starter. And again, that is where I am rating this signing. Like, that, the fact that they're going to be trotting out Andy Dalton as their starting quarterback in the year of 2021 is, finally, Joe Mixon did something. Everyone was clamoring for Joe Mixon to do something. Bills fan was clamoring for it. Finally got it. To me, it's just, that is a tough one. I don't think that Andy Dalton is good enough to be a starting quarterback anymore. And that's sort of where I stand on it.
Doggone says, I think Doozy is the only person that hates Ryan Fitzpatrick, LOL. He's so lovable, like a teddy bear.
Yeah, until he. I mean, again, you didn't have Ryan Fitzpatrick quarterback your favorite team, so.
Retease, did you know, says that Glash is on Twitch and bad-mouthing me? Is that right, Glash? Be a tough guy. Bring it over here. Come on over to the YouTube chat.
It's so easy to laugh from afar.
At Glash?
No, at Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like, oh, haha, love that guy. Ha ha ha, he's so funny. And then, you know.
Then he quarterbacks your team.
Ruins your playoff hopes.
You know, he did have some success there with New York.
No, he didn't.
He did.
He had a great season, and then he freaking flopped at the last hurdle. All he had to do, I don't know why I have to repeat myself on this stream a million times.
Do it.
You sound like
touchdown, Cincinnati. CJ Uzomah.
Awesome, cool. All he had to do, Koff, was beat the 7-win Bills in Week 17. They had 7 wins all year. The Buffalo Bills. This was a bad team. Mm-hmm. They had given up. They had given up on the season. They were starting Matt Barkley at quarterback.
So this hasn't kept you up nights or anything.
He threw 3 interceptions. And they didn't even have a chance to win. Not even a chance. He had, at the time, the best wide receiver duo in football with Brandon Marshall and Eric Decker. They were, at the time, the best wide receiver duo in football. And if they weren't number 1, like, they were number 2. But I remember the conversations. I'm pretty sure they were number 1 in football. They were that good. And got them to the doorstep of the playoffs. Probably should. They shouldn't even have had to be in a win and you're in situation, but they had a bad coach, a bad offensive coach in Todd Bowles. And they got to Week 17. No, this needed to win an easy game, and they lost. And Fitzpatrick had the worst game of his life. And that is why I will never be able to take him seriously as a quarterback. Because every single time he's had once it started to become real, his whole career he's played for bad teams, right?
Sure.
And it's like he's just had some fun on bad teams. He's been able to just throw.
There's 34 from the 45. Jeremy says Koff canceled the stream because Twitch was picking on him. He pulled the plug and ran away. Mads, I'll admit, I don't have the Twitch chat open. I have the YouTube chat open. What am I missing? Why am I getting killed over there on Twitch? What are the people saying? I'm very fragile. I need to know. First and 10 from the 37. 30 seconds left. Looks like we've cleaned up the stream, so thank you all for your patience. If anyone didn't see Producer Madison's comment in the chat, says our technical director is dealing with some connection issues. We're working on it, and thank you for your patience. Well, looks like we're fixed.
Koff got the Perkins family banned.
First time playing Fortnite. How convenient we talk mean about Koff and the stream magically dies. I absolutely did kill the Perkins family though. But I really only played a role in it because I killed it with your likes. You guys supported the decision to move on from the Perkins family. You had a choice. First time
the
playing
Perkins
Fortnite.
Diet. I guess that's the Atkins diet.
I used to like Koff until he murdered the Perkins family, and now my favorite restaurant has gone out of business.
Wait, you took down a restaurant? What's going on here? I thought you were talking about Kendrick Perkins.
No. He's talking about Chip Perkins and Skip Perkins.
Oh,
Glash's alter ego. Is anyone else concerned
what
that Glash is going to be hospitalized at the end of all this, like in a psych ward? That the multiple personality thing is becoming just a little too real.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for anyone that hasn't seen Twitch yet today. Yes.
That was my answer.
Boy. No, but on the Perkins thing, I don't care. We can talk about it for a half sec. We're only in an hour deep here. And Noah says, I just like how the commentators just continue their convo. It's what we're doing. I had said there was one day, and Glash was part of this as well. He was in the chat. He was living in the chat. He wasn't on the sim. And I said, if you guys like Skip Perkins, you want this nonsense to continue, then hit us with the dislikes. We decided 100 dislikes, and we will have Skip survive. 200 likes, he's got to go away. And it was just an overwhelming onslaught of the like button. So as far as I'm concerned, the Sim fam killed Skip and Chip and any other member of the Perkins family that happens to rhyme with Ip. Hard to say.
Skip Perkins, Skip Ducey. How about my take here for player of the game?
Yes.
I think I'm gonna have to go with Gio Bernard. 73 receiving yards at the running back position was pretty special today. 8,000, not very popular. 19 fantasy points. I think that you got the job done today. Fit the mold of the, the weather, the rain guy. Good game out of him. Game was not so good out of
several people.
Yeah.
While you're digging that up, I just want to address from Matthew, because others have asked as well. Koff, Kenny, explain how we were at 150 Giants ball, then the lag stopped, and we were at 30 seconds Bengals ball. Very easy to explain, actually, because we didn't initially see the lag on our end in our Zoom window, so the game played on, and we continued talking before we discovered the lag on YouTube and Twitch. Got that corrected, but never actually paused the game. And so the turnover of possession anyway, or change of possession, because it wasn't a turnover, the Giants missed an absurdly long field goal try in the rain from like 66 yards.
It was, I don't understand why they took it. Yeah.
Didn't make a lick of sense why they went for it, especially down by 11 points, but they did. They missed, and that's what you missed in that stretch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give the least valuable player of this game to Saquon Barkley. Not a good performance at all. The chalkiest player on the slate, the chalkiest captain on the slate. 5 receptions for 53 yards and 23 rushing yards. It is a wild weather Wednesday. It is a rain game, and you got a guy with 23 rushing yards. That is absolutely pitiful, Koff. First time I've used that word on the stream. Pitiful. That pitiful performance from Saquon Barkley.
I'm not even sure it's the first time you've used it today.
28th in your contest, though. Pretty happy about that.
Flash is asking if I'm going to go work out after the sim. Is that a dig at my shirt? Is that I think
it is. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm happy that I'm actually not happy that I find like it takes a lot for me to watch a movie, and I watch Thor, and then you just go, oh, but it's not as good as Thor, Ragnarok, whatever.
Well, have you seen Ragnarok?
Ragnarok. No, but I'm gonna watch it. Like, is that the one that's after Thor?
It's Thor, and then the second Thor, Dark World, and then Ragnarok is the third.
Yeah, so I'll see them all. Just why don't you calm down and let me watch all the Marvel movies? I'm trying to watch them all.
Are you doing a Marvel binge? Is that what you're doing?
We're trying to get through them all. Yes.
Good.
I didn't like how they ended Thor though, because he's separated from Natalie Portman, and that made me sad.
Well, you have got a long road ahead of you, my friend. How many movies in are you? Like,
I don't know. I heard she might die or something. I've watched a lot of them. I mean, I've watched I think all the Avengers. Like, I started with the Avengers, so I know how everything sort of ends.
You're supposed to go in order of either.
The movie was coming. The movie was coming.
You don't just go like Avengers, Iron Man's, Captain America's, Thor's. Like, don't do it that way.
Endgame was coming out, and we wanted to go see it, and so I was like, I watched Infinity War to get ready for Endgame, and then after that, I was like, oh, this is cool. I like these movies. I think I could watch more of them. So then my girlfriend, who's obsessed with the MCU, was like, okay, let's watch them all. So I think we made it through like 8. The problem is I don't like, okay, here's my thing. Mentally, I don't want to watch The Incredible Hulk. I don't want to do it.
So skip it. You don't need to.
Okay. See, thank you. I'm going to tell her that you said I don't need to watch the Hulk. So once we get past the Hulk, I watched, I think, all the Iron Mans. We're getting through the Captain Americas. I don't know what other heroes. I mean, I guess we'll get through the Thors.
You're watching this in the most ridiculous order I've ever heard. We don't have time because we got to wrap up, but we're gonna continue this.
Okay.
This maybe even during the next sim that we're together. All right. So congrats to projected winner, barring any stat corrections. Bossman 45-23, about a 2-point win. Barkley in the captain spot as projected. Burrow, Ingram, Ross, Slayton, and Mixon. So how fitting, even though he stunk, to see John Ross as part of the winning lineup for the Nooner John Ross Bowl free roll. Coming up in 50 minutes.
Yeah, I was thinking about giving him the LVP, but it had to be Saquon for me.
Sure. I can't believe you made Saquon well, I guess I can based on he's still at 20-plus points. Whatever. Brendan Glasheen will come along with one of the Perkins probably, and Kenny, 2 o'clock. It is the Mad Matinee in about 45 minutes. Raiders and Steelers in the snow. A win game. Emerson Latzia and Zach Thompson at 4 o'clock. The early bird special. Vikings and Washington. After that sim, you will have NFL free agency live. Join the conversation. Ross Tucker, former NFL player, and Steve Buchanan, not remotely a former NFL player, together talking about the moves that we have had so far and what is still to come in the hours ahead. Then the second half of this Dream Stream day here on a Wild Weather Wednesday with the late Classic contest beginning with a snow game, Rams and Browns, Glash and Moose coming on in, Jeff Ulrich for the happy hour sim at 6. 8 o'clock, prime time. I'm coming back with Tom Carroll. It is Ravens, Dolphins in the rain. And then you will have Jason Rossi coming in with Tom Ace for Bears, Patriots at 10, Madden After Dark. Can't imagine.
Tommy frozen fruit juice?
Yeah, all of those things are true.
There we go.
Can't imagine you'll have any Pats talk during a Pats sim, folks. Brace yourselves, especially for a couple of Pats fans. All right, for Mads, for Daniel, for Joe, for this guy right here, Kenny Ducey, who's coming back shortly. Enjoy your afternoon, folks. I'll be back with you later on. Good to see you.
Hey, we're here. Hi, everyone. Kenny, ready?
Hi.
All right. What's up?
How are you doing? Are you ready to just trigger me and get me to yell and make me look like a bad person again? Is that what we're doing today on the sim?
The free roll is titled Raiders O-line needs for 60 minutes because we need to talk about
I did really
teams.
like the title.
So we will get into that. Rodney
I don't think
out. Trent Brown out. What are the Raiders going to do at O-line? Raiders are in this sim playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's your lineup look like? Lineups have locked.
Yeah, it's I didn't get one in.
Oh, that happened.
No, I'm just kidding. I did get one in.
Oh,
Eric Ebron's my captain. Juju Smith-Schuster, Henry Ruggs, Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow. I really liked Hunter Renfrow as the wide receiver 3, and then Deontay Johnson. I got stuck with $7,800. That's the best I could do. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
I always forget about Hunter Renfrow because he is down the depth chart at wideout 5, but he is that slot guy, and it's snowing. Slot guys tend to be in better spots. Was that your thinking?
I was just, yeah, you're right. I have no running backs on the snow game. I'm throwing caution to the wind here, Glash.
Okay, I played both running backs, Jalen Samuels and Josh Jacobs.
Okay. So. Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Sure. Got it. Cool.
Darren Waller in the captain spot, both quarterbacks and Ebron.
I like Ebron. Oh, why you? What? Tell me, please.
Yeah.
Why you rostered both quarterbacks? What went through your head? Like, what were you like? What made you do it?
Because I have a belief that they will both throw touchdowns to my tight ends.
Okay. I feel like the ceiling for the quarterbacks in this game is like 15 points.
You never know. Differentiation. It probably won't work, but we'll see what happens.
I think my lineup's pretty different here.
Oh, it sure is. But you played Deontay Johnson.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I just feel like everyone. I think everyone's gonna want to do. Everyone's gonna want the running backs, so I'm going the other way. I think the passing game is what you want to attack.
All right.
That's where I'm thinking. I like your new setup. I like you know what's really subtle? The DraftKings mug right behind you. I love it.
You see that?
Is that a coffee maker?
Where?
Next to the mug. What is that?
It's a Patriots mini helmet.
Oh, okay. For some reason I thought it looked like a coffee maker. And then I was like, what, are you living in a hotel? Coffee maker next to the TV?
And a foam finger.
Nice.
Go Cuse. Go Orange.
You excited for them in the tournament?
Yeah. They got a tough draw, though, on Friday night. San Diego State. It's a good team.
I think they're gonna win that game. Buddy Boeheim's gonna have like 50 points.
I'm picking them. Cuse is playing well. They're playing well at the right time.
I was on the our preview show and I said Cuse has like the meme factor. Like I feel like they're just gonna hit a bunch of meme threes and then you're just gonna be like, oh my god, they hit everything. This is so annoying. Everyone who's like on San Diego State's like, no. I've been there, man. I've been on the other side. You know, you wanna take teams with like guys that shouldn't be good, like Buddy Boeheim, who just shoot the ball really well.
Sure.
Because you just know that you fade Buddy Boeheim, you pick against Syracuse, you know that that's all they're gonna do is just hit threes all night long. That whole team.
There always is a handful of teams in the field that bug you because you didn't pick them, but they just drain daggers one after the next.
I do really love good three-point shooting teams in March. And I know that it backfires a lot, like Villanova. You catch Villanova on a night they can't shoot, and they look awful. They are bad, man. But, that's a team that loves to shoot. But overall, I feel like more times than not, and this is not, scientific or mathematic at all. It's just my feeling. It's like more times than not when you pick the three-point teams, you end up winning because, you fade those teams that hit threes a lot. I feel like it always just comes back to bite you.
Big Ben takes a sack, so Pittsburgh should be punting on 4th and 21 from its own 14. Chickadee from the Twitch chat says, I have the same lineup as Ducey. What do I do?
Oh boy, Chickadee, I'm so sorry for you.
Rejoice. Watch together and root for the lineup together.
Yeah, there you go.
We've got 300 plus watching on YouTube. Great to have all of you here for the second sim of 6 today. Producer Madison with us. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Kenny Ducey back from the noon sim. Is this it for you today?
Yeah, then I'm going out to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
Very nice. You gonna wear some green?
No, I don't have any green. I just realized that. No green. I have like green t-shirts, but that's it. It's not warm enough out to wear a t-shirt.
No. I still owe you a DraftKings shirt. Maybe I have a green one.
You sure do? Yeah, can you get it here in time in the next hour?
See what we can do. I know a guy. David Israel, what's up? Good to have you here. Burt Macklin, Captain Juju. Hey, Ducey, smile. Let me see those gums.
Yeah, that guy spammed that about every 5 seconds, so I'm actually not gonna smile the rest of the day because of that guy.
Oh, the comment was, I hope Glass just makes Kenny smile in between quarters.
Yeah, I'm not really, I don't understand.
Brian Claremont, San Diego State fan. Go Aztecs.
As Jim Rome would say, personal appearance does not show fodder. Also, as Jim Rome would say, go Gauchos. Anyone like UCSB in the first round?
They're a 13 seed, 12 seed?
They, I believe, are a 12 seed, yeah.
Ooh, the classic 12-5.
I think the play-in game winner is the new 12-5.
So the 11-6. Right?
TK said I'm a Jets fan with no green. Yeah, I don't have a Jet. I had like a Jamal Adams jersey, but I threw it away.
Right. You're anti-jersey.
Right. I mean, I would wear no, I wouldn't wear a jersey out. That'd be weird. Because the Jets aren't like an Irish team, you know? Except for they make you drink. Well, speaking of making you drink, watching the Raiders, my goodness. Derek Carr. Imagine having Derek Carr as your quarterback. To me, the problem isn't that Derek Carr's bad, because he's not. The problem is that he's not great. And so I feel like he's good enough where you keep him as your quarterback. You're like, oh yeah, he's good enough. He's not bad, right? We'll keep him. Yeah, sure. But he's never going to win you a Super Bowl. And you're never going to want to move on from Derek Carr because you're always going to be like, well, he's kind of good. You know, he's kind of good. He's exactly average. I would put him exactly in the middle of the NFL in quarterbacks. And I think that we've had this discussion, and he is right around there. He's like right around 15. He's like 13 to 15. He's like the most average quarterback I could ever think about. Like, he's not bad, but he's not good. He's just right in the middle.
At what point will John Gruden put his foot down and realize in this 10-year contract, this is not my guy to win it?
It has to happen soon. The thing about it is you have to have bravery with Derek Carr. It's going to take bravery to get rid of him. But I don't think that objectively someone looks at Derek Carr and goes, that guy is the answer at quarterback. You know, like he's not. It's that thing. That's the thing. Like, it would be wild if the Raiders decided we need to go draft a quarterback, but it wouldn't be the wrong decision. It would be shocking.
It's kind of funny, right? Like how we see Jordan Love with Green Bay, Garoppolo a few years ago with New England. Right. The teams that you think don't need to draft another quarterback to put pressure on the current one, we don't see it enough. Like the Kirk Cousins, the Derek Carrs. Like, no, go draft a guy, put the pressure on
Kirk Cousins is another great example. Another great example is Kirk Cousins. Same boat as Derek Carr. You would never move on from Kirk Cousins. I mean, not never, actually. I think Kirk Cousins is probably a little worse than Derek Carr in terms of like how general managers would rate him. and that's the thing. Like, I'm not being unfair to Derek Carr. I'm just being real, man. But like, you wouldn't move on from Kirk Cousins, especially because they committed all that money to him. But like, I think that like, if you just took if you put me or you in the general manager seat, and you were like, hey, you have you just have free reign to do whatever you want. The first move would be like, all right, well, we got to get a quarterback. We got Dalvin Cook back. We got to get a quarterback. We got a great team, but no quarterback.
Right.
I feel like I'm trading. I'm like, I would think I could win now. I really would if I was the Vikings. I'd be like, we're just not that far away. Maybe not from winning the division, but we can make the playoffs. They almost made the playoffs last year. You go out, you make a trade for a quarterback. I think it could happen. Like, if you just made a few moves with the Vikings, you got rid of their quarterback. The Raiders are a long way away. I think that, I don't know about John Gruden as the coach. I liked it when they hired him, but like, I sort of feel like we romanticized, like, as fans, as people who cover the league, I feel like we romanticize a lot. And we romanticized John Gruden because of this, obviously he had, success early in his career, and then he was a meme in the Monday Night Football booth, right? We all grow to love him. And I think that we romanticized his time as a coach a little bit. We went like, oh yeah, he'd be a good coach. Someone should sign him. But like, all these coaches get fired for a reason. It's very rare you see a coach get fired and then like 5 years later, you're like, why did they fire that guy? He's great, Like, they got fired for a reason. So anyway, I do think that it might not have been the best decision to give him 10 years. And they also have an awful defense, the Raiders. So they need to fix the defense. You said 60 minutes of O-line talk. How about their defense? Not only are they bad and can't cover, but they're also undisciplined. And that does fall on Gruden, right? An undisciplined team. They are the most undisciplined team in football. So they have a lot of issues, and I don't think that it starts with the O-line.
It sort of felt like at the beginning of last year, they had cured some of those issues in terms of the undisciplinary stuff, but, it all balanced out by the end of the season.
Right.
Do you believe Sam Darnold is better than those two quarterbacks that Chad is asking?
Yes.
Okay, Edward Pride is pointing that out. Let Kenny know that both of those quarterbacks are better than Darnold.
No, I think if I were starting a team, I think like right now, no. But I do think that he has more talent than both of those guys for sure. You look at some of the throws that he's made. The thing about Derek Carr that I don't like is that he's just like, he has those good games, but they're like so scattered. You can't rely on him week after week. Whereas I do feel like Darnold could, if you were like took a year with him, he could definitely be a guy that could develop into a reliable quarterback.
Big Ben on 3rd and 5, not enough for the first down. Roethlisberger now 2 for 4. Juju Schuster with the catch. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, needs James Washington to get going. Elric, on YouTube. How about the Chargers? They're going to have the best offensive line in the league. They signed guard Matt Feiler. Yeah, for sure. Got to protect the quarterback, right?
Matt who?
Is it Feiler? Am I pronouncing it right?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Feiler. Matt Feiler. Pretty sure that's right. I could be wrong. Feiler. Anyway. Yeah. Do whatever you got to do to protect the quarterback. Yeah, yep, Deucey. I kind of suspected that's where you're going with that. Okay. Bills fan, yes. Not good start from Big Ben. Not at all. Joe Mallet, let's see a St. Patty, 4th day of Captain James Conner. Yeah, right? You're going to lose Hunter Henry. Go out and bolster the offensive line. Pay the O-lineman while you can, while Herbert is on the rookie contract. I know you are very much... We're both on the same page in terms of you got a quarterback on a rookie deal. You better get the other contracts right.
Yes. Agreed. I'm going to be totally honest. I was very thrown off by the fact that you said we were on the same page.
Don't ruin it. I think it's true,
Okay.
though. I did tee you up for that one. It's true. Put the ball right on the tee.
I think we're on the same page.
Big MJ18 is a Bears fan. Why do we have to get Dalton? You have to take on Andy Dalton to the Bears. I was
no one
North last night. It wasn't good.
No one ever has to get Andy Dalton. Let's just get that right out of the way.
Yeah, but why did the Bears go to him? Well, what's the thinking?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either. Someone shed some light. To be cheap? They have pride in not being good at the position? I know what it is. Well, we aggressively pursued, I put that in air quotes because that was the source to Adam Schefter and Rappaport, all those guys, aggressively pursued Russell Wilson.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Yeah, you know, that's getting out there. Someone's going to bury that story.
I mean, this is an ugly game, man. I'm just so happy I have Henry Ruggs. At least I got points for that.
Question in the chat from Ryan Shed. How you feeling about Trent Williams and the deal with the Niners?
The offensive lineman? He's good, right? Like, objectively, that's a good signing, right?
Yeah, left tackle for sure. Just trying to get the details on the contract. On Spotrac. Is this right? 5 years, 68? Is that
I
right?
think it's Spot Track, man.
Is it? I never know. I never know which the correct way to pronounce
It's Feeler and Spot Track. Or Spot Track. No, I think it's Spot Track, man.
Oh, okay. Spotrac. Fair enough. No,
because
like bigger than that. 6 years, 138.
What would the SPO be?
SPO.
Like, why would it be called SPO? I don't know. I feel like it means something. Nothing from Eric Ebron yet. Nothing from, just 1 3-yard catch from Juju Smith-Schuster. Nothing from Waller. Nothing from Deontay Johnson. Nothing from anybody. I don't know.
So
Tough one.
Ryan, you bring up the contract for Trent Williams with the Niners. Does that change? And Ryan, I don't know if you're a Niners fan. Please give us your opinion. Do you feel, back to the point we just made about the Chargers, investing in your offensive line, do you feel more inclined now to give up Jimmy Garoppolo, work with a younger quarterback, a Sam Darnold, or a draft pick, if that were to come to fruition? Which I'm not really seeing much promise for that to happen, but maybe they'll want to go cheaper a quarterback via the draft because they paid a big offensive lineman.
I think that there's a lot of people out there that'll tell you the Niners are going to draft a quarterback.
Because they're drafting, what, like 12th or 13th?
Yeah,
right.
I think those same people were saying that Jimmy Garoppolo was good, so I don't know.
Sure, but they could. No, you're right. It's just now they could move off of Jimmy G and go, well, we've got a great left tackle for the next 6 years, making top of the market money. Why not go down and get a cheaper quarterback, build a good offensive line? They've been great at drafting weapons. Debo, Ayuk. They've got George Kittle. This is what we've been talking about. You better get the quarterback contract right. If you want to believe in Garoppolo, that's fine.
Yep.
But if you give Jimmy G another contract, you restructure, whatever it may be, you better be right, because that's your team. That's your team. Everything else is in place. Weapons, O-line, young weapons, not making a lot of money.
The Niners 2 years ago were a quarterback away from winning a Super Bowl. 100%. Just a good quarterback away from winning it all. They were right there. They not only did they lead, but they, everyone will remember the one throw Jimmy Garoppolo missed. There was a few more than he, that weren't going to be remembered, but they were a quarterback away from winning a Super Bowl. And they still have those same pieces. They still have a great defense. They just got really hurt this year. Everyone was injured, and I think Richard Sherman, regressed a little bit as well. And he got hurt. But you replace him with the 3rd-round corner or something, and you go out and you get a 1st-round pick. I think you sign Mac. If you go draft Mac Jones, maybe that team's good, man. I don't know.
Didn't get you to smile.
I think it's shocking. Yeah, no, I'm not going to smile for a spammer. I think that it's shocking, especially one that makes one of my gums, that the Niners were as good as they were with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that was the biggest stunner of all, and it's the biggest testament to Kyle Shanahan that team is anywhere close to good with Garoppolo. I mean, he is not a good quarterback, like my man right here, getting hit as he throws. So, yeah.
Daniel, did you dye my eyes green purposefully?
Your eyes are green?
Oh, my eyes are blue, but they look green on the stream to match my sweater.
Look into the camera. Let me see. Wow, they do look green. Oh, no, now they look a little blue. Okay, this is weird. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's weird. It's weird. Stop. No,
Smile.
I'm not looking anymore.
Here you comes.
Oh, I'm not looking.
This is what you do when you go into your microphone and whisper like this. I'm just doing it to the camera now. Maybe it's because of the light on my ring light. All right, I'm done. I promise.
Done? Okay, thank you. I know you're gonna do it again.
No, I won't. I promise. Randy says, Randy, every once in a while when you let the hair grow out a little bit in the back, it does stick up a little bit. That's why wearing a hat's not a bad idea.
Oh, I had a lot of
ready.
Sims.
Well, Randy says you've got some alfalfa-looking cowlick hair sticking up in the back of your head.
Oh, you do have a little bit, yeah.
I know. It's getting a haircut tomorrow, actually.
Is that what it's called? A cowlick? I thought it was a cowlick, like a CA, not like a cow lick. That sounds gross. Yuck.
Rafi's fat cat.
Gross.
Language. Yeesh.
Yikes. You think if you named yourself after Rossi, you wouldn't have foul language. He's a family man.
Ryan Shed. Am I missing something? I'd rather have Glow than Dalton. Who's Glow? If he stays healthy, he should be okay. Oh, maybe talking about Garoppolo. Just a misspelling.
Well, I just like to think of someone named Glow.
Or are you talking about someone from the Bears? Because Dalton is with the Bears. Is Glow a nickname? Speaking of nicknames.
I'm looking it up now. Glow quarterback. Maybe he's talking about Garoppolo, like G-Lo, like Garoppolo, Glow.
Oh, G-Lo. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Spot track, you know?
That's weird, man. Why would you call him G? That makes me hate Jimmy Garoppolo even more, that you call him Glow.
Hey, G-Lo. Gordon Hewitt.
Hey, man. Hey.
Gordon's, there's Ebron. Gordon says, hey, Glash, go UConn Huskies.
That's right.
UConn is a 10 seed? 7 seed?
7. Well, what have you do you bracket, bro?
I have mine up.
Actually. You didn't fill out a bracket, bro?
Not yet.
Come on, bro.
I'm in the process. Oh, here we go. There are 7. Oh, Alabama's going to win that side of the region.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man.
And what makes you think that when the UConn Huskies have James Bouknight?
Alabama is balanced. I like them a lot.
I do like Shackelford a lot. He's very good.
Shackelford for 3. Yes. Speaking of, Marv Albert joined the TikTok last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
With Chris Webber.
Chris Webber follows me on Twitter. You need me to let him know that you need him for your TikToks?
Does he actually tweet? Is he an active tweeter?
I don't know. I didn't know that he follows me on Twitter. I have no idea why. There's some people followed me on. That's actually one of the most puzzling follows that I ever got was him.
You don't mean that.
No, I do. I mean, I love Chris Webber. I just don't understand why he followed me.
But you're not puzzled.
No, I am. I legitimately don't like a lot of people. I'm like, oh, okay, like, whatever. I don't know why you followed me. I'm not upset about it.
Okay. Right, you're not like hitting him up like, dude, I'm puzzled. Unfollow me, please.
Right.
All right, Pittsburgh down 7-0. Henry Ruggs has the touchdown. We're midway through the second quarter. Brendan Glasheen, Kenny Ducey. Domino Joe says, let's go, baseball.
I love baseball. Yeah, sign me up. Excited for baseball.
Chef Duke, Watson definitely going to get traded. Looks like the Panthers are top contenders. We haven't heard from this.
The Panthers? What? The Panthers?
Yeah, man. 3
What are they going to offer?
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey?
Yeah.
What?
Gonna give Houston something.
They're going to give Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I would do it. Well, if they lose Samuel, do you believe in Mike Davis to be the guy? He was pretty good fantasy-wise. I'm not going to act like I watched Panthers games.
I don't think any of us did. Oh!
Right, but the classic take is, yeah, I'd give up McCaffrey because did you see how Davis played? And some people just say that because they look at
why would the Texans take? The Texans need to rebuild their team. Why would they take a running back? That to me is puzzling.
You'd get that's your word today. They'd get a boatload of firsts and then get a star. They need someone so people can go watch the games and cheer for.
But running back is such a valueless position. Go get a star. Give me a star left tackle. How about that?
All right. I don't disagree with you, but I think McCaffrey.
For real. Well, I would be like, I really do think that one of the first things that the Texans would ask the Jets for is Mekhi Becton. Like, you want to rebuild a team, you start with the line and you start with those picks. And like, if you're not going to get a first-round pick, give me something I can build around. Hey, speaking of giving me something, how about my captain, Eric Ebron, into the end zone? But yeah, that's to me, like, running back is the last position I would want back. Like, I would want, first of all, a good quarterback. If the Panthers don't have a pick that they can offer the Texans where they could draft a great quarterback. So that's immediately why I think the Jets and the Dolphins are the only destinations, because the Dolphins will trade 3, the Jets will trade 2, and the Texans can easily draft a Deshaun Watson replacement, reset the clock, and get more first-round picks. That's where I'm at with the Deshaun Watson trades. I really am at the point now, and I think they're either not going to trade him or they're going to trade him to the Dolphins or the Jets. I don't think I think the Jets aren't likely. I've given up hope as a Jets fan of getting Deshaun Watson, but I do think that it would not make any sense for the Texans to trade him to anyone else than the Dolphins, like a team that has a high first-round pick, right?
Or they project. But see, any team that gets Deshaun Watson, their draft picks are not going to be as valuable, right?
Exactly. And that's the thing with the I don't know. I that's why I think this year's draft is important. That's why, for me, the Dolphins or the Jets, you trade Deshaun Watson, but bang, you got Zach Wilson or Justin Fields. Just like that. And that's to me, like, if I'm trading away my star quarterback who I just signed, they wanted him to be a part of their team for a long time. I'm going to want a good quarterback that's going to be there for the next 4 years, right? I'm not going to want Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock or any of these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think that is I don't think that is an unrealistic thing to say or a crazy thing to say. It has nothing to do with me being a Jets fan, because like I said, I've lost hope. But I think if I were the Texans, I'd trade him to the Dolphins. And if I'm not trading him to the Dolphins, I'm trading him to the Jets. I want all the first-round picks, including the one that's in the top 3 this year.
David Newton covers the Panthers for ESPN, NFL Nation. He was the fella who threw out the idea. The report. It was actually, I shouldn't even say idea. That's not even fair to him. He reported the McCaffrey 3 first-rounders as a starting point for Watson.
Right. To me, I that's probably better than what a lot of teams could offer. Is speaking of first round picks,
Henry
Ruggs, 70-yard touchdown. Are you bleeping me, Henry Ruggs?
Another one for Henry.
As Hawk Harrelson famously said, "You gotta be beeping me."
Wow. Henry Ruggs. Good to see you too.
What in the hell are you doing? What are you doing, Ragnar? They got to start making umpires accountable. That is absolutely brutal. You ever seen this video?
No.
I'll tell you, here's the guy, he knows nothing about the game of baseball. That is totally absurd. Go watch the video.
Do you have a title?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
So Henry Ruggs, 5% owned in the captain spot, 33% in the flex. Right now, in the captain, has 51.75 DraftKings points. They threw him out of the ball game. You got to be beeping me. Ernest, nice job on the captain pick. Henry Ruggs, 7 catches, 125, 2 scores. Wow. Bonus already, too. Jim, hey Jim! Jim in the chat says, not that Jim. Looking forward to Jim Nance in the tournament. Jim says, I give up. I am done for the week. So just to kind of circle back and why the people are bringing up the Panthers, because the latest from David Newton, he quote tweeted John McClain, who's a longtime reporter in the NFL. He's covered the Texans for a long time.
He also tweets out every single Houston Chronicle link ever. He's a great reporter, terrible Twitter follow.
Hey man, come on! He's 45 years. He's been there for 45 years. He's kind of a dinosaur. Just let him be.
He has a bot that retweets all the Houston Chronicle things.
If you tweeted out every DK Nation article, I wouldn't blame you. I'd probably hate you though too.
You would not blame me? You would definitely. I would blame myself. But what are you doing? What's the point of that?
Well, if you held yourself,
you gotta be beeping me. That's what I would say.
If you held yourself to that low standard, I would just let you do you.
Okay.
David Newton quote tweeted it and said, "I expect this as well," meaning expecting Watson to be traded, and he also says, "I expect the Panthers to be among those making a strong run at Watson." So he doubled down on it. Now I don't know the McCaffrey thing. You got a point, but they're in. They're interested. Oh, I got an NBA trade.
A few of them.
Really?
Yeah, I think we might have. Let's see. Jay Crowder on the move. Am I right about that? I don't know. I just saw someone say something about Jay Crowder.
Trevor Ariza is going to Miami from Myers Leonard.
Yeah.
And
Tater Hater says that's a great video impression. You're a great video, Kenny. Your impression is subpar, but it's a good video. I think I have a great impression of that.
Bonzo, hi Glash. Is the sun gonna come out tomorrow? Oh, you guys, guys, listen. Jordan, you too. Just let Kyle be, okay? I don't know why he asks about tomorrow when he comes in today. Just let the poor. I don't even want to call him a kid because he might not be. Just let him do him. If you want to keep a little inside joke going between yourselves, of course, do what you want. But I don't know. He's nice. A little weird, but it's nice. Anyway, Domino Joe. He has more points than my entire team. Talking about Ruggs in the flex. Kicking Club, Captain Ruggs. There you go. Meager 66, not happy. Kelvin says, who is this unrealistic Jets fan talking crazy? I don't think it's crazy to say that the Jets are in on Deshaun Watson.
It's also not crazy. Again, it's not about the Jets. When are you going? You guys are going to get that through your head. They're going to come at me about the Jets. It's not about the Jets. It's about the assets. I said the Dolphins. Do you think I want Deshaun Watson as a Jets fan to go to the Dolphins? No, but I'm saying the Texans should trade him there, or the Jets. Both teams are in a great spot to get him. Top 3 picks this year. Glash made the very astute observation that no matter where you trade Deshaun Watson, your picks are probably going to be bad. Your first round picks that you're getting for the next few years. You get a top 3. You can get a chance to get Justin Fields, or Zach Wilson or Justin Fields this year to replace Deshaun Watson, and 3 first round picks.
I ain't crazy.
I don't know. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's unrealistic at all.
Kevin says, been a while since I've been here. Does Marv Albert still commentate the games? Yes.
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 It counts. Out the foul.
Counts. Vegas leading Pittsburgh 14-7. Brendan Glasheen and Kenny
The foul.
Ducey. It is not crazy, Chris, to suspect Deshaun Watson wants to be traded. The question is, does he fit with the New York Jets?
I don't know, baby. That's all I can say. That the Jets are in a great spot. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing about the New York Jets. I don't know, Dickie V. I used to do a really good Dickie V back. I haven't done it in so long that I'm like, I think I'm getting like it's getting rusty. But like, what the thing is, you have to like start down low, and that's what. But like, I also don't have like the hoarse voice. Like, you need a hoarse voice, like that you've been screaming for hours. And maybe if I do 2 more Sims today, I'd get there. But it's like, that's the thing. You have a player like Deshaun Watson, and he starts working himself up. And then you talk about the type of dandies, baby. You talk about the upsets, baby. It's March. What does this kid JJ Redick think he's doing? Shooting the lights out like that. He's gonna be Gonzaga an upset. He's gonna put a dagger in Gonzaga, baby. Oh, it's sensational.
Yeah. That's pretty good. You're right. It's like a roller coaster with Dickie V.
That's the thing. Look at the East region, and you have so many good teams. You have a 3 seed in UConn. You have a 2 seed in Oklahoma. You got Blake Griffin, a young kid. He wants to make a name for himself. You got Ryan Boatwright over there for UConn. You got the Huskies, Jim Calhoun, great coach. Yeah, and then he just like it's like a song. They teach you in broadcasting you're supposed to like sing. It's supposed to be like a song. You're supposed to build this up. You're supposed to like go up and down and up and he just like he like builds suspense to his point. Now I can't stop talking like him.
See, there you go, Ducey. Stop talking about unrealistic Jets trades and do this.
My Tampa Bay Rays. He loves the Rays too. Never met a bigger Rays fan than Dickie V. I'll tell you a Dickie V story. I used to cover a bunch of college basketball for when I was in college and at SI, and saw him at Madison Square Garden. And like the man, how old is he now? I gotta give him justice here because I need to
say. Doesn't matter, baby. Doesn't matter.
No, okay. So right now, Dickie V is 81 years old. So at the time I saw him, he was probably 55, or sorry, 55. Whoa, 76. Okay. So the guy's like 76 years old. He's an old guy, and he is exactly who you think he is. The energy that he has on TV, like I've met like Michael Wilbon, and I feel like he is like doesn't have a lot of energy, but when he's in front of a camera, he like saves it. You know what I mean? Dickie V just endless energy. The guy, 76-year-old old, I saw him run out of the locker room. Like he had a stack of like I don't know, they looked like postcards or something that he had autographed, and he just goes in front of the stands, and he just chucks them all in front of the stands, and then he sprints back in. Like the guy's running. He just runs. He's got endless energy. He's throwing his autograph everywhere. I love that guy, man. He is I'm so happy he got the Geico commercial as well. Gonna be a sad day when he goes, but I'm gonna tell my kids about Dickie V, and I'm gonna do the impression, baby. I'm gonna talk about March and March Madness, baby. Talk about the tournament. What's all about? The type of dandies.
Wow.
That is what it's all about, the diaper dandies. It's like you don't know anything about March.
Where were you when this began?
I also love like in his old age,
I'm gonna call you Dicky Deucey.
He still reaches down to give you the calls. Oh, like that's what he says at the end of the game. Like it's not even like genuine. It's just like he's doing it for you. He's still putting on the act. What a kid! What an ending! Oh, that's what he says. I got to see the chat here. I haven't even looked at the chat.
Starting the hashtag Dicky Deucey.
Did the chat want less Dicky V?
I think the chat kind of liked it.
Okay, good. Well, it is March, you know. It is the season.
Daniel on the 1s and 2s. This impression has officially made my day.
Thank you. My friends did used to say I did a good Dicky V, but I don't know if it's good anymore. Like it.
Ran out of
like
friends?
Someone said someone like Tater Hater hated my my impression of Hawk Harrelson.
Who cares?
So, but I used to think I did a great Hawk Harrelson in that moment anyway. So anyway, Bonzo says Deucey's type of dandies, baby. There you go.
Dicky Deucey's diaper dandies. Wow.
Can't wait for someone to change their YouTube name to that or something along those lines.
All right. So we've got Dicky Deucey. That needs to be on a t-shirt.
So it seems like everyone's laughing, having a good time, except for Brother Phil. So someone go check on Brother Phil. Make sure he's okay. This is the most overwhelmingly positive the chat's ever been towards me. I think it's time to drop the act, Brother Phil. Just let it happen. Let happiness overcome you once.
Dude, just keep doing Dicky V and don't stop.
Hater says, "Hey now, I complimented Dicky V though. Thank you. You did. That's correct."
Have Marv Albert and Dicky V ever worked together?
I don't think so, but they did do on ESPN. I remember one time they did the crossover, they called it, and like they had the college announcers announce an NBA game and the NBA announcers announce college games. And so Dicky V did do an NBA game, but I mean Marv Albert is not with ESPN. Robbie Noble says no one cares how Brother Philly feels. That's officially my favorite comment of the day.
Richard Stewart, good. Great question. Darren Waller held to 0 receptions. Hit that like button, everybody. We have 400 plus watching. We have Dicky Deucey here with us.
I do love that what you get right about that impression is the pausing, like Darren Waller, like that, like when you pause, like that. That is
Waller,
right? That's how he talks.
It's the cadence. Derek Carr in the shotgun, looking.
You know why he also does that? Because he's old and he can't see very well, so he has to make sure that it's the right person. So he's like,
player ID.
Carr and Leonard.
To lay it in, Kevin Durant.
Say Leonard. Leonard is what he I feel like Leonard is. It's tattooed on my brain. Leonard, yeah.
It counts, and the foul. Kawhi Leonard.
It really is. I feel like he does every Clippers game. That's like for.
Typically, he does the West Coast games. He did an East Coast. He did
right.
Jazz Celtics last night.
Usually for me, it's Mike Breen with Anthony because no one calls him.
Bang!
Anthony. 3 seconds. Anthony for 3.
Anthony for 3. Yes. Carmelo Anthony from downtown.
All right.
Here we go. Derek Carr.
Oh! What are you doing, defense?
Well, Daniel wants Romo and Dicky V. I don't know, Jim. I don't know. Good energy in the sim, Jim. You hate that, though. You hate Jim Nance. I mean, you hate Tony.
No, I don't. I hate that you killed it. I actually hate it more because you killed it. Like, I thought it was a really good impression, but you killed it.
It was a jet sim, Jim. That was Juicy, that was a great sim we had. That was like a Sunday at noon.
It was, and we didn't need a gimmick like that to make it better.
It wasn't a gimmick. It was Tony Romo. We're paying him to do the sim. So he just did his thing. Jim?
Okay.
First and goal from the 8. Raiders by 7. Oh, fumble!
What?
Another fumble! Wow!
Oh!
Fumbles! The Raiders get it back!
Wow.
Holy crap! That was cool. A double fumble. Not 3, but 2.
There's no way Marv Albert would know that there were 2 fumbles on the same play. I'd think it was the same fumble.
And the ball is rolling around.
So because of that, it's a 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Actually in a better position now. It was 1st and goal when they fumbled.
Yes.
But now because they lost possession and got it back. Yeah.
That's a first for me. A double fumble. Holy crap, Jim! Double trouble, double fumble, Jim.
Okay, too much.
Romo would unleash on something like that.
He would, yeah.
Okay. My God, Jim, the ball is out. The ball is out.
The best is when he goes, well, they're gonna have to take a look at this, but I think I
don't know.
I think they might have just gotten it. Like what's his name? When Henny scrambled and he thought he got the first. And I think they're gonna have to check it, of course. They're gonna have to look. I think he just sent Kansas City into the AFC Championship.
Well, Romo also got the play call wrong. He thought they were gonna run the ball.
Right.
Was it 4th and 1, 4th and 2? Forget. All that for a Carlson field goal. It's up and good for 3. Yes. Daniel Carlson from downtown. Wow. There's a lot going on here in this 3rd quarter.
I'll tell you. Multiple fumbles.
I think Jordan Lindenbaum hits the nail on the head. You got to understand, Ducey, your thing is triggering people. Glash's thing is goofy characters. I don't know what he's talking about. We pay Romo a lot of money to be on the streams.
Yeah.
Your shticks can coexist.
When you're right, you're right.
Anakin, if we work together, that'd be dangerous. Chris Adams, so Chris Adams differs and says, OMG, Glash just kills everything. It's really funny, but he goes 100 miles too far on everything. Honestly, I have a migraine. Well, Chris Adams, with all due respect, the audience is constantly changing. So I can't assure what I said 30 seconds ago someone even heard it. That's how the biz works, man. And you can hate me
That's
or
how it go, man.
You don't care.
Okay. He don't give a damn about nothing.
I don't know if you have a migraine. I don't know about that.
Wah!
2nd and 10. Yes, Chef Duke. And the bigger news, Darren Waller is still in the milk cart. Dan Davis on Twitter has clipped Ducey V.
Nice. Appreciate you.
Is that really true? Oh, Jalen Samuels only 3 carries. First time playing Fortnite, still on the James Washington train. Feel you, man. Back to the ground. James Conner. Ducey, you have anything coming up on the playbook today? Anything you want people to look forward to read or check out?
I have some previews of NBA teams or NBA games tonight, so check those out for sure. Also on my Twitter account, oh, there you go, Dan Davis. Thanks, Dan Davis.
Yeah.
I have like how he tags Reed Tees, did you know?
He's a great
some tennis
promoter.
picks up on my Twitter account as always. They are just my suggestions.
Now, are you in a position? Are you in a position though where like you're all in? So this is like the last night you'll go all in on NBA, and then are you just tournament focused for 10 days, or are you going to still try and do both?
I mean, I definitely am going to be very focused on the tournament coming up. There was talk of some daily videos for who to pick, but I'm not quite sure if that's still going on. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, I was in on the NBA last night, but I definitely am going to be all tournament all the time. Frankly, even like I don't know how much tennis I'm going to watch.
A lot going on. Chris Adams says, "I love you, brother, and will regardless." I think everyone pretty much knows exactly what I'm talking about. No, I hear you, man. I can't, with all due respect, when you say with all due respect, you can say anything.
It's true.
I can't guarantee, I don't know who's here all the time. So I'm just going to keep doing me, and I hope you all can live with that. And if you don't like it, all right, I'll shrug my shoulders and move on and not really care. But if you do, great. That's all you can do, man. You got to be you. And to be fair, I do kind of like doing the gym thing with Ducey because he hates it.
Of course.
And we haven't been together in a while.
That is true.
That's all. So, and it just comes to show that you're here every day, which is a good thing. So I do try to keep that in mind. If you are someone that is team always here, I can understand why you're like, this blithering idiot is back. Me.
Oh, I thought I was the blithering idiot.
No. I get where people are coming from, but
wouldn't it be blabbering or blathering idiot? Blithering. What's blithering?
Kind of the same thing. Just doesn't shut up.
Is it? What? I don't know.
Talk about the Patriots. Talk about Tom Brady. We do have a daily stream here. We have to go day by day and fill the day with content, especially on a Wild Weather Wednesday. See, it's already been 2.5 minutes since I last did a gym.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, definitely.
I've got the stopwatch going now. So now I have robbed someone of a non-gym impersonation in the last 2.5 minutes if they're new to the stream in the last 2.5 minutes. Just saying. Here comes the sun shining into my room.
I'm gonna have some chocolate-covered espresso beans, if that's okay.
Not a problem. Henry Ruggs is crushing it. 9 for 145 and 2 touchdowns. Let's look. Excuse me, Sim's son. We need James Washington for first time playing Fortnite. And please let Darren Waller off the milk carton. He's letting us down. He's my captain, for crying out loud. I need him too. Not just the people, but me included. Darren Waller needs to come through for us. Please. Thank you so much. 17-7. 8 minutes to go. Fourth quarter. Cole Page, I don't know. Do you know how to do a John Madden? I think I might struggle with that.
John Madden? I don't think so.
Oh, way to come back for the ball.
Oh! That's what Reed Tees Did You Know just said on Twitter.
Very good. Rossi's Fat Cat. Gotta have shenanigans on St. Paddy's Day, especially with Glash. Are you Irish at all? I'm very Irish.
I'm a little Irish. Let's see. Look. I'm watching the clip now.
Chris Adams, I love you too, brother. It's fair. It's fair. Like, come on in and criticize. That's important. The back and forth.
Yeah.
Dialogue.
I like criticism. Yeah,
That's
sure.
good.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. I'm just going to ignore you all the time. There's no fun in that.
Yeah, what do you want me to hear? Just me being nice and calm and agreeing with everything Glash says? Yeah, come on.
Yeah. That's not productive.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a really good point. Now let me talk for a minute. All right, now your turn. You say something and I'll nod and say, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, here's the score. Here's who we're working with. Here's who's leading the contest. Okay, now you say something for a minute. Yeah, that's a really good point. I really like how you articulated that. Okay, now your turn to talk. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think you're right. Yeah. Well, that's so fun.
It's like that meme with the guys talking about saying something on a podcast for a minute without saying anything at all. That's what that is. Yeah, that's a really good point. And my friend that works at the New York Times.
Yeah. You got it. Go.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and think about when you really just come down to it. When you really just break it down. Yeah. Oh, please. Yeah, if I could just be honest for a sec. Yeah, please do. I mean, that's why you bring me on this podcast. That's why we talk. That's why we have this discourse. So we can be. Of course. Yeah. So that's for me. The thing about it is. It's just so tough, right now. If I may, with the current climate, and it's just great. That's amazing.
Let me just bring up this point, and then I'll let you respond to it. But feel free to take your time and really think about what I have to say once I get there.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. I completely understand that. I mean, that's that is a healthy discourse after all. But and it is.
By the way, do I sound okay? Is this coming in cool? Is this crystal clear audio? Yes?
Yeah, crystal clear. Yeah.
Wow.
Daniel says, I'll have some what Ducey's having right now, espresso bean. Yeah, not only am I eating espresso beans, I'm drinking coffee. I'm setting up for a 7 o'clock. I'm going to just absolutely crash.
We're agreeing
Hit a
too
wall.
much today. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
I think I'm like, I don't know. I'm a little Irish. I might be like a quarter Irish, maybe like an eighth Irish. Not really sure. There's some in there though, for sure.
I'm like 50%. I think.
Yeah.
Glasheen. Brendan's an Irish name.
You're half an Irish.
Tater Hater says, hello, Brendan. I am new to the stream. What is this Tony Romo impression these guys are talking about? I have never heard of it. Would like to hear all what the fuss is about. Very, very well done. Ryan says, I'm 75% Irish and born on St. Paddy's Day. Nice.
Here we go.
Yes, Jordan, having the corned beef and cabbage later. My brother's making some. He's going to come over.
I wish I could have some corned beef and cabbage. I don't have any.
Does Coughlin eat corned beef and cabbage? Did we establish that today?
I love eating corned beef and cabbage.
Coughlin
probably. I didn't talk to him.
Okay. Nick, much more. Is that true? John Brown to the Raiders? Is that happening?
Yeah, I believe Coughlin brought it up. I think that they did sign him.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Jalen Richard hops out of bounds. 5 minutes to go. Fourth quarter. 3rd and 12. Ooh. Juicy.
Jalen Richard. Yeah.
In or out on Shamrock Shakes from McDonald's?
Shamrock Shakes.
Oh, you haven't had one, have you?
I don't think I've had one. Yeah, no.
Oh! I am in on a Shamrock Shake after this sim. I will be leaving and going to the drive-thru. Sarah, you want to come?
Do they only have them on St. Patrick's Day? And what is it? Just like a vanilla shake with green food dye?
Do you want to go get Shamrock Shakes after this is over? Okay. You buying? Wow, that was easy. All right. French fries. All right. Can you get one for Kenny and send it to him? Okay. Take care. Yeah, mint chocolate, dude. Sorry, I'm talking to you.
Nice.
Producer Madison says, honestly, same. Producer Madison is going to go get one. Great. Ooh, hey, Deucey, smile. Let me see those gums. I just got home from getting a
Oh, my God. No, not that guy again, please.
Well, related to the conversation.
No.
Dan Bejarano says in. Jason, in on Shamrock Shakes. Yeah,
I mean,
Robbie.
I'm sure I would be, and I like McDonald's shakes. I just have not had one.
Wait, try that again. I like them, but I haven't had one.
No, I like McDonald's shakes, but I've never had a Shamrock shake, is what I'm saying.
Ah, got it.
Yeah.
I follow.
I am 51st in the contest. Not too bad, but Darren Waller, you know, Robbie Noble said never again, Darren Waller. Yeah, I'm not loving having Darren Waller in my lineup right now.
It's not great.
Everyone else fine. Ebron, Ruggs, of course. Congo Cab pointing out that Derek Carr got the bonus. Congratulations. Congratulations. If only he could do that more in real life. I honestly don't feel anything when the Jets win in Sims. Like, I don't really care. But I feel like Congo Cab definitely like does a little fist bump. Like, oh man, we got to get this stop here.
That was a big deal last spring when we first started these. There was a rooting interest for sure. I don't blame people, whatever. Chris says, I came for the Madden stream, stayed for the Romo impersonation. Flash is like an obnoxious little brother you can't help but love.
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
My older brother says that to me all the time, so. You guys are like my older brother. The chat is my daddy. Nick says, can you guys explain why the Lions have 3 running backs now and a quarterback and no receivers? Right, Marvin Hall's gone. Galladay's probably out. They have Jared Goff, Amendola, Swift. Who are their running backs? Swift, Peterson, and Kerryon Johnson?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. Lions are kind of screwed, I guess, right?
2-minute warning time. Well, yes. Everyone get off out of your seats. It's the most exciting part of the game, the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, everyone take a deep breath, stretch out. Dickie V, can you give us your take, Dickie V, on the 2-minute warning?
No.
Oh, come on.
No.
Why?
Sorry. I don't like it. I don't like the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, but Dickie V can get upset about something.
No, he doesn't get upset. He cheers everything.
You could hate the 2-minute warning.
Madison saying Kenny doesn't like being pressured into doing things. That is the thing about me is that when someone asks me to do an impression of someone, I can't do it. It has to come along effortlessly. I'll just slip it in. If I'm doing an impression of if I'm like imitating my friends or just like slipping into Dickie V, like it has to be organic. And if someone's like, do it, like it's just hard for me to like, you know.
I guess I understand. Want to shout
Michigan's
out Mike?
Win it all this year.
Who's going to win it all?
Michigan, I said.
Oh. LSU is a tough matchup. I think they're going to get LSU in the second
tough.
round. Yeah.
I think that beating LSU is going to prepare them for what is a deathly region.
That might be the toughest game.
I agree. I love LSU this year. And I think by the time, if they can beat LSU, and I think they will, by the time they get to, like, they'll face Texas or UConn. And I think that they'll be ready for that game. Like, they'll be ready for all the challenges ahead. If they can just get past LSU. It's like one of those, like, I think that really will be their toughest matchup. And then, you know, Final Four, probably facing Gonzaga. We know Gonzaga chokes in the tournament. I think that they have the variety on offense to compete with Gonzaga. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, chat. Elric mentioned this. Also, Nick, who asked the question. Yeah, they signed Jamal Williams, the Lions. Mike Drummer. Shout out, buddy. You're in first place in the free roll.
You know the website RLads, right?
Yes.
They make the depth charts. They apparently have Kenny Golladay on the Giants already.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of inside info. They have Golladay on the Giants. I'd wonder what it means. I really do. I don't know what it means.
Huh. All right, Pittsburgh is still fighting for garbage points. Big Ben connects for a first down with Juju. Chef Duke is with us saying LSU is going to make some noise in the tournament. All right, we got another believer.
I think Chelsea's going to make some noise in the Champions League today.
Yeah, I like Bama a lot too, guys. I think the SEC is going to do a good job in this tourney. And I've got a little bias with the ACC, even the Big East teams.
Daniel wants to know, is Chelsea's playing Atletico Madrid?
Hey, folks, one last ask before this sim wraps up. Can we get on that like button? We're only 21 likes away from 200. Hit the like for our great production team. Producer Madison,
Yes.
Daniel,
Or for the Dickie V impression, you know?
Joe, Dickie V, Deucey V, Dickie Deucey coming to the stream today. If you are so inclined, if you love it, hate it, are indifferent about it, please just hit the like button. It helps us out. Keeps the streams alive. Keeps the energy up in the sim. Please do. We'd greatly appreciate it. Trips to the left for Big Ben. 2 timeouts left for Pittsburgh. They're not going to win the game, but, you know, the contest never ends until the clock hits triple zeros. He is sacked.
I'm not going to lie. I filled my bracket out in about like 5 seconds. And now I need to like go back through and like see who I like. It was just like a first glance bracket.
Yeah.
Like first impressions bracket. And I really haven't had the chance to change up my picks. I do feel like,
right? Like first time making a bracket in almost 800 days.
Yeah, it's been a while. I do think that we're going to see a lot of upsets early. Like I think Ohio. I like Ohio to go to the Sweet 16.
I
like Georgetown to go to the Sweet 16. Like I think that there's a high likelihood that we get a 12-13. I think that in the Midwest we get our 12-13. I think Liberty upsets Cade Cunningham and Oklahoma State. And I think that Oregon State upsets Tennessee. And I think we get a 12-13 there. I almost did a 10-11 Sweet 16 as well, because I think Rutgers goes to the Sweet 16. And I was like, I really want to have Syracuse beat West Virginia, but I just don't. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if Syracuse is that good.
They're playing well as of late, but...
Well, I think they'll get past the first round, but I don't know after that. West Virginia's pretty good.
So not only do we have the first place lineup from the free roll titled 60 minutes, more like 70 now, of Raiders O-line needs, which we did for about 2 of the 70 minutes, maybe less, probably a minute. Mike Drum is in first. We also have Ashley Edwards, also known as Young Glaze, 45, tied for first in the free public showdown, which has 10,403 entries, tied for first. Young Lace, 45.
Like the chips.
Young Lays, 45.
The thing is that would include, like, if I had Syracuse beating West Virginia, I would need to pick Syracuse to go all the way to the Elite Eight, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I think that Rutgers is going to go to the Elite Eight, man. I do. I think that team is just like perfect for March. Like they just play defense. They just grind you out. Like they just torture you, man. Like they play just slow basketball. All right, let's talk about who won the contest and who's our player of the game. Player of the game is going to go to Henry Ruggs. No surprise here. It wasn't the most popular kid on the block, but 145 receiving yards, 2 touchdowns, a ridiculous 70-yard touchdown, 9 catches was a lot of catches. Henry Ruggs, player of the game.
All right. How about the Not My Kid Award?
not my kid today is probably going to have to be Darren Waller. Pretty bad game. He had no catches, so I think it's pretty obvious. Darren Waller just didn't even decide to show up to this one.
All right, we're only 9 likes away from 200. Chef Duke likes the Rutgers pick.
Texas Tech to the Final Four as well.
They were, 2 years ago? They were in the final, right?
Yeah.
Against Virginia? Yeah.
No one's talking about Mac McClung. No one's talking about him.
A lot of good teams in the dance.
Yeah.
Very. Look. I use the ACC as an example. Like 8 or 9 teams in the ACC are in the tournament. Like, and no Duke, no Kentucky, no Kentucky from the SEC, but just
Texas Tech should have an easy route, I think.
Yeah.
I like Ohio State a lot, but I think that they have already peaked.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Baylor, Texas Tech, they lost to Baylor twice, but like this is a team they know. I think that they're going to come in hot, and I think they could pull the upset. I also just picked it because I don't want to pick all 1 seeds going to the Final Four, and I really have a tough time seeing Gonzaga, Michigan, and Illinois not making it, especially considering I think Michigan's going to win it all. Like that's everyone's obvious 1 seed that's not going to go. Everyone's like, oh, Michigan, yeah. But all right, let's stop talking about basketball. All right, so Joe is gone, so the lineups are updated. Young, Lace, 45, and Terry tied for first in the Free Public Showdown. Ruggs captained. Carr, Juju, Ebron, Samuels, and the Raiders D in the flex. Mike Drumma, nice work as well. So Ashley Edwards and Mike Drumma, first place winners. I finished in 96th. Oh, 59. Beat you.
There you go. All right, I am back at 6 p.m. Start of the late slate. Snow Sim with Jeff Ulrich. Ducey, done for the day. Check out his stuff on DK Nation. Maybe, we'll get the Dickie V Ducey more as the tournament unfolds starting tomorrow. Yeah. Also, folks, a lot going on in NFL free agency. A lot about the Patriots. So I'm sure this will be a lot of Patriots discussion, but please, we want you to be there. All teams will be talked about. Former NFL lineman Ross Tucker and DraftKings contributor Steve Buchanan. Yes, that bozo and that dope, Steve Buchanan. Today, right after the 4 p.m. Madden Sim, they'll have a live discussion on free agency. The guys are going to talk about the best and the worst signings, give live updates, answer your questions in the chat. Stick around right here on the DK Dream stream after the 4 p.m. sim of Minnesota and Washington. Join in on the conversation. So after the 4 o'clock sim, Steve, Ross Tucker, right here, taking questions, thoughts, just like we do during the sim. But you get all of the time devoted to questions and thoughts, takes on NFL free agency. All right, that's going to do it. Ducey, good stuff. Have a good rest of the day.
Pleasure as always. Good to be with you.
All right. Producer Madison, Daniel, Joe from Game Ops. Guys, see you later on at 6. Ducey you're back tomorrow? Yes?
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Just going to take your word for it. I don't have the schedule up. Okay, everybody. See you at 6. And have a great day here on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Madison, you got to mute yourself. You got to mute yourself, producer Madison. People do not want to hear that angelic voice of yours. All right, here we go. 3, 2. Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of our long sin? Happy!
That was impressive.
Happy New Year, everybody! Happy League New Year!
Hey!
Oh yeah, let's get weird.
Let's go! Let's go!
Also, way to wear the green. I can't find my green shirt. I don't look good in green, so I don't have a lot of it, but you look great in green.
You got lots of green going on. It's all good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, duh. Nice matching hats. ZT, Emerson Latia, producer Madison, Daniel on the ones and twos, our dude Joe from the ops team hanging out with us. We got the Vikings and the Washington football team in the wind. I cannot wait for what is set up to be an absolute failure of a sim, but at least we're all here together.
We will enjoy
with each other.
We will watch it together. We might enjoy pieces of it. We've got a couple good running backs here. I mean, you got to build around the running backs. They're the best players on the team anyway. And with the wind, yeah. I mean, I think the running backs are definitely where you want to start your lineup. Dalvin Cook has just been outstanding in these sims. I don't think you have to go anywhere for your captain spot but him. These two teams did just play earlier this week. There was no wind involved. Dalvin Cook still had all the scores for the Vikings. They lost 17-14, but he ended up with 29.3 fantasy points. He's a great play. He's my captain. And then I did put McKissick in my flex spot as well, just because he's so involved in the Washington offense.
Well, before I get to my lineup and before I forget the important announcement that producer Madison would like me to announce, and before Daniel on the ones and twos hits the start button, I need to announce real quick. Coming up after this sim, it's actually a really, really cool show. So Bukes, Steve Buchanan, you guys know him. Remember, I'm one of the OGs here on the Dream Stream. Actually was on a sim last night for the first time in a bajillion years. So he and former NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker, those two are going to hang out. It's their NFL free agency special. So it's following this sim leading up to the kickoff of the 6 o'clock sim. What they're going to do, they're going to discuss all the moves that have been made here as the new league year is officially begun. It just kicked off at 4 o'clock. Happy New Year. Happy New Year again. So 4 o'clock, right after this, so around 5:15, we'll see how long this game goes. NFL free agency. They'll talk the best signings, the worst signings. They're going to give some live updates as news comes across. They're going to answer all of your questions in the chat as well. So bring the questions, bring the heat. Those two hanging out, big personalities, big dudes, great dudes. I love those dudes together, and they're coming up after this. Steve Buchanan and Ross Tucker. I'm excited. Be part of the conversation. I may even hang out too.
Should do it. Lots of good
if
stuff,
I hang out,
plenty of stuff to talk about, for sure.
And the Rams and the Browns will be in the snow with Glash and Jeff at 6 o'clock, but that's not important. You guys watching that show with Steve and Ross is much more important. Good to see everyone on Twitch. Good to see everyone on YouTube. So this is what I decided to do. Where is it? What the hell did I do with my lineup? Now that it's locked, go ahead. I got to discover mine.
Captain, McKissick, Sprinkle, Sims, Vikings defense, and Dustin Hopkins.
What, you went with a kicker in a wind game?
I did, just to be weird.
Well, okay. I like that then. If you're just to be weird. It's completely normal and natural really than being weird. So I got no beef with that, buddy. You're talking to the weirdest dude on the planet. JD McKissick in my captain spot. You're right. Okay. You had to build the running backs in this one, dude. Dalvin Cook. I said, holy hell, there all of a sudden is $27,000 of my 50 grand.
There goes everything. Yep.
Then I said, okay, tight ends. I love them. They're delicious. Sprinkle and Rudolph. Then Inman, and then I said Vikings defense. Maybe they'll get me like 3 or 4 touchdowns or something, a safety, a sack, Vikings an interception.
Well. We're on the same page there. And Sprinkle. So basically our lineup's very similar. I just have Sims and the kicker because I have Cook in my captain spot, so I had even less salary. Dude. We
are 1 like away from 200. I typically don't tell you guys to hammer the like button like early on. Just that's a milestone. It's really big. It's St. Patrick's Day. It's a new year.
It is.
Someone be the special individual and hit that up. So we can talk to free agency. I'm sure some news will come across. Some of these deals will be final. So, we'll talk about the sim, whatever you guys want to talk about in life, free agency, you have questions.
All these things.
Pick the brain of ZT. Smart dude, knows a lot of stuff. I'll just steal your question and ask it for you, and then ZT will sound smart.
Here we go.
I will say this. Your team, the Patriots.
My team. Oh, yeah.
Holy hell, bro. What is going on? We've never seen this before.
Here's my theory on this. You ready? Bill Belichick's offseason usually starts late. He's usually got playoff games. He's usually got a Super Bowl. A lot of times, Super Bowl, at least the AFC Championship game. He's been sitting at home for extra weeks getting ready for the offseason, and he's talked himself into all these players and went out and got all of them because he figured out, hey, we'll just fit them all in. I don't understand all the cap stuff, but they apparently do. They're just going to squish everybody in, make it work. And now we just have to figure out who the quarterback is. But,
True. Very, very true. About the cap space, a lot of the reporters who cover them here in New England, where we live, as that's an incomplete pass by Dwayne Haskins on first down.
Yeah, I'm ready to see a lot of that with the wind.
Yeah, it seems like, though, from what I've seen from reporters who know a lot of this stuff about the cap and have been crunching numbers, that they've still got a boatload of space left, or a good chunk of space.
Somehow.
A lot of it's kind of on the back end.
Yeah, they're backloading the contract.
Yeah.
So they're smaller this year while the cap has gone down, and then higher next year when they anticipate the cap will go back up. I'm not sure if the Patriots have figured that out, why everyone else hasn't been doing that same thing. Like, if it's an easy workaround, then why isn't everybody just doing it? But for whatever the case is, they're definitely not afraid to go out and spend money this offseason, and they've been adding a ton of free agents. The two tight ends, I think, are both great pickups. I think either one would have made me happy as a Patriots fan. The fact that we've got both. Oh, boy.
No way. No way. Yes way. Yes. Give it to me, baby, all day long. Steven Sims Jr.
On my roster, in the end zone. That's the way we start this sim.
Dude, this is the greatest sim I have ever called. This is amazing. On Wild Weather Wednesday, I said, do I really want to come back to this hellhole? I don't know if I do. And I am being rewarded for my bravery.
Oh, yes. It is exceeding expectations already. Like, if that had happened and that was it, that's all we got for the first half, it would be exceeding expectations. But we get it in the first 45 seconds. 45 seconds in, we're 70 yards down the field for the score. Sims to the house, and Washington jumps out to a 7-0 lead. Did mention in the pregame, these two teams did just play, and it was Washington who came out with the win, 17-14. Sims in that game had 2 catches for 30 yards. He's already more than doubled that in just 45 seconds.
Good God, man. Almost 10,500 entries in the free showdown. And the board, usernames, scores being shuffled around as we speak, as Joe from the ops team adding everything up. But the win games I've called in the past,
yes,
I definitely see more of an impact, I think. We always kind of bring that up, and I just like to remind folks who are new to the DK Sim fam, we do this thing, Wild Weather Wednesday, triple dub, snow, rain, wind, and wind definitely impacts the passing, although you wouldn't guess that, seeing Dwayne Haskins throw it up there to Sims Jr. And you can always check out what we have on tap, so you're not building your lineups blindly and you show up and the field is just covered in snow, or it's in one of those Jumanji-like monsoons that impacts everything.
Yep.
Check it out, right, on the playbook?
Yeah, playbook.draftkings.com. You can search Madden Stream info page on Google. Top hit there will take you to DK Nation, which is where we have all the information that you need for upcoming sims for the next week, as well as exactly what the weather is going to be for these sims. I also do a write-up each day on playbook.draftkings.com for the classic slate, the featured classic slate, which is the late slate, starting with the next game 6, 8, and 10. So I'll talk about exactly how the weather is going to impact those 3 matchups tonight. This one, with wind usually means that the passes travel shorter distances in the air. But like you said, couldn't really tell on that last play as Haskins throwing it up. Maybe it was inaccurate, but it didn't matter. Sims just went and got it.
Dude, mossed him, man. Mossed him. Even Daniel
really
on the 1s and 2s was like, dude, did he just get mossed? Oh, yeah.
Pretty much. So it does definitely affect those longer passes. I usually like to rely on, like we talked about in the open, again, tight ends and running backs, maybe some slot guys as well. Dalvin Cook, such a beast in these sims. Is Dalvin Cook your top number 1 overall running back in these sims? Because I think he would be mine.
Yeah, in the sims for sure. You know who's
that's what I mean.
More
I'm talking about in the sims. 62 touchdowns and 54 sims for him.
Wasn't he our was he like our sim offensive player of the year or something when we did that show?
He was the AFC MVP.
Okay. All right, that's close enough.
Madden holiday season. So yeah, you're close. Same thing, basically.
Prince of Darkness, Germ, Smash Lana. What's up, Chinchillas? First time playing Fortnite. Reed Tees, did you know? CJ, good to see all you guys and gals over on Twitch, part of our Twitch fam, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Producer Madison dropping in some comments here. Reed Tees, did you know? Wait, a guy named Sims is playing in these Sims. I should have made that connection, to which producer Madison says, and how long have you been here, Reed T? You've been here since the beginning. You know better.
Reed T, did you know that there is not 1 receiver on Washington, but there are 2 receivers on Washington that had the last name Sims?
Okay, well, now you're just going to confuse me. Huh.
Well, there's 2 of them.
Wow.
And the one that you just saw catch that touchdown is actually not the one who gets more involved in real life. Cam Sims is the guy who has become a go-to option for Washington. And I know we can talk about Washington's offseason here as we get around to it. Still got plenty of time. But Cam Sims has been more involved. Steven Sims is the wide receiver, too, that hauled in that 70-yard touchdown bomb to get this one started. That's Dalvin Cook catching passes, just doing what he does out here all the time. My boy Dustin Hopkins officially re-signing with Washington. Officially just announced on their Twitter feed less than 10 seconds ago.
I love how all of a sudden he's your boy because you put him in your Madden lineup.
One time. Yeah, exactly. No, I just that's how much money I had left, basically. Andy Dalton deal now official to Chicago. I would bet that will be a topic of discussion between Bukes and Ross Tucker on the show.
Oh my God! Well, yeah, for sure. Because the bigger story there, and hold on, let me just watch as Dalvin Cook gets stopped at the 4. I don't think he picked it up. No, so 3rd and 1 coming up.
Yep.
3.5 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Everybody, thanks for being here. You mentioned Chicago. Yes. The report that Dan Patrick had today, how about that? Chicago offering 3 first-round picks, a 3rd, and 2 starters for Russell Wilson, and Seattle declined it. Yeah. There we go. Is he in? They're going to give it to him? No.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. First down to the 1. Big hit, but Tajay Sharp holds on. 2nd catch of the day. My guess is we get 3 runs from Dalvin Cook. So if you've got Cook, that's a good thing that he's marked down at the 1. Yeah, I mean, a huge offer for sure. Obviously, and I mean, we had talked about this on these Sims over and over again. I don't know if I've talked about it with you, but I never saw Russell Wilson getting traded. He never demanded a trade. He just said those were the teams that he would go to. Dalvin Cook goes to the end zone to tie this one up early. That is his 63rd touchdown. Let me say that again. 63 touchdowns for that man right there in 54 Sims and 1 quarter. So just a massive producer for
dude, you can almost say he's cooking up some points.
You could definitely say that.
My God.
Forget let Russ cook. Let Cook.
Yep. So, dude.
Let Dalvin cook.
So, this is Yeah, I found that like super interesting. So I was like, wait a minute, and I had to think about it.
Why did you find that so interesting?
Because I was like, if this is true, I'm thinking this has to be a terrible management like decision, like
For
one
the
of the worst. No, for like
Seattle.
For Seattle for turning it down. Because like some people say, okay, why would the Seahawks want to just be the Bears? Because that's basically what would end up. They would change places. The Seahawks would become the Bears would become the Seahawks. But to me, like if management can't make something out of like 3 first-round picks, a third, 2 starters, then you have bigger problems than who lines up like under center. I don't. That's it. That's the report.
Kind of be important. A couple other things breaking here. Something that I know you will care about. Alex Square just said Eduardo Rodriguez is going to be the opening day starter for the Red Sox. Not a surprise there.
No, but that's awesome. What an incredible comeback by him.
Isn't that cool?
Had myocarditis after, resulting because of his battle with COVID. Missed all of last year. Was bedridden at one point, according to reports. And this is a great comeback story by him. And the Red Sox need him, especially early on without Chris Sale.
For sure. And it's awesome that he gets to start on opening day. Very cool story there. And hopefully he can perform well. Another piece of breaking news, a lot of stuff that we already knew was going to happen, just becoming official. But one that I had not seen and one that actually just broke a few minutes ago, so that's why I hadn't seen it. The Colts are bringing back Marlon Mack, who, we talk about in these sims whenever the Colts play. So he'll be back for another year there in Indianapolis.
Okay. Anything else you see? I'll let you just kind of do that if you want to keep an eye on all that jazz.
Yeah.
Let me know, man. You're doing a great job.
The Rodney Hudson trade, did you see that one before you came on? Rodney Hudson, pro center from Las Vegas, headed to Arizona. Arizona continues to have a very, very busy offseason, putting together quite a team there. How about that NFC West, man? That is going to be quite the division to watch. We'll see. I think the biggest question mark at this point is San Francisco. If they make a move to get a quarterback, those rumors still flying around.
Okay.
If they make the move to get the quarterback, then they're right in the conversation. But if not, it's the Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals. All of those teams looking like legitimate playoff contenders.
For sure. As we have Sprinkle on the board. We're inside a minute to play here. 7-7, guys. We're in the wind in the nation's capital. Yeah, let me just look at some of these moves. We're just talking NFC West.
Yeah.
So you had AJ Green today, right?
AJ Green, yep.
1 year deal. Hopefully he can stay healthy. They already had the JJ Watt signing.
Yep.
$31 million there.
Before today because he was released. If you're released, you can sign right away. The other free agents had to officially wait till today. That's why that was a little different.
We all know with Stafford being traded to the Rams, so they have a quarterback now. We'll see what the hell happens with the 49ers. So, Jimmy
That's
G.
That's the one
is
remaining question, right?
It is.
At least in the NFC West. Are the 49ers bringing Jimmy G back and rolling with that? We've heard that they're in on Deshaun Watson. If they have the draft picks and the players to go get him remains to be seen. But definitely interesting there. And they should be healthy anyway. The last year they were so wiped out by injury and by COVID concerns, and just it was a rough year for San Francisco. This in theory should be a bounce back year for them. Even if they do not make a move for Watson, they still will get a lot of people back. And I saw that Marquise Goodwin actually goes back to them. The weird trade that a weird clause in the trade that they made with the Eagles, Marquise Goodwin goes back to San Francisco.
Really?
Because that was in the original trade.
Wait, did he didn't play, right?
Right, he opted out.
Okay.
But he goes back.
Huh.
Let me pull up that so I can give you all the details on that. But
yeah, that just sounds super bizarre. Care Bear says, "Oh damn, I forgot it was Wild Weather Wednesday." Every hump day, sister.
It's true.
That's it. Sims, by the way, 2 catches, 75 yards, and a touchdown. So has the only touchdown of the day for Washington. Cooks has the only touchdown of the day through 1 quarter. Dalvin Cook for Minnesota. Sharp, 2 catches, 13 yards. McLaurin, Scary Terry there, 2 for 15. Sprinkle has that 1 for 20, and Cook's got 1 grab for 15 yards. Ooh, look at that. I see Bad Boys a pop, tied for first in the Fitzmagic Invitational, the LOTZIA contest, the free roll. Let's go, dude. Much love.
Nice.
What do you got? You got those details? You got the details in that trade yet?
Just that Goodwin reverted to the 49ers because of the terms of last year's trade and the receiver opting out of the 2020 season due to concerns surrounding COVID. San Francisco and Philadelphia initially swapped 6th-round picks in last year's draft as part of the trade. And now Goodwin just goes back to the 49ers. Although he is not expected to remain on the roster, the team can release him without penalty, but has to give a 7th-round pick in this year's draft to the Eagles. So Goodwin probably going to be a free agent, and we'll see if he wants to play or not. He's another name that we're very familiar with in these sims because he does do very good work for the virtual Eagles out of the slot.
Hold on, there's our defense, bro. There's our defense. There's our defense. There's our defense. Our defense. Our defense. Yes. Yes. Dude, your lineup has to be killing it. Your lineup has to be killing it. Has to be.
Let me research that.
Well, we gotta see, right? We gotta see what happens.
We gotta see. Yeah, they could overturn this, but hopefully they don't.
The Vikings defense in the free showdown, so not the important free showdown, which is the Fitzmagic Invitational, but the other one, 14% owned, 1% in the captain's spot, and then in the free early classic, which will wrap up after this sim, was 11% owned.
So we will see if this stands or not. If it stands, I think it's going to be overturned.
Yeah, me too.
Come off the board. That's unfortunate. I had jumped up to 4th in our free roll, but I think I'm coming back down. Yep.
I am just.
Sure enough.
I don't know if this is for me anymore. What is going on?
We were so excited.
What a buzzkill, dude. This is it. This is exactly what I try to stay away from.
In our hearts.
Nope. Wild Weather Wednesday. I knew it. I said, no, it's gonna break my heart.
It's okay, man.
I said, don't go breaking my heart. And you know what? It absolutely just smashed my heart. Took a massive bite out of it. Oh, dude. Anyway, I'd like to take a quick.
By the way, in the last 12 seconds, the 49ers have released Marquise Goodwin. So
okay,
broke that news before it broke.
My man. Foghorn Leghorn of Blue Jays. What's up, dude? Says it's his birthday today. Says
happy birthday,
time. Dude. Okay. So if you could have a birthday on any holiday out there, this would be like a top. This would be like a top 2 for me. It has to be St. Patrick's Day. It's tough with Thanksgiving. Like if Thanksgiving it was on the same day every year, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's tough because it shifts. But I don't mind if it's around Thanksgiving and you get it every 5-6 years or whatever it is. Cool. That would be cool. Because that's a great holiday just to chill with family and do absolutely nothing except stuff your face and watch football.
There you go.
Oh, Memorial Day weekend usually is when producer Madison's friend has his birthday.
Nice.
That's a good one. That's typically our wedding weekend as well. We got married on Memorial Day weekend.
Really? Well, ours as well. May 29th.
Jordan Lindenbaum, what the hell was someone just screaming? Yeah, we both were screaming. Dude, this is your boy. 40 yards in the wind? Yeah, he gets it. He gets it.
My boy Dustin Hopkins, who became my boy all of 25 minutes ago when I made my lineup, 30 minutes ago. We'll take it.
Producer Madison says her birthday is usually around Father's Day. Mine falls on Mother's Day every handful of years. To which I'm like, hey, Mom, let's celebrate together. And she's like, leave me the F alone. It's okay. Not a problem. Mr. Hawk, where have you been? Thank you for swooping down and flying back into my life. I have missed you. Brian C. Hey, Ducey. I don't know what that name means, but hey, Ducey is here. Daquan Williams. Ernest, Midwest. Bonzo. I got to give Bonzo some credit here because all of a sudden, boom, my message inbox starts lighting up on Twitter. I said, what's going on here? Just my fans are all over the place demanding so much. And it was my good friend Bonzo, and he says, hey, coward, why don't you make a contest? It was almost 1 o'clock, and I said, you know what? You're right. I usually do it first thing in the morning. And so thank you, Bonzo, for reminding me to do that.
There you go. Get out of it.
But yeah, all the usual suspects are here today, ZT. Robbie Noble, Broby.
Cool.
Justin C. Good to see everybody. Brother Phil. Hello. Hello, mate. Hello, Starfighter.
Good to see everybody here. Spending a little bit of your St. Patrick's Day in the Dream Stream. Wild Weather Wednesday.
Man, it was just the last thing, and we're not gonna hammer on it more than we did already, but it was just the last thing I ever expected was to see the Patriots drop that kind of cash. What other moves stood out to you, or have stood out to you up to this point? Anything else? I mean, how about first off, how about this game? Fitzmagic.
Yeah, I do like that's a good place to start. I like
it's
Fitzmagic.
a great place.
I do. I thought, and I said on these streams that I thought he was going to end up with the Patriots. But very good spot for him there in Washington. I think it's a nice fit. I think they draft a quarterback and develop him behind him. I think he will help Washington be the favorite in the NFC East. I think they probably already were anyway, as long as they got even decent quarterback play, just because their defense did come so far and look so strong last year. I'm a big fan of what they've done so far this offseason. If they can get a few more pieces around Fitzmagic, could definitely be a playoff team this coming year once again. I don't know how. I don't see them as a true contender, but as far as Super Bowl contender, quite yet. But I do think they will be a playoff team. What do you think?
Let me see what moves they made. It's basically the same team, isn't it?
It's pretty much the exact same.
Do we expect that division to be just as hot garbage as it was last year?
Yes, I do.
Now, if Prescott stays healthy, right? That's a whole different Cowboys team.
They were pretty bad before he got hurt. Like they were losing.
I know. I guess you're right. What I think of when I think of early in the season with Dak Prescott is him throwing for just an ass ton of yards. But then you're going back and looking at it, in some of those games, he was throwing for like 200 yards in like the fourth quarter alone because they were trailing.
Because they were behind, right?
Yeah,
Except for
that's what I'm saying.
Falcons
I have to remind myself that.
Right. The Falcons, if the Falcons recover a onside kick, remember that that's actually something you have to do. Like you have to recover the onside kick. As long as if they do that, the Cowboys would have been, I think, with just one win with Dak. So. Yeah, I think Dallas has bigger issues, honestly. I think Dak coming back makes their offense better, but they've got to get better on the defensive side of things.
Oh, they were terrible.
Yeah, I think the Giants may actually be a more significant threat than Dallas to Washington. By the way, our free roll right now, quick, take a screenshot.
Hold on, what do you got? Hold on.
Okay.
Oh my God, take a screenshot, bro. Hold on, I gotta take a picture real quick. This is amazing.
It's not gonna last.
There you are. Oh my God,
50.75.
Out of 130. Meanwhile, don't forget about us peasants down below, buddy. I'm in a buck 14 right now, and I don't know how this is
not gonna work. This is not gonna go well.
Come on, Dan Bailey from 50. Oh wow! There was
the wind must be at his back. The wind must be at his back or something.
The first 50-yard, 49 or 50, because that's a big difference there. That's either 4 points or 5 points. So I don't know. That was like right on edge.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to look at halftime and see what he was credited with in the official stats. Pro Magnon has caught me now, so not in first place alone anymore. But I got the screenshot, so we good.
So that's been like the only acquisition that team Washington's made on offense too, up to this point.
Yeah, they've definitely been rumored to be in on a lot of the big name free agents. I see somebody dropping Kenny Golladay as a possible addition for them. Yeah, I mean, if they get somebody like that to go with Scary Terry, then that's a high-powered offense at that point. And I think either drafting a running back high or adding a running back. McKissick is nice. Gibson is good. But I think if you could add a workhorse running back there, that would also be a big boost to their hopes in the playoffs. Again, I think they're a playoff team as currently constituted. It's just whether they can succeed in the playoffs, whether they've got 1 win or 2 wins in the playoffs and go on a nice run.
Yeah, and so he will, offer them some stability.
For sure.
And you know what, too? They don't have to just hand him the starting job. Like,
right,
they can rectify. They can
with Kyle
Heineke. Yeah, and Heineke. Let's not forget Heineke, who was there as well, Taylor Heineke. And so they can easily rectify that mistake they made last offseason with Dwayne Haskins and kind of hold a true camp competition between those three.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like Fitzpatrick gives you that opportunity.
Oh, for sure.
And at least is a like a baseline, right, for an unstable quarterback room. But trade up in the draft, get a young quarterback for Fitzpatrick, the mentor. He's done a good job of that. I think he did a good job with Tua.
Yeah,
he really was. He really was
like, what again?
Yeah, again. But I think at this point, like, he understands like what his role is. There's a reason he's played on like all 32 teams.
Yep.
It's been crazy.
Completed the full set.
And he took the high road last year in Miami too. Like, remember were they 3-3, 4-4? I don't know. They were like around 500.
They were much better than that.
Were they?
He got benched the first time, yeah.
Because I knew they were. I think they were on some kind of win streak. It was a huge question mark, like why they were making the decision to bring in Tua. Tua consistently. The only thing he was consistent at was being inconsistent. Yes, they did.
Right.
But he came in and saved the day a couple times from Tua.
You did.
And I think maybe this full offseason we'll really be able to see what Tua can do as Dwayne Haskins is sacked here.
Yeah, you were correct. They were 3-3. They had won 3 out of 4 when they made the move. So they had just beat the Jets, the 49ers, and your Jaguars before they made the move to go to Tua. Your Jaguars, they're busy this offseason.
Are they? Like,
well, sort of.
I don't know if like they did enough sexy moves. I mean, I am looking at the amount of moves that they made here on NFL.com right now. Yep. And like Carlos Hyde's back. Of course, he's back with his college coach there with Urban Meyer.
Not a surprise.
Marvin Jones. Okay. Like, I just know him because he's really awesome in Madden, in these Sims.
He's a solid pickup. I like him as a veteran receiver to kind of mentor some of the receivers. And then I thought they added another receiver, didn't they?
There's Dorsett, who's going to sign at the Jaguars. There's Jamal Agnew as well, who's a 3-year deal worth up to $21 million. So he could be good in the return game for him. And I liked them placing the franchise tag on Cam Robinson because you're going to have Trevor Lawrence. It's almost a lock that he's going to be number 1 overall pick. Right. And you're going to have that guy. You got to have someone blocking his backside, his blind side. Yep, but then a bunch of defensive moves. Shaq Griffin, corner from Seattle, so he's a UCF guy, so it's good to have him back in the state of Florida.
That's kind of cool. Always cool when that happens.
Mm-hmm. For sure. You
always point out. I feel like I know all the UCF players in the NFL. Of course. Thanks to you. Like
that's what I do, man.
They come on. I'm like, oh yeah, he went to UCF. Wait, how do I know that? Oh yeah, Emerson.
Yeah, I do Sims with this loudmouth announcer, Emerson. As we have a sack here by the Washington defense, 2nd and 23 coming up. Kirk Cousins.
Peloton crushing guy.
Mm-hmm. You know it, kiddo. Ernest says Marvin Jones Jr. to the Jags is a steal, in my opinion. Okay. Put in there with DJ Chark and Chenault. Yeah.
Yep. I think I know there was some rumors early on this offseason they were going to trade Chark, and I was I did not think they should do that. I thought they should hold on
God.
to Chark. I think he is good.
They screwed up with Allen Robinson in the past, so didn't want them to do anything else again with a
Allen
good
Robinson,
young talent.
It was maybe going to be a free agent, but then the Bears slapped the franchise tag on him because Andy Dalton's got to throw the ball to him.
Hey, Ducey, Smile says Jags will contend. I'm confident they will, but I'm a little biased.
We will see it. I mean, it all depends on how ready and how quickly the quarterback play is improving. They've got a decent group around him, but is he Justin Herbert? Because even though Justin Herbert was good, the Chargers weren't a playoff team.
No, but I know we've mentioned it before. I put more on that for like coaching, bro. Like they were in the position to be like a much better football team. There's some interesting decisions down the road.
I think one of the most interesting moves, just because of what it means for the rest of the offseason that's happened so far, was the Tyrod Taylor signing.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes. Good point. Go ahead.
Because they're planning, they have contingency plans in place. So it just makes it look even more likely that they'll end up moving Deshaun Watson, who's, I think, going to be the biggest name to change teams this offseason will be him. And I still would guess that he ends up with the Jets just because they had the most to offer with that number 2 overall pick for Deshaun Watson. But we'll see how things play out. It just does definitely keep that storyline moving forward that they added Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean the Texans have like changed their mind about trading them, but
they haven't said that they're not. Like
it's a contingency
plan.
It
as often lately. They've kind of backed off.
You've because you know how many teams right now are leaving messages in the voicemail box of Nick Caserio. Like you see those reports, like he's not even answering he's not even answering the phone of like trade offers right now. Of course, that could change. That report was like a week ago, but this could be the first step to figuring out what life will be like if they decide to move that franchise quarterback, because he has said, Watson, 25-year-old, all-pro, disgruntled, that he's never going to play for that franchise again. Okay.
Yeah, he's made it
guys,
pretty clear.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
He's made it pretty clear that he wants out. So, and he seems very dug in there. I don't see how you can bring him back. And with where the team was, okay, get the best draft pick package that you can, which to me includes the number 2 overall pick this year. Get yourself a young quarterback and rebuild again. It's not ideal to have to trade a franchise quarterback, but get a haul for him and go build your team, because you're already – it's not like they were really good last year. They're breaking up a really good team. They were pretty bad last year. 4 wins, even with a great year from Deshaun Watson. So,
dude, he's had the most passing yards in the league.
Move him out for multiple players in return, multiple nice pieces that you can build around a new young quarterback. Is it the situation you want to be in? No, but it does move your rebuild forward faster if you take those picks and use them well. And I think Caserio, at least, I mean, in his own mind, he's going to be able to do a lot with those picks. We'll see. We'll see if he can really do that or not. Obviously in a new position there, but I actually think it's a decent spot for Tyrod to walk into. Unfortunate for him the way last season played out. The medical mishap in LA, really, really unfortunate, but just goes to show too, like you've heard it in like every report, every story about him, what a good dude he is. And decided not to take any kind of like, legal moves, make any kind of legal moves and go after the team, which he totally could have, but was like, okay, I'm just going to sit this one out. No, my time here is done and I'm going to skedaddle. Yep. And he's, like I said, I think he's found a pretty good landing space there. So,
by the way, someone was asking you, do you think that basically all of these moves, or the lack of moves rather, it was first time playing Fortnite. Here it is. Do the Dolphins' lack of moves so far perhaps indicate that they are all in on trading for Deshaun? Did I see a report though that
I don't think so. I think there's
isn't it Denver and someone else? but it's Denver and someone else who the latest reports that Deshaun is interested in.
Yeah, it was Denver and was it San Francisco?
Yes.
I believe it was San Francisco, which I mean makes sense. Those are the two teams that have the best weapons around whoever they have at quarterback.
Yeah.
Makes sense that's where Deshaun would want to go.
So that's I think it was Michael Lombardi who said that. Yeah, on the Rich Eisen show. Okay. I thought I heard Carolina in there at one point because I think he's from that area.
Yep. Carolina, I know, has been all in on that as well. They don't have quite as high a pick. But we'll see. I mean, maybe they give up. The trick with that, if you're giving up future first-round picks, is that any team that acquires Deshaun Watson is probably going to be pretty good. So if they're going to be pretty good, then that pick is going to be pretty bad. So, if I trade you my first-round pick next year and I'm the 49ers, that could be a 25th pick. That could be a 30th pick if you make a nice run. So the future picks, I think, are worth less because you're getting such a good short-term asset. I think the pick that you want, if you're the Texans, you want that number 2 overall pick. This year, you get your quarterback, whether that's Zach Wilson or if Justin Fields, whichever one of the not Trevor Lawrence quarterbacks that you want, you get him, you build around.
Yeah, it's a good point. People keep mentioning the Patriots with Watson, and I know the Patriots still technically have cap space with all those, backloaded contracts that they've been dishing out over the past 72 hours. But with the Patriots, not being on the list, and then I'm thinking like Deshaun, all the people he despises reportedly in that organization with Houston all started or came from New England. Like, you think he wants to come here to the organization that birthed all of these people, like O'Brien and then a few others, in the front office? No way, unless Bill is like, hey dude, we didn't like him either. That's why they're all not here anymore. But because seriously, New England right now is the easiest sell that it has been since Tom Brady was here. I know it's only been a year, but if they want a quarterback, look at the offense now. I mean, the defense is going to be a whole lot better. You could sell that. And then
the defense
and
should
to
be
me,
a whole
Cam's
lot better between getting the guys back from the opted out last year. There's a number of key opt-outs coming back. Plus, they added Judon and some other nice pieces there. So I think their defense is going to be very, very. See what the Vikings can do here. Going to get a first down to your boy Rudolph the Red Zone Reindeer.
No, that's 83.
Oh, that's
it's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
The other tight end.
Wait. So am I seeing that Conklin is the tight end 3 according to this depth chart?
Yeah.
That's like you and me Madden 2020 edition where we would have tight end 1, 2, and 3. It's like the bingo boxes.
Cook
into the end zone. Too many cooks.
Into the end zone for the second time. In his last 2 sims against Washington, he has now scored 4 rushing touchdowns because that's how Dalvin cooks, man. He is just money. Look at that. Dalvin Cook, multiple touchdowns once again. He has scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rushing touchdowns in his past 6 sims. Just a beast. And he puts his team back up.
Yeah, Alex Fox says Taylor deserves a starting job, in his opinion.
I mean, the narrative storyline side of me, I feel bad for the guy, right? Because he finally gets his chance to kind of start. He'd been a starter in Buffalo, was decent, but they decided to move on. Went to, at that point, it might have even still been San Diego or the first year there in LA, but sat behind Phillip Rivers, didn't play that much. Then gets his job, gonna start, outplays Herbert by all reports in training camp, and then is trying to play through a rib injury, right? Playing through bruised ribs, and instead gets a punctured lung due to the medical procedure as he was getting his cortisone. So yeah, the storyline that's why he lost his job. I mean, that sucks. Did you see the rap sheet report coming out in the last few minutes here?
No, dude, I'm not really
All
on
right,
Twitter right now because I'm focused on the DK Sim fam. Just hit me
I
with
am
it.
as
What do we
well.
got? I'm just
Because
kidding.
I am
Go ahead.
bringing the DK Sim fam, and
I need it.
my I'll be honest, my best friend that is a Jaguars fan. That would be you. Here you go.
Hold on. Oh my God, dude, stop. Wait, what?
The Jaguars
No,
have
all right.
received a few calls from teams inquiring about quarterback Gardner Minshew.
Of
including
course.
possibly the Chicago Bears.
Oh. No. Oh my God.
You don't want that though, right? Don't you want your boy to? I mean, is he the backup?
No. I want him to go and spread his wings and be
prosper
successful
elsewhere.
I want him, dude. I want him to be with a team and a coach and an organization that believes in him and wants to use him and wants to take advantage of having that unbelievably second best quarterback to ever live on the planet playing for them, because Trevor Lawrence is number one and then Gardner Minshew is number two. Two of the best quarterbacks. Seriously. You cannot argue that, people. It's a fact. That's why Trevor Lawrence is already a Hall of Famer.
It's just very kind of you to be willing to share and not hoard the two best quarterbacks on your own roster.
Uh-huh.
We appreciate that. I've always appreciated that about you, Emerson. Thank you very much.
I wish him nothing but the best, but, you know, it's an interesting situation because he is a serviceable quarterback, bro. And
Totally.
You know what? Like, a bunch of teams out there he's been rumored to, you know, be potentially heading to.
I mean, maybe this is a too leading of a question here. I might be asking the wrong person, but Gardner Minshew or Andy Dalton?
Gardner Minshew, 100%.
Not even
Are
close,
you kidding
right?
me?
Gardner Minshew or Nick Foles?
Gardner Minshew.
Like, Chicago upgrade right there. I mean, how many teams do you think we could do that for?
I just want you to know this. Please listen to me, people. Gardner Minshew, 93.1, has a higher career passer rating than Joe Montana, 92.3. That is a fact.
Fact. True fact.
Who out there? I mean, DK Simfam, talk to me here, babes. I need you. Those of you who are fans of teams that are struggling in the quarterback department, I know how bad you want Gardner Minshew. What are you giving up for him? Would you want Gardner Minshew playing on your football team? I'm telling you guys, I've lived it. I've been in that Winnebago with him, inside him, inside his heart. He is a leader. He is a man among boys. He will lead your team to the Super Bowl. Just wasn't really feeling it a whole lot. Didn't have the pieces around him. Let's go with that.
All right, cool. Gardner Minshew or Cam Newton? I'm gonna
Gardner Minshew.
Nope,
Gardner Minshew.
I'm taking Cam Newton on that one. But
no way, man.
That being said, I do think he would be an upgrade for multiple teams, and I think they will be able to get picks for him if that's what they decide to do, or a starter at another position. I think they will move on from him just because I don't think that Minshew makes sense as a backup for Lawrence, because you want a veteran backup for Lawrence.
Yeah.
You want somebody who's been around. You want a Fitzpatrick-like, and obviously not him because he's starting Washington, but somebody like that to be the backup behind Lawrence, not Minshew.
Like Fitzmagic would have been perfect.
That's what I just said.
I know that. I agree. Fitzmagic would have been perfect.
Except he's starting now for these Washington. What about Haskins? Get Haskins back there. I know he's in Pittsburgh.
No, I was going to say, yeah, he's going to be doing his thing in Pittsburgh. Like, Big Ben's body will break down by week 3, and then Haskins will come in.
Boy.
Will rebrand himself in a stable organization and maybe lead Pittsburgh to the playoffs where they will actually not get just trounced by the Browns.
First time playing Fortnite says he'll give you a pair of Fitzmagic unicorn cleats.
I love that. Wait a minute. Tim the Man 95. I'll give a Hot Pocket and a $2 off coupon at Golden Corral for him. Dude, I love Hot Pockets.
We have to know what kind the Hot Pocket is, though, because I think that makes the big. That's like saying, I'll give you a quarterback for him. Well, okay, but which one? Like, there's a nice range there. We need to know what kind of Hot Pocket we're talking about, Tim the Man.
So
we demand to know.
That's true. Like, it used to be just one of those meals that was always in like the freezer, especially as a kid, and then like into college as well. You could just heat up on the go. We always had like the ham and cheese was always in there. You had the pepperoni. You had the pepperoni in there, and then my mom would sometimes be a little weird, and we'd get like the chicken fajita one. Problem is, could you ever really heat it up to where it was the heat was evenly distributed, everything was thawed out and delicious? No, you either like burnt the hell out of your tongue and was in pain and had to go to the ER, or it was still frozen.
Yep.
You bite into it and it was like frozen pepperoni.
Not on the outside. Like the pepperoni though would be number one for me. Pepperoni would be my top pick of those.
Daniel on the one. What's that? The lean
pocket
meatball
sub.
Nothing about a meatball sub sounds lean.
No.
No. Isn't that like an oxymoron here?
Lean meatball sub. Okay.
Robbie Noble, the Hot Pockets are breathtaking. I love the fact, Robbie Noble, that you just described a Hot Pocket as breathtaking. You have secured yourself you're in my top 8. You're in my MySpace top 8 right now, buddy. Speaking of that, you know who else is in my top 8? Steve Buchanan. Steve Buchanan, guys, and Ross Tucker. We got 1 quarter to go, right? These two legendary men, Steve Buchanan, one of our awesome analysts here at DraftKings, Ross Tucker of the Ross Tucker podcast, former NFL lineman, former Buffalo Bill. So everyone in this family absolutely loves them. They're going to be hosting a little show coming up here on the Dream Stream right after this game, leading up to the 6 o'clock, the NFL free agency special, Tuck and Buke. So they'll talk all of the moves that ZT and I have brought up, everything else that's happening throughout the day, the impact it'll have on teams, the best signings, the worst signings, live updates. Also, all of your questions. These are seriously
what's going to happen with Minshew.
They're seriously 2 of the best you could possibly hit with all of your questions. Super, super knowledgeable. So bring it. Let's go.
Yeah.
One more quarter. 17-10 here. The Vikings are leading the Washington football team. An 8-minute quarter to go. Stats are all updated. How you guys looking in your contest? How those lineups looking? Mine is a wet fart, but yours still looking pretty good. Third?
Hanging at number 3. Yes, hanging at number 3. That is Jeremy Sprinkle, I believe, on that catch. Was that Sprinkle or was that Inman? I know Inman's got a high number like that too. I need a Sprinkle touchdown would definitely help me out. Or McKissick, or Sims, or we can kick another field goal with my boy, Dustin Hopkins. That would work as well. See how this plays out.
Oh my God, Reeties, did you know you have to go to the chiropractor if you burn your tongue, Emerson? I know what he's referencing. He's referencing Billy, like breaking his arm on a Peloton, and then he went to a chiropractor to get it looked at. Just absolutely wild stuff from Billy.
Always a wild time.
Yeah, who was hanging out with Bryson DeChambeau the other day? He and Reed T. Fowler. It's a really, really fun project they were working on. I can't wait to see that thing, and to have our company present it to everyone. I believe it's going to be debuting Masters Week. So hang out for that.
For sure.
Second goal from the 6, and that throw kind of makes sense to McKissick. Down at the 3 now. Yeah, they do
that a lot.
Yeah, guys, usually it's the NBA pre-lock. I see some of you asking about NBA questions and that kind of stuff today. Little different with NFL free agency, the window, the new league year just opening at 4. Thought it was a good opportunity to kind of bring these 2 in and let them drop some knowledge and you guys have some fun with them. Touchdown. Speaking of fun, here we go. Dwayne Haskins Jr. to number 80, Dontrell Inman. Finally, my guy shows up.
Inman in the end zone. That does not help my lineup at all, but it helps yours, so good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my manly little meatball. Oh, Frank Walton, the Philly cheesesteak hot pocket. Yes.
Okay, cool. I don't think I've had that one, but it sounds good. I'd eat it.
Bro, brother Phil says, your mother fed you hot pockets as a child, Emmy? I hate to break this to you, but I don't think she loved you very much. I'm her favorite, which I'm known as the golden child, and I thought that meant she did love me. And we had the mozzarella sticks always that you just pop in the oven for a little bit. We'd get the frozen White Castle burgers in the frozen section of your grocery store at Publix, and you bring that home. That's another one. You microwave those, and maybe the middle where the meat and some of the onions are still a little frozen.
Would you put it back in the microwave at that point, or do you just eat it frozen and like?
No, it's really tough. I think what you try to do is you try to take the bun off, because usually you don't want to like over microwave the bun. So maybe you take the top of the bun off, leave it out, throw it in there for another 5-10 seconds, and you're just gonna have to suck it up and have like a lukewarm middle with a really scorching hot outside.
Edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could just get the chicken tender sub, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, man, it was really nice returning to Publix last week. Absolutely epic. I just feel like I go in there and I'm at home. Like I feel like I was born to live inside of Publix.
Is it more? Do you feel more at home there than when you're at home?
I feel like it's like when worlds collide, you know?
I see. Cool. I'll have to go to Publix next time I get down that way and send you a picture.
Please do. All right, we got more than a Thielen for another catch. His third one of the game, 17-17 here. A couple of you have been asking, where's Thielen? More than a Thielen. Well, there he is. He hears you.
3 catches now for him. This Vikings passing offense, not that impressive in most of these sims. Kirk Cousins, not great ratings overall, and they just run the ball so much with Cook, and then he throws it out of bounds like that when they don't. So 2nd and 10. It's tricky for me to trust anyone in this Minnesota passing offense. Can definitely rely on Cook, though. 2 touchdowns again in this one. Always working.
Have they done anything? Hold on a second.
The Vikings? Not much. I mean,
there's your boy.
Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah, they did. That immediately, that he gets cut. And that was the tight end. Everyone's like, oh, New England bound.
New England, yep. Maybe they'll add him too. Just corner of the market. There'll be no more tight ends out there.
I'm looking at what Minnesota's done. Yeah, really nothing. So they re-signed Rashad Hill, offensive lineman, 1-year deal. Then 3 moves on defense, signing Stephen Weatherly to 1-year deal, defensive end, defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson to a 2-year deal, and Nick Vigil, linebacker, 1-year deal.
That's a first down. Kyle Rudolph showing up for this sim, even though he's been cut in real life. Is he the top available tight end still out there? Probably, right? I don't think there's anybody else. Big name. Gronk re-signed. Patriots added their 2, Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. Their pictures have been tweeted out in Patriots jerseys the last the last hour. As the Patriots make those moves official.
I'm trying to find this list here of free agents. Galladay's, what's his situation?
Galladay's available. Has not signed with anybody. Been rumors that he's interested in Miami. Seems like a solid landing spot. Also been rumors that he would end up with this Washington team, which almost just had an interception, but nope, knocked down. 3rd and 6.
And then Kurt the Squirt Samuel.
Yeah, Curtis Samuel still out there. A lot of receivers. The receiver market has been a little bit slower than some of the other positions that have moved a little bit more quickly.
Yeah. Juju. Yeah, that's true. Juju. And you know what? I actually thought it was, wow, and like the money that the Patriots gave Nelson Aguilar, I mean, I thought would probably go to like Juju or like Galladay or Kurt. And I didn't expect so many.
Will
I guess,
Fuller is another.
Oh,
another
yeah.
guy who's
Yeah.
out there. Will Fuller.
I expected to see, and I think we are seeing a lot of these players sign like the 1 year deal because this cap is, the cap took a hit. There's some reports out there that the reason like Jerry Jones gave Dak so much money is because Jerry Jones knows the amount of money that's going to be coming in on the next TV contract that the NFL, that the league signs, which is why you're seeing a lot of back heavy deals when these teams have more money than. So you see some players sign the 1 year deal saying, okay, I'm going to go in, do my thing, continue to prove myself, then sign a big deal the following year when hopefully things are back to normal.
Right. T.Y. Hilton is another wide receiver who's out there looking for a deal, be it 1 year or otherwise. The only other real like pass catching tight end that's still out there is Gerald Everett from the Rams. Remember, the Rams have had the 2 tight ends that they've been using, Everett and Higbee. They kept Higbee obviously still on the team, but Everett is available.
First time playing Fortnite, still asking for that Thielen TD. Germ, the wide receivers are waiting to see where Deshaun ends up.
Oh, there you go.
It wouldn't surprise me if some of these guys are sitting back and kind of waiting to see, okay, let me see. I mean, when it's your
quarterbacks in general, not just Deshaun, but other quarterbacks that might be changing teams, Jimmy G, or because if depending on where Deshaun Watson goes, if he goes, that could result in further dominoes falling as well.
Yeah.
There was also a report that Philadelphia was actually in on Deshaun Watson, which was kind of a team that I had not heard was interested.
What?
I know, right?
I thought they were aboard like the whole Jalen Hurts thing.
I know. It was kind of a surprise to me as well. But
if you can get Deshaun, I'm sorry, you get it.
And if you're the Texans, Jalen Hurts coming back in a Deshaun trade might kind of be interesting to me as far as somebody at least to play quarterback this coming year that has some upside to him. We're going to get another Cook carry down to
at the 2.
Yeah, the Emmanuel Sanders, one of the few wide receivers that has landed with the team already, joining your Buffalo Bills. They can be your Buffalo Bills collectively.
It's in the blood. A second and goal. Is he got the trifecta?
There it is. 3
Mark
scores.
it 3, Donnie. Mark it 3 for 33. And the lead back in the hands in the breadbasket of the Vikings. 1:34 to go here.
Dalvin
Washington
keeps cooking. 3 touchdowns.
Washington will have a minute and a half to go here, ZT. But yeah, Cook absolutely mashing in this one. That's why you said at the beginning, whether day or not, I mean, you got to build around Cook. He's such a monster. So how many now is that for him total? Entered with 62.
So that would mean 65.
Great job, ZT.
I can do that math.
My little green goblin.
Head. 65 in 55 sims now for Cook. Well over 20 fantasy points. Again, in this one, he's been over 22 fantasy points. It just feels like every sim he gets over that amount, but he's been over 22 in 4 of his last 5. Really putting it together here with the 3 touchdowns in your captain spot. If that's where you have him, he has produced 46.65 fantasy points to this point of the game. He is in my captain spot. I'm in 15th right now because he is a very popular captain's play. But we'll see. Still got some time here. Washington gonna have a chance to rally. 134 left.
Currently, your boy's sitting at 66. 66 out of $130 here as I go into the free showdown. About 11,000 entries. Well, that's the early classic, but I'll still give you that one. 170 points.
Trade official. That's just official now, so we know that one already.
Solo leader in the free early classic, and then over in the free showdown, guys, we got also a solo leader. Account 0.
Account 0. Who do they have from this game? Each other right there.
Yeah, that's the classic one, account 0. So who they have? Dalvin Cook.
Obvious. Good play there.
And then Sims Jr. in there.
Okay. Yep. Sims Jr. had the big touchdown catch early. McKissick there with the catch and stretch for the first down. Sims has had just one catch for 5 yards since the one catch for 70 yards for the touchdown. See if they go back to him here.
Yeah, they got some work to do, man. Deciding to kind of
people asking you about that X factor. How's it feeling?
You know what? I'm already sweaty and moist from my Peloton ride. I'm glad you asked before this sim where I set another PR. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, it's warm because I've already seen that Haskins can exceed our expectations with that 70-yard bomb to Sims in the first quarter, back on the first drive of the game.
We know it's possible.
We do know it's possible, and now they're within 39 yards of the end zone.
5 wide. Let's see where he goes with this one. Going up top, over through the sprinkler on that one. Second.
So when we wrap this thing up, we'll do a quick wrap, everybody.
We'll wrap it.
We'll wrap it quick. We'll throw the loop up for like a couple minutes, and then Steve and Ross Tucker are going to come in for the Tuck and Buke NFL free agency special. So we're not just going to be handing it off to them directly. Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. You just made it much more simple than me. Do not go anywhere. Keep the dream stream punched up. Have your questions ready because these two dudes are going to have a boatload of fun leading up to the 6 o'clock sim with Glash and Jeff. So best signings, worst signings.
Gardner Minshew to the Broncos is a rumor that I just saw float through. It's just a rumor, but that makes a lot of sense. That would be a really nice landing spot for him.
Dude.
I like it. Do you like it? Or do you hate it? I can't tell from your reaction.
Is that where? Wow, we almost ended the sim on that one. Is that the best? Is that the best place?
Returned it.
Is that the best place, best situation for our Muffin Man, for my Muffin Man to?
It's a pretty
produce?
Good one, man. That receiving core is solid.
What about Drew Lock? They don't like Drew Lock, and Watson apparently wants to go there too. Guys, don't touch Gardner Minshew. First down, 4th and 4.
And they've got the
hell! 5 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. They're on the 22. They're out of timeouts.
It all comes down to this.
Yeah. WNBC. Let's see what virtual run Rivera.
Here.
I am ready for this. Deliver the goods. Come on, everybody in the DK Sim fam on the edge of their seats right now, tossing it up, and it's hauled in, but down at the 2.
Caught short. Ball game. Oh, the drama.
I needed that too. That was Inman. That was Inman on the catch.
That was, if it had been incomplete, there might have been time for one more play, but it did get snagged, and he didn't get in the end zone, and they didn't have any timeouts. So, ball game. Vikings win on the 3 touchdowns from Dalvin Cook.
Hey, man, we've seen much worse finishes in games like this on the sim, so I'll take that. No, it's kind of disappointing if you guys needed some Inman points, some Haskins points, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you just needed one more point from Mr. Hopkins. But it's what it is, down at the 2. They were out of timeouts. ZT mentions it. 3 touchdowns by Mr. Cook.
Yeah, definitely the player of the game in this one. 3 touchdowns for him. A must-own, really, if your lineup is near the top of any kind of contest here. Had 31 fantasy points total in a flex spot based on the scoring now still being finalized. And then 46 points if you had him in your captain's spot. So a very nice day for Cook, who always seems to put together very nice days. The Not My Kid Award goes to a player that was on my team. He was on your team. I don't know if he was on your team, but like your team. Sprinkle. Just one catch. What's up? 1 catch, 20 yards, 3.0 fantasy points for the sprinkler in this one, coming off 17 fantasy points when he faced the Vikings earlier this week. Today, he puts up 3 fantasy points. Kind of a letdown, and that's why he's the Not My Kid award for today.
Well, there you have it.
There you go.
If scores were to hold, Cool Hair Live would be hanging on, would secure the victory.
Cool Hair
Joe's
Live.
still adding some scores up, double checking everything for you.
Yeah, I'm in 13th.
Currently,
not gonna
you
get
really?
it done on this.
Yeah,
one,
whatever, man. Whatever.
Slid
13th is not as good as 48th right here.
apparently.
Over in the free early classic, looks like Account Zero could be hanging on to first place there, thanks to a 3-touchdown day from Cook and also Sims. And then in the free showdown, about 10,500 entries, currently a 5-way tie for first. So you guys, whatever contest you're in, keep an eye on it. Scores will be going final here in just a moment. But what is this? First time playing Fortnite. Hope the dogs got their behinds in line. Yeah, it's been interesting, dude. They're like little raptors. Go follow them right now on Instagram, the Sassy Springers, because you have like 2 minutes right now to go follow them. Because coming up, Ross Tucker, former NFL lineman, is going to be joined by Steve Buchanan. And these two are going to take you through the day in free agency. The new year is here, everybody.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for starting it with us here on the Dream Stream.
Best and worst signings, live updates, all of your questions, bring it, debate with them. They are fun. They have personalities. They are bubbly men who I love. All right, guys, hang out. They're going to be here in just a couple minutes. ZT, love you. Madison, Daniel, peace out, everybody. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Welcome everybody to a very special NFL free agency special here. I'm Steve Buchanan with my man, Ross Tucker. One of us used to play in the NFL. I'll let you guess which one of those is that between the two of us here, but Ross Tucker making some major noise in the broadcasting industry as well. Happy to have him on here, the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can also follow him on Twitter at Ross Tucker NFL. Spoiler alert, that's the NFL player right there. It says it right in his handle. Ross, really excited to be doing this with you, man. We're going to go over all the free agency news that has come down the wire thus far.
Yeah, Steve, let's do it, man. It was so fun back around the Super Bowl, right before the Super Bowl, when you and I were kind of going back and forth. I remember, like, in 11th grade, you had a triple in high school baseball or something like that. So that was fun. But yeah, man, I mean, it's kind of crazy that now is the start of the new NFL league year, because there's been a lot of moves over the last 48 hours. I mean, they've all been announced. They just can't be official until now. But there are some teams, several teams, that have made some major noise, including the Patriots, the Jaguars, and even the Arizona Cardinals, Steve. I don't know where you're going to start, but I just tweeted at Ross Tucker NFL. You think about the Cardinals. First, they got J.J. Watt. Then they get A.J. Green. Now they trade for Rodney Hudson. They're acquiring a lot of 30-year-olds, Steve, a lot of guys in their 30s. You know what that tells me? Their GM and head coach know they have to win this year. It's year 3 for Kingsbury. It's year whatever for Steve Keim. I think they recognize they've got Kyler Murray still on his rookie contract. In year 3 of that rookie contract, I think they know the time is now. They have to find a way to get to the postseason in 2021.
No, and absolutely. When we think about some of the teams that have made the big moves, and we'll talk about the Patriots in just a second, but talking with the Cardinals here, they haven't made like as many moves as the Patriots, but the moves that they've made have been strategic, and they're, going after areas that they need help in, like wide receiver. They needed somebody else other than DeAndre Hopkins. If you were able to cover DeAndre Hopkins, which is no easy task ever, you can kind of shut down that offense. So getting somebody to be on the other side of DeAndre Hopkins, huge. Adding somebody like J.J. Watt. I mean, can you get a better guy on the line there than J.J. Watt? So they're making the right moves. It felt like they were a couple pieces away from really making some noise. And it sounds like, Ross, from what you're saying, you think they're doing that right now.
Well, and there's a bunch of different things to get to, right? So number one, they still haven't re-signed Kenyon Drake.
Right.
And I'm not sure they're going to, Steve. So whether this is for DraftKings Sportsbook or for DFS, I don't know that they're willing to pay up for Kenyon Drake. Cliff Kingsbury, their head coach, has really talked up Chase Edmonds, who lives about 3 minutes away from me here in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, as a guy that is capable of carrying the load. I just think they decided that Kenyon Drake, that's not a place where they want to spend a lot of money. I don't think they want to spend a lot of money at the running back position. They know they get Chandler Jones back. Now they bring in J.J. Watt to sometimes be on the same side, sometimes be opposite of him. You have A.J. Green. I got to tell you, A.J. Green being back doesn't make me feel as if Larry Fitzgerald's going to play another year, although I guess that's still to be determined. But yes, I think A.J. Green wants, for the first time in his life, to be a number 2, to not have double coverage, to not have the safety over the top. Truth be told, he looked bad at times last year. I mean, he looked really bad. He looked like he had not recovered from that injury. He looked like he aged 10 years in that year he took off a couple years ago. Hard to believe the Bengals had him on the franchise tag last year. That's about as little of a return on investment as anybody's ever gotten from a franchise tag. Let's be a terrible team, and the player hardly does anything for us. But he's a year further removed, and I think he realizes if he ever wants one more big bite at the financial apple, that this is a good place for him to do it. But they need to win, Steve. I mean, think about this, okay? They had that Hail Mary against the Bills, and they still weren't good enough to beat out Mitchell Trubisky and the Chicago Bears for the 7th seed in the NFC. That's not a good look, Steve. And by the way, I saw your graphic on Twitter, Tuck and Buck. Do people call you Buck? Like, is that a thing, or are you Steve?
You know what, Russ? I mean, you're a big guy, so I'm not gonna like tell you to call me anything because you still look like you're very much in shape. I'm kind of on teetering on in shape or not. You can call me Steve. You can call me Bukes. Whatever tickles your fancy. That's what.
It's Bukes. It's not
Right.
Buck. It's not Tuck and Buck.
No, we can go with Bukes. Tuck and Buck's actually a pretty nice name, but Bukes is probably the preferable one that you can call me.
Shout out, by the way, to Robbie Noble. I'm checking out Robbie Noble in the chat section. See, this is not amateur hour here, okay, Steve? I'm not one of those pretty faces that just shows up and doesn't acknowledge the great people we've got in the chat right now watching us. So shout out Robbie Noble.
Yeah, Robbie's my guy. Robbie's been like my number one fan when we're doing these Madden simulations, whatever. So shout out to him. But let's continue on with the free agent talk. And by the way, if you have any questions you want to drop, by all means, do so in the chat. And we will get to those as the show moves along. Anything good, we'll throw them out there. But let's just talk about the Patriots for a minute. It's no, secret that the post-Tom Brady era didn't exactly go to plan. Or maybe it did. Because the amount of free agent signings that they had, it kind of feels like this was the plan. It feels like the 2021 was kind of the bridge to this huge, massive amount of cap space that they have, and they are using it immensely and quickly. You look at some of the names that they've brought on. They added weapons on the sides there. Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, John O. Smith, Hunter Henry in the middle of the field at the tight ends, the dual tight end threat. What do you kind of make of some of these moves here? Do these moves indicate that the Patriots are going to actually roll with Cam Newton? Because if you look at where he was most successful throwing the ball last year, it was short throws in the middle of the field. 69 for 89 in that sense, 620 yards, and 85.4% adjusted completion percentage. So you give him the two best tight end options that were on the market with Smith and Henry, and those guys should thrive there. So do you think these moves are setting up for another year of Cam Newton, or with the capital that they have that they can potentially trade up in the draft, is that where they're still going to be looking?
All right. So there's several different things to get to here, right? I do believe that the Patriots were always poised to spend money, Steve, in 2021. Okay. Yep. I do believe that. However, two different factors come into play for them to spend as much as they did. Number one, I think that Bill Belichick looked at this as a unique buying opportunity.
Right.
Because with the cap coming down close to $30 million from where some people thought it would be. Last year, 198. People this year thought it'd be between 208, maybe 212. It's 182, bro. It's $30 million less than where some people thought it would be. So because of that, I think Belichick looked at it like, I got all this money to spend.
Right.
A lot of other people don't have it.
Right.
The contracts aren't going to get crazy because there's not a lot of bidders out there. There's not a lot of suitors. I'm going to be able to get a bunch of good players, a bunch of upgrades for good value. So while I think 2021 was always a year where they might be more aggressive, I think the confluence of events of COVID and the cap coming down, plus, I don't know, Steve, have you ever heard of this guy? Former teammate of mine. I got the helmet back there somewhere behind me. Maybe I'll put it on. In 05 and 06, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. Never asked him what the deal is with two middle names. I don't know why people have two middle names. Do you have two middle names?
I absolutely do not. Robert is good enough for me.
Dude, how about this middle name? When I got traded from the Patriots to the Browns, everybody always called me Tuck, okay? Yep. The Browns starting right tackle was Ryan Tucker. They already had a Tuck.
Right.
And they didn't want to call me Ross. So they asked me what my middle name was. My middle name is Finch. You can laugh if you want. It's not like
are the doors locked? Are the doors locked? They are? Okay.
Okay. Hold on a second. It's not like Finch, like a first name, like the big dude from Wildcats, or
Right.
the guy in American Pie that hooks up with Stifler's mom. Okay.
Right.
It's not Finch like that. All right. It's Finch because it's my grandmother's maiden name.
Oh,
so
okay.
in my family, for whatever reason, middle names, you always pick one of the grandmother's maiden names, like to keep that name going. Anyway, long story short, they call me Finch in Cleveland. And this is not a Brown shirt. It's a Princeton shirt. I wouldn't wear Browns anything. That was not a tremendous experience for me. I don't even know how we got on this tangent. Oh, Brady. Okay.
Right.
So let's not kid ourselves. Okay. This is what I do, by the way. It just makes it more fun.
It does.
Let's not kid ourselves. Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl in his first year without Bill Belichick as his coach, including winning 3 straight road playoff games, including winning 3 games in a row against first ballot Hall of Fame quarterbacks, likely Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. There is no doubt in my mind it would go against the laws of human nature, Steve, if part of what Bill Belichick was doing was not in response to what Brady did. Look, he knows his legacy's on the line. He knows everybody's keeping score moving forward for what he does without Brady and what Brady does without him. And not only that, look, there's an aura to the Patriots still, right?
Of course.
If they have another crappy year in a row, it's gone, bro. This is the NFL. You have 2 bad years in a row, bye-bye, it's gone. Everybody will know that it wasn't the Patriot way, it was the Brady way. So he goes out. It's a lot of guys. It's a lot of money. You know, Nelson Aguilar is getting $11 million a year for sure. It can be up to $13 million a year. I have heard from multiple sources that guys like Will Fuller, Kenny Galladay, Juju Smith-Schuster, they haven't signed yet because they can't even get anybody to give them $10 million a year.
That's crazy.
So when you look at it like that, right, Steve, that's not a great look for the Patriots giving Nelson Aguilar all that money.
Right.
And if these other guys who I think are better players than Aguilar aren't able to get that money, they made Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry the 3rd and 4th highest paid tight ends in NFL history behind George Kittle and Travis Kelce.
Right.
Now, I think Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith are both good players, but they're not close to George Kittle or Travis Kelce.
No.
They're not close. And ultimately, I think they're a better team, Steve. I think that they're a 9-10 win team now, maybe. But Cam Newton's still their quarterback.
Right.
He didn't look real good last year. I don't think they'll get another veteran. I think that their hope is that one of the 5 projected first rounders, maybe Trey Lance or Mac Jones, falls to them at 15.
Yeah, you know, Mac Jones has been the name I think that we keep hearing associated with the Patriots because there's a very legitimate chance that he could be there at 15. But the other thing that makes me think too, I mean, they just gave Cam Newton $14 million, a massive jump from what he had last year. I think he was just at $1 million. So it wasn't like it was just a minimal bump. It was a substantial raise from what we saw. Now, the first couple weeks of the season, Cam Newton, no doubt he looked like he was on the right track. He looked like he was on pace to kind of shadow what he should be making. But after COVID, you can say what you want. Nobody can really speak to that except for Cam Newton himself. But he said he felt like he was weeks behind this offense. And that's been one of the biggest gripes of joining the Patriots. If you can't keep up, you are going to quickly fall behind. And when you're the quarterback, the focal point of this offense, if you can't keep up, nobody else is going to keep up with you. So if the plan is to keep Newton, at least Belichick is surrounding him with some weapons that can do some damage. Like we talk about Aguilar, right? At least of wide receivers from last season who had at least 80 targets, he led the league in yards per reception at 18.7. He can get downfield. He can get damage done. Like I said, they signed the top 2 tight ends available in the middle of the field. That's where Cam Newton was getting the most work done. So at least from this standpoint, there are weapons out there that can help Cam Newton succeed. He did not have that last year. Did not at all. Not to their fault. Guys like N'Keal Harry, you can only do so much, but at least they're getting set up that if it is Cam Newton, if it doesn't end up being someone like Mac Jones, at least he'll be surrounded with the weapons that he can do something with.
Well, look, all of these quarterback moves that people don't like, right? Andy Dalton in Chicago, Cam Newton in New England, wherever you want to go. I always say NBA. People are like, what does that mean? NBA. Next best alternative. What is your next? Of course, everybody wants Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. Of course.
Right.
But what is your realistic next best alternative?
Right.
I think the Patriots decided to get Cam Newton. Look, he'll get at least $5 million, $2 million signing bonus, $1.5 million guaranteed base salary. But then it's roster bonuses, workout bonus, $8.5 million in incentives. So I think the Patriots looked at it and said, listen, if we can get Cam back for $5 million, he knows the offense now. He'll be with us an entire offseason. We know what he can do. We know what he can't do. I think they thought that was better than Trubisky or going after Jameis or going after Andy Dalton. I kind of thought they might go after Dalton. No, they decided rather have Cam Newton. I get it. But I think all these teams are looking at what their options really are, especially if you're a team that doesn't draft in the top 8, because there's a bunch of teams in the top 8, top 10 that we think are going to get quarterbacks. Certainly, we know the Jets and the Jaguars. Those two they're getting quarterbacks. Miami Dolphins, very possibly. We know the Eagles might be in the quarterback market. Carolina Panthers are getting a quarterback one way or the other. Yep. So, I mean, that might be 4 or 5 of the guys right there just in the top 8, or if other teams try to trade up to get those guys. So I think you have to sometimes be realistic about where you are and what you can reasonably try to accomplish.
So I think that's a good segue. So let's talk about Andy Dalton. Now, if you already follow Russ Tucker NFL, you might know why I'm going to this. Ross was very upset this morning. Ross was not digging the shade being thrown at Andy Dalton's way, who signed a 1-year deal with the Bears for $10 million. Now, the first plan, it seemed like, was that they were going to try to acquire Russell Wilson. Did you hear the package that they offered reportedly for Russell Wilson?
Yeah. 3 ones and a 3?
3 ones, a 3, and 2 unnamed starters. We don't know who those mystery men were, but 2 starters. So all of that for Russell Wilson, and the Seahawks did not bite on that one. So they go to the next best option in their mind, which was Andy Dalton. Now, is it the best landing spot for Andy Dalton? Not really, at least in my mind. I mean, he goes from one poor offensive line to Dallas to another one in Chicago. You look at the numbers when Dalton was the starter. He was under pressure on 29% of his dropbacks last year. So obviously there was some pressure there. But when he was working with a clean pocket, 76.1 adjusted completion percentage, just under 7 yards per pass attempt. But here's what I do like about this, Ross, is that if you look at the schedule for the Bears next season, and this is just going off the numbers from last year, they don't face a lot of teams that excelled in the pass rush. You're going to get some of the, the notable ones with the Steelers, the 49ers, and the Buccaneers. But after that, at least from how things have shaken out so far in free agency, there's not a lot of teams that's going to put a lot of pressure on Andy Dalton. So at least that gives me some thought that maybe Dalton can actually succeed here with somebody like Allen Robinson, because he was loaded with weapons with Dallas. There's no doubt that the Cowboys are loaded on offense, but obviously things just went to shambles quickly for them.
Here. Yeah, Steve, there's a couple of things here that I think need to be noted, right? Number one is that the reason why the Seahawks didn't do the trade is because there was not a path to a quarterback.
Sure.
3 first-round picks for the Bears. What does that really do for them? I mean,
right.
This year's pick is in the 20s. And then when they get Russell Wilson, they're not going to be top 10 picks. They're going to be in the 20s.
Right.
And the Bears don't have a quarterback to trade. So there's not really a path, if you're the Seahawks, to get a quarterback. They need a path to getting a quarterback. I'm actually surprised more people haven't gone ahead and said, what about the Raiders trading Derek Carr and picks and players to the Seahawks? Because I think John Schneider and Pete Carroll in their head could think, you know what? We could win with Derek Carr. You can't just take picks from the Bears and have no quarterback. But Derek Carr was a top 15 quarterback in the NFL last year. So if the Raiders were willing to go in big with draft picks and players and Derek Carr so that the Seahawks can get a quarterback, I think that's something Seattle might look a little bit harder at. My point about Dalton, and I thank the DraftKings team for putting my tweet up there at Ross Tucker NFL. I'm so sick, Steve, of the everybody sucks culture. I'm so tired of it. Like, we've gotten to the point now where in the NFL as a quarterback, if you're not Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, or Tom Brady, you suck, dude. You suck. He sucks. He sucks. Like, Kirk Cousins is one of the top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL. Yet, I bet we could get half of Twitter right now to say, he sucks, dude. He sucks, bro. He sucks. Like, it's just so unrealistic. We've gotten to the point where you either win the whole thing or you're terrible. You're either the best or you suck. Like, why not just say, huge disappointment that the Bears got Andy Dalton as their starter. He's a low-end starter, high-end backup. They're not going anywhere with him. Significant. They're not a contender. And I'm fine with all of that. I'm fine with the disappointment. I'm fine with the anger if you're a Bears fan. I'm fine with saying they're not going anywhere. I'm fine with saying Andy Dalton is below average. I just think, like, when people say it just bothers me. I'm tired of it. It's not healthy for anything in life to just be like, if you're not Mahomes or Rodgers, you suck.
I mean, I was doing a Madden simulation here on the Dream Stream last night. People said I suck. I'm just doing play-by-play for a Madden simulation, and people say I suck. So the I suck culture kind of follows everybody everywhere. But I want to touch upon something that you brought up about Derek Carr. If the Las Vegas Raiders did trade Derek Carr, would that indicate a rebuild? Because if you look at the rest of the team, aside from Derek Carr, what do they really have to build off of there? Like, if they trade Derek Carr, and they're not exactly, strapped with cap space either, that would mean that they have to be in a rebuild mode, correct?
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't really know what's going on, to be honest with you, with the Raiders right now. Like, this Rodney Hudson trade,
yeah,
I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand it. They're taking a big dead cap hit. I guess they have to get a third-round pick back. They trade Trent Brown. They get rid of Gabe Jackson. I'm not sure I understand what the Raiders are doing. Now, they did bring Incognito back. The defense is where they need to add people, but they really haven't done anything on that side of the ball yet.
Nope.
I don't know. It's crazy, man.
Speaking of things that really don't make sense, so hopefully you can help me piece this together. Let's talk about Aaron Jones going back to the Packers. Now, the move itself is fine. I have no qualms against Aaron Jones going back to the Packers. He was one of the best running backs in the league last year. But when you use your second-round pick to draft a running back in A.J. Dillon, who I thought looked great in the brief time that we did see him, carried the ball 55 times last season, 286 yards, shakes out to 5.2 yards per attempt, 3.44 yards after contact per attempt. So he's going to be your RB2. Jamal Williams no longer in the mix. He is now with the Lions, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So Dillon does move into that backup role. But it feels like the Packers had a plan last year in the offseason, have crumpled it up and gone a different direction, because when they said they weren't going to franchise tag Aaron Jones, okay, makes sense. We expected A.J. Dillon to have a prominent role in this offense. Here it is. A couple days later, Jones is back in the mix. 4 years, $48 million. Do you like the move for the Packers? And do you think that they just kind of went with last year, crumpled it up, and now are starting fresh?
So a couple things. Number one, after Aaron Rodgers gave that speech, after they lost to the Bucs, they couldn't go back and not bring Aaron Jones back. I mean, they already are lacking weapons a little bit at receiver. I think they realized how bad of a look that would be. Right. I think the trade-off in their mind, if you look at the Jones contract, it's 2 years, $20 million. $20 million in the first 2 years, okay? Yep. Which is a little bit more than the franchise tag. Then the team has the option for those next 2 years. Pretty decent chance he never gets those. Pretty decent chance he doesn't get those third and fourth years. But now they have him for 2 years while A.J. Dillon is on his rookie contract for 2 more years. And they still are going to use A.J. Dillon a lot more. You know, he slides right into the number 2 role. He was more or less number 3 last year, but with Jamal Williams in Detroit, which, by the way, is not a great fantasy fit for him with DeAndre Swift there, A.J. Dillon is going to get a lot more run. It's interesting. I was talking on the Fantasy Feast podcast about this today, about Aaron Jones. And the thing is, A.J. Dillon can't really do anything out of the backfield, but Jamal Williams could. Jamal Williams took some of those reps from Aaron Jones. A.J. Dillon won't. So Aaron Jones is going to end up getting more catches. You know, he might not get any more carries, Steve, but he's going to get more targets. And I didn't even know this until my Fantasy Feast co-host, Joe Dolan, said this. Evidently, they've done the numbers, and every target for a running back is 2.5 times more valuable than a carry in a PPR league. So I don't know how they did the math there, but every target, because obviously most running back targets are relatively safe, so they catch most of them, right? Like it's a lot of check downs. They catch most of them. So you get the point for PPR. Then they're able to usually get more yards after that than they would on a carry. So Aaron Jones might not get any more carries now, but getting more receptions. I mean, he's a first-round pick all day in fantasy again this year.
Yeah, Aaron Jones last year, 77% catch rate, 7.6 yard per receptions on that. So obviously doing the work where he needs to, but just another weapon for Aaron Rodgers to have, because obviously that's been the biggest gripe with the Packers. Nobody else after Devontae Parker, although he didn't seem to have a nice rapport with Alan Lazard, especially near the second half of the season. So there definitely is that there. But, you know, I like your point there about, you know, maybe he doesn't even get those last 2 years, because it did seem to be a bit weird for me because they used that big high draft pick for Dillon to begin with. I know we're running up. We got about 10 minutes left. I want to get your take on some of the wide receivers that are left, because if you look at the name, it's like this treasure trove of guys who are still free agents in the wide receiver role. But I think it's also fair to say that all of these guys that are free agents right now couldn't have come off a worse year for them to be free agents. Kenny Golladay, you know, obviously with the issues with injuries. Juju Smith-Schuster had a really quiet year. Chase Claypool kind of really took that wide receiver 1 role. Deontay Johnson making a lot of noise there too. T.Y. Hilton. What do you make of this wide receiver field that's left, really? And who's going to be the first domino to fall for the rest of them to start to get some interest?
So this is interesting, and hopefully everybody listening or everybody in the chat can listen to this and hear this. Collusion is illegal among the teams, but players and agents can talk amongst themselves. Players and agents can collude. And my sneaky suspicion, Steve, is that the agents for Juju and Kenny Golladay and Will Fuller and maybe even Curtis Samuel and T.Y. Hilton, they're saying, look, we can't accept this. We can't do this. Like we can't take this kind of little money, especially, by the way, after Corey Davis got 3 years, $37.5 million from the Jets, including $27 million guaranteed, which is really interesting, by the way, because Corey Davis is a big time 1 year wonder, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, just this last year. And by the way, when everybody was playing coverage on AJ Brown, who's a total monster. So I think it's interesting that that's who the Jets targeted, as opposed to Juju, who's 24. Will Fuller, I know he's got the injury issues at 27. Curtis Samuel, 24. Kenny Golladay. They went with Corey Davis. It sounds like no other teams are offering Corey Davis money to these other guys. And I think they're talking amongst themselves and saying, we can't accept this. We can't do this. The problem is it is a good receiver draft again.
Right.
And there have been so many guys, and you could name them all, but they just think about like late first round guys like Justin Jefferson, second and third round picks like Deebo Samuel and DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin. There's a dozen of them, right?
Yeah.
So I think the teams are like, wait a minute. Receiver position has been loaded the last couple of years among college kids, and they've shown they can come in and play well right away. I just think these teams are hesitant to spend a lot of money when they can get one of these guys in the draft who's younger and a lot cheaper.
But would it be fair to say that Corey Davis amongst that group is probably the safest of those guys? Because look at the injuries that we've dealt with Will Fuller and then Kenny Golladay. You know, Juju Smith-Schuster didn't necessarily have the injuries, but his production took a huge dive last year. So it's kind of ugly to say that Corey Davis is the safest guy because he's kind of been, like you said, that 1 year wonder. But is that why that was the guy who went first?
So it's a great question. And this is what happens sometimes with these teams. It's almost like, Steve, you're better off not playing very much or even very well your first couple years.
Sure.
And then your last year, right before you're a free agent, you have a great year because then the teams all think, oh my gosh, he's getting better. Yep. He's getting better. He'll even be better for us next year. There's untapped potential. Whereas if you kind of had a disappointing year like a Golladay or a not as good year like Juju Smith-Schuster, they're not as excited. They're not as enticed. I think it's poor. I think it's poor by the team. I disagree. I disagree with your logic, but that's sort of how they look at it sometimes. You know, for years, the Ravens would have these guys that like didn't play much their first couple years. And then the last year they went off and then they got paid. Paul Kruger, Pernell McPhee, like every year there was another Ravens D lineman who like hadn't played much before that. And all of a sudden he goes bonkers in his free agent year and leaves.
I want to get to a couple of the questions in the chat that we have here. Rich One Beats. Let's go, baby. Ross, who is the biggest acquisition so far through the moves that have been made in your opinion?
Ooh, how about this? If we're talking about making a difference in who wins a division, I'm going to go with my boy, Ryan Fitzmagic.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, look, I could say Leonard Williams or Trent Williams. They got big money. But people don't realize Fitz has played really well the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, he won 5 games on a Miami Dolphins team. I didn't think we'd win a game all year in 2019. Right. Last year, I think he had like the 4th best QBR or something crazy, whatever they do, however they do that. And the only reason why he didn't play is because they wanted to see what they had in Tua. Point is Fitzpatrick's a huge upgrade for the Washington football team at quarterback. And they won it last year. Now, instead of Dwayne Haskins and Alex Smith, who didn't do much, they got Fitzmagic. You know, I think right now the Washington football team and the Cowboys are the favorites in that division. Washington football team also got William Jackson, the corner from Cincinnati, who's a really good player. I mean, can you imagine the Washington football team might win back-to-back division titles with Alex Smith and Ryan Fitzpatrick? What a time to be alive.
Man, I was saying it last year. Defensively, they have that lock. They just need like one more piece in the offense. Fitzpatrick could be that guy. As wild as it is to say, the man loves his cake. He loves to win. He's going to make something happen over in Washington. We got about 2.5 minutes left, so I want to leave with this here. Give me one destination for a free agent that you think could be a big surprise out of all the guys that are left. What could be a surprise move that you think could happen? And then I'll give mine and we'll wrap up.
I'm going to say surprise. He's not a free agent, but I'm going to say surprise landing spot for Deshaun Watson.
I'm ready for this one, baby.
Whether that's New England Patriots, Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh no.
Somebody else. There have been other teams that are rumored to be lurking. I saw Jason Lockenfora had a report. You've seen the reports about the Patriots. It might not. Now, I still think, by the way, he goes to the Jets or the Dolphins.
Sure.
Because I think the Texans need to have something to sell to their fan base. They need to have a young quarterback to build around. They need the second or third overall pick to do so.
Yep.
So I still think he goes to one of those teams, but I don't know, man. I'll say that would be my surprise, is that he goes to a team like that.
We're going to wrap it up here. I won't go too deep into it, but I think Will Fuller to the Titans is a legitimate landing spot. I think it would suit him well. He would take over that Corey Davis role, but they need somebody else on the other side of A.J. Brown, because you said it, he's a monster, but they need somebody else on the field as a threat, a deep threat. I think Will Fuller would be a perfect spot for the Titans. We shall see. Free agency is going to continue. Today, it officially started. We want to thank everybody for joining us here on the show. Ross, it was really great to mess with you again, man. Hope we can do it again soon. And I really enjoyed talking some football with you. You know, somebody who's been in the league. It's a nice breath of fresh air.
This was awesome, and I love everybody in the live chat. It was cool to be able to chat with them a little bit while you and I were talking. We'll have to do this again. Hopefully, they can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL or check out any of the podcasts. Hopefully, I'll be on again. And I will say this, Steve, it's hard to be typing and talking to them while I'm also talking to you. I'm like, go back and forth. Like I'll be even better next time.
We're going to mold you, man. You're going to be a pro at that by the end of the year. Terrell and Azak will be up next. 6:00 game on the Madden stream. Rams at Browns. Some snow in that one. Glash and Ulrich on the call for that one. Stay tuned for that. Until next time, for Ross Tucker, I'm Steve Buchanan. Catch you later.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. It's your friend, Carolyn O'Azak. Yeah, I'll change my name to Irish for the day. I'm actually half Irish, fun fact. But even if you couldn't celebrate with your friends today during this pandemic, you can come celebrate with us right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Not only is it St. Patty's Day, but it's also Wild Weather Wednesday, double whammy for us for the 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. So those games are featured in our Madden Stream 5K Wednesday night special. This classic contest is $10 to enter and features 5K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. You know the deal. Grab some corned beef and let's take a look at tonight's schedule, shall we? At 6 p.m., it's snowing in Cleveland as the Rams are going to visit the Browns. We get Glass Sheen and the man known as Moose, Jeff Ulrich, with you for that one. They are waiting behind the scenes right now. Then at 8 p.m., we have some rain in South Florida. The Dolphins are battling the Ravens. We got Krusty Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. They're going to take over the play calling duties for that one. And then finally at 10 p.m. Eastern, the Bears take on the suddenly not so thrifty Patriots as the snow returns in Foxborough. Jason Rossi, he's going to step in for Koff tonight, and he's going to join Tom for the call on Madden After Dark. All those games are headed your way, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. You can find in the DK lobby and over on the DK Sportsbook, we're celebrating a 10-game NBA slate with the NBA 450K shoot-around contest. A $20 entry fee, well, it's going to get you a shot at a $100,000 top prize. That's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern. There are 6 St. Patrick's Day games in the NHL for the 7 p.m. slate. In the NHL 60K Twine contest, it is your opportunity to get involved. Take your shot at a top prize of $15K for just a $10 entry fee. Don't forget to check out all of the action for those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and of course, college basketball tournament, baby. It's March over on the DK Sportsbook. We'll preview the Midwest region of the NCAA tourney, look ahead to the next stop on the PGA Tour, the Honda Classic, and talk about tonight's slate in the NHL in a little bit. But let's get to our 3-game Wild Weather Wednesday Madden slate underway. Here are Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich, my guys, with the call of the Rams and Browns from snowy Cleveland. Take it away, guys.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much. Jeff, hello. What's up?
Oh, Brendan. Thank you, Carolyn.
Wow.
What are you doing, Brendan?
What a perfect day for the accent to come out. I mean, this is our first St. Patrick's Day on the Madden streams because we didn't start until March 28th of last year. So it's fitting. Of course, folks, you got to fade Jared Goff. It's snowing, and, you know, Jared Goff with the snow is just, it's not good. So who do you like? I thought there were some pretty cheap guys to get in here for a showdown. You're muted, Jeff.
I muted myself. What's going on here? I like I put Cooper Kupp in the captain spot for a cheapie. I did play Jared Goff. I do agree that it's Wild Weather Wednesday, and that was probably a mistake, but you know, let me fit in everybody else. So I got Kupp in the captain. I got Goff in there. I got Josh Reynolds. I got Odell. I think I played 2 wide receivers. Yeah, I played Higgins too. So I faded most of the RBs here. We'll see how that works.
Okay. So I saw Smash Lenta point this out on Twitch. Josh Reynolds was pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. I think he was like 5,200. 5,600 maybe was the right number. I tried to get him in there due to Smash Lenta's high praise, but it didn't work because they ran out of time. So I ended up something like this. I've got Jarvis Landry, who I thought was pretty cheap. Jarvis Landry in the captain with Baker Mayfield, Kupp, Chubb, Henderson, and Higbee.
Okay. All right.
There you go. That's what we got going on.
That's where we are, hey? We're all both on Reynolds then. I'm on the Goff train. We know Brendan is clearly not. We've known that for some time now. So,
did you play Baker?
I did not.
Okay. No. All right. Fair enough.
Okay. I haven't sim for a while either. You sent me a text and I forgot to reply to it, and it was really funny.
Oh.
What did you say to Koff? Oh yeah, the Nelson Aguilar. His best friend Nelson Aguilar got traded to the New England Patriots. What a day for Kaufman.
When I found out he was coming, I was like, oh, here we go.
Forgot about that.
Here we go. So I just get a text from him that says,
Oh, he texted
ha,
you.
ha, ha. And I'm like, his boy Nelson Aguilar.
They really connected.
Yeah. Just a quick hey at the Super Bowl. Now he's best friends with Nelson Aguilar. So.
I forgot about that story. That's how long we've been doing these Sims.
No,
that was like an early, dig we had at Kaufman was the Nelson Aguilar thing every time he played. But yeah, interesting signing by New England either way. I like the way he played last year, if we're being honest.
All right, everybody. We are just underway. Late slate, Madden Sims. I got to be honest. I'm kind of in a funk right now because it's still light out doing the 6 o'clock sim.
It's really weird, isn't it? Yeah.
It's whoa. It's 6 o'clock already. Like I'm all thrown off. I know it's 4 o'clock in Alberta?
Yeah, but it's still way sunnier out than it normally is. Like normally, like the sun's setting. It's also like warm and sunny. Like the sun is shining into my house. The furnace isn't blaring. It's a very weird time. And I told the guys this morning that I did a taping with. Like I'm a little weirded out. Like my body is out of schedule here. So, but I'm starting to feel a bit more back into the schedule. But it is a weird feeling to do these sims like in the summer again. So, well, not summer,
Yeah.
with the sun out.
Sure. All right, they are moving the chains. The Rams, Malcolm Brown, he is the RB1. Out to the 49, some ownership coming in. Thanks to producer Mike. We've got Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Jim! Hey, Jim! Updating scores. Ducey hates when I do the Tony Romo Jim, so he's good now.
Ducey. Guy. So, I don't know, Tony.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know. But the chat gets mad at me too because I don't want to overdo it. That's
the chat loves it.
That's me though. I can I probably could take a step back, but that's hard for me to do. That's not in my blood. Tara Lynn is hanging out between Sims, which is great. Jared Goff complete for a first. Robert Woods, whose salary went up. He was the third most expensive in the showdown. His second catch for a first down. Woods owned in 50% of lineups, 12% captained. Cooper Kupp, your captain, 7% in the captain spot. Reynolds, coming in hot, 10.4% captain, 48% in the flex. What do you know, Smash Lanta? People were listening to you.
Sure as heck were, bro. That's what we do on this sim. We listen to the DK Sim chat. You guys are having a great day. Hit that like button if you could. Oh, there's a little grab over the middle. Jared Goff. 2. Who else?
Reynolds. There you go.
Big J.
First time playing Fortnite, otherwise known as Brendan Blashin, the old-time voice caster. Yeah, the new parody Twitter account for yours truly.
Old timey Brendan Blashin here.
My name is Brendan Blashin. Here we are. Oh, Brendan. Oh, writing the story in the snow, aren't you? I'm on deadline. Moving along, Jared. First and goal. And Higby down at the 2. Justin Craven says, half-assing is never good, Glash. Keep on Jim and Jim. It's true. He got to be all in or all out. It's true. Here we go. Second and goal.
Oh, wide open. Jared Goff picking apart the defense on this drive. Oh, it's Kupp, my captain. What a great drive for me. I got the Goff touchdown. I got a bunch of production from Josh Reynolds, and I got the Cooper Kupp touchdown in the captain spot. Folks, I am balling out to begin this sim. Summer of Jeff beginning right here, folks. The sun is out. It's a shiny Wednesday, St. Patty's Day. Oh, it's the Patty's Day in the blue. Oh, it's a great day, Brandon. A touchdown for me, captain spot.
There's gold at the end of the captain spot.
Oh, there's gold at the end of my Lucky Charms today, too, Brendan. It's just a shame that James O'Shaughnessy is not in this sim.
Not even that. Just it's a shame now he's a tight end too. Is he
It's
still
a
in the
real
league?
shame.
Does he still have a job?
How is he not scheduled for today? Like in our sim, people really need to get on that and just change the lineup so he's tight end 1. Oh well.
I wish we had that kind of power.
I wish we did.
Probably
But we don't.
better we don't. Yeah. He was on the Jags last year.
He was?
It was 262 yards. Yeah, he had 28 catches last year.
I might have even played him in DFS one week, to be honest, if I'm being dead honest. But anyways.
Bad Boys of Pop thinks Summer of Jeff might be the best thing, the greatest thing that you've ever said.
Still a little summer left. A lot of summer left.
Summer of Jeff.
Charge.
180 entries in the Glash and Moose. Jared Goff in the snow. You know what to do. Free roll. Jeff played Jared Goff. That was not my suggestion.
I did know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Goff haters.
10,374 entries in the free public showdown. We did get some news in the NFL in between sims as Nick Chubb takes it inside the 45 and he steps out at the 40. Whoa, boy!
Bingo, bango, bongo.
What news did we get? You seriously got some news?
Well, not like in the last 5 minutes. More like
I thought we had some. Okay. I was gonna say, like, don't hold it back from me here. I mean,
Gardner Minshew. The Jags are fielding calls.
Right.
We're inquiring about him. Also, he was in the AFC South. Marlon Mack, 1 year, $2 million. He got hurt last year. Carson Wentz, officially a Colt. Play action Baker, slings it, incomplete. You got any thoughts on the latest in free agency? Any moves that you're waiting for? Or like, is there something you got to take? You got to take for me?
I mean, I got all the takes for you, but
all right.
You know, it's always interesting. I mean, some of these moves and look, the Patriots freeing up cap space, doing sort of backloaded deals to keep space open. It's really interesting, man. I mean, clearly they're leaving room just in case they can fit in that one more guy. Maybe that I'm not saying it's going to be Deshaun Watson, but there's room. All these signings, and it's crazy, but this is what they've done. They just open all they did last year. Every single move they made last year, every single move was slated to this year, and that's a touchdown, folks.
What a play!
Wow, is that Hollywood? Hollywood. I got it. Is that Hollywood?
Is that Donovan Peoples-Jones?
Oh, it is too, isn't it?
Oh my goodness! I had to stare at my depth chart and go, it can't be.
Yeah, I was a little confused. I'm like, that's got to be Higgins, but it really isn't, is it?
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
It is. The Donovan Peoples-Jones. Rest, Your Honor. Wow. And that was like a circus catch. Like, at first I thought that was Odell for sure. Then I just got...
Whose authority? The people of Donovan. People of Gotham. Wow. The wideout 4.
People...
1% in the flex. 1.0.
I thought that was Higgins.
Higgins is number 82.
He's 82. I thought he was like 10. Okay, never mind. Clearly, I don't look at the numbers anymore for these games, but probably won't shock the chat at all. Yeah, looks like Higo came off for a play, or they just went 3 wide on that play, and hey, he got his one shot. He took advantage. It was a great catch, man. This game's off to a nice little start, if I do say so. That's what happens. The sim knows. They're like, well, I haven't had a Glasheen Jeff game for a while. Better throw my A game here.
Vid always, nothing wrong with missed out fire. Out to midfield. There's the tight end one, Higbee. Producer Michael says, don't see anyone with a captain spot with Donovan Peoples-Jones in it.
I would hope not.
You panicked.
If you did put him in there, you might want to question your own sanity. But
Jacob Weatherford. Mostert became relevant, so O'Shaughnessy was sacrificed.
Sacrificial Shaughnessy lamb.
Kyle. What's up, Kyle? I'll be here for Madden After Dark tomorrow night, pal. Hope to see you there. We're tied at 7 in the first quarter, 2.5 minutes left. So, mentioned the Patriots cap space. Ross Tucker was just on with Steve Buchanan. Ross was defending Andy Dalton. Darrell Henderson Jr. to the Cleveland 36. If you guys have football topics you want to dive into, please drop them in the chat. You got something on the tip of your tongue to share? Tell us. We'll discuss.
So how did the defending Ross Tucker go, or the defending Andy Dalton go? I mean, did you listen? What was Ross's take?
I missed the Dalton part.
Yeah.
But he did go Ross. So Ross went to Twitter, and then tweet was shared on the stream. Jared Goff all the time. There you go.
All the time in the world.
Cooper Cup again.
All right.
That's fine. Tweet. Here we go. Here we go. Ross Tucker. Yesterday. Least favorite thing about Twitter is when everybody just poops on the same person because they are an easy target, or it's the thing to do. Well, Ross, we do that a lot here on the DraftKings stream. Anyway, Andy Dalton is a 3-time Pro Bowl quarterback who has taken his team to the playoffs 5 times and has made $86 million. If he, quote, sucks, unquote, then most of you suck.
I think that's more just Ross, trying to, put an end to the people, like just bashing Andy Dalton, being like, yeah, he sucks. The signing is questionable, but I don't think that's up for debate. I agree. I mean, Andy Dalton.
Whoa!
Oh well, that'll work.
Robert
into the woods, just breaking free from a tackle. The defenses have not shown up here today, folks. Clearly scared of the snow. Jared Goff, part man, part Sasquatch, not afraid of a little of the white stuff. And we got a 14-7 game.
Oh, yeah. I think this has more to do with the Bears situation.
Yeah.
Going from Mitchell Trubisky to Andy Dalton, you might as well fit Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, exactly. And, I think that's where most of it. But I agree. I mean, people are just unabashedly bashing Andy Dalton, saying, oh, he's terrible. Like, Ross is right. I mean, the dude's had a great career. I mean, he's brought teams to the playoffs before. It's ridiculous to say he's just been a useless quarterback, or he is useless. I mean, even grabbed a few wins for Dallas last year. I do think he's kind of past his prime, so to speak. Like, I don't know if you can build a team around Andy Dalton anymore, the way the league has gone, but absolutely was a solid quarterback in his day, and makes for a solid depth piece, but it ain't gonna be the answer. Like you said, I mean, just bring back Mitch. Mitch at least has some tools. Regardless of what he's done with them so far, what the Bears have done with them, then
Well, plus now, right, he goes into a situation. Clearly, he really needed to be a backup last year because of Dak's injury, playing indoors with some decent weapons. Cooper, Gallup, CeeDee Lamb. That's an investment by Dallas in the offense. Even Pollard was good with Zeke Elliott. You go from that to what they've got going on in Chicago, outside, freezing cold. I don't love it. See, Brick Lane on YouTube, Andy Dalton in Minnesota would work. Well, it's too late because it's not going to happen now, but I like that. But they're paying Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Gordon Hewitt says, Brendan, the Peoples, Glasheen, do my Rams have a chance to get Marvin Jones Jr. or another good wide receiver through free agency? Marvin Jones Jr. has already signed.
Yeah, he gone.
Let me guess. He went to Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. He's gone, man. Who else could they get though? Who could the Rams go get at receiver? They have a lot of receivers.
Do the Rams need a receiver?
I don't think so. Cup, Woods, and Reynolds. That's pretty good right there.
Yeah, I think the Rams are kind of up against it, man. Like, I think if you're a Rams fan, you kind of got to be glad with what you got. You know, they upgraded the QB like everyone wanted. They got the D. They'd get rid of someone. They brought back Leonard Floyd, but they got rid of Brockers. But still, I don't know. Do they need another receiver there? I mean, it's all. I'm thinking, they drafted Van Jefferson last year. Like, I don't think it'll be. Yeah.
Reynolds played well for them, and they upgraded the quarterback. So those guys should all get better. I
don't think they're going to be signing any big name free agency, but it is the Rams. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll trade their 2030 draft pick or something.
No kidding, right? They're all in, it seems. Robert Woods, big first quarter. 4 for 61 and a touchdown. Cooper Kupp, just 2 catches, 9 yards, touchdown. Donovan Peoples-Jones at 1% in the flex.
Wow.
38-yard touchdown reception. Wide out 4. Two-way tie for first place in the public free showdown. And Robbie Noble rostered Donovan Peoples-Jones. That's fantastic.
Nice.
Wow. Rest of the lineup for Robbie Noble, leading the free roll. Woods captained, Mayfield, Goff, Hunt, and Landry in the flex. So, of course, we got a long way to go. A lot can happen. Still 3 quarters left. Good start. Good energy in the sim. So, I have a question. It's a great question by our production crew. Producer Michael throws this out there. Close your eyes. It's August. You're doing your fantasy draft. Oh, the Patriots. Everyone's buying into the Patriots. What value can you find in the Patriots tight end situation from a fantasy perspective? Who do you think's going to have more fantasy points? Jonnu Smith or Hunter Henry?
Ooh, that is an interesting one.
Good question.
It's a really good question. I'm going to. Wow, that is a tough one. Like right now, today, because we have no idea. No idea.
There's a lot of angles to take, right? Like,
yeah.
Who's the first one off the board? Or who's going to be projected to do better than the other?
So I would go off traditional of their kind of usage in their history. Hunter Henry probably, if I had to guess off the top of my head, has more experience playing as kind of the flex out tight end, you know, kind of in the slot. Whereas Jonnu Smith has been used more as the inline tight end. This is me just guessing. I don't have stats in front of me or, you know, haven't been tracking these guys every snap. But from memory, I would guess you'd probably see Hunter Henry more in a pass-catching role than Jonnu Smith. So I would lean Hunter Henry, but man, like, Jonnu Smith is really talented, and it wouldn't shock me if he actually ended up being the guy there that was a little bit more of a front and center, like in the red zone and stuff. I think he probably has a little bit more skill as a red zone target. So that is a tough one, to be honest. A really good question too. I would still lean Hunter Henry though.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Jonnu, Scotty too hottie. I would avoid both.
Until we know more. I mean, that is honestly that's the play. Until we also get a quarterback upgrade, that's probably the play too. Not sure how excited. I think one of those guys will probably have a pretty decent year for fantasy, but again, we're gonna have to guess between them, and there's still a lot of questions with Cam.
So the Browns just punted back out the Galloping Chicken, who's been very good. 10 of 11, 122, 2 touchdowns in the snow, may I add. It's the first of 3 tonight on the late slate on Wild Weather Wednesday. I'm here for this one, and then I'll be done for the day. That ball complete to Higbee. He's been off to a good start. Tight ends and slot receivers, they get involved in these weather sims. Jeff will, this is it for you today as well.
It is, just doing the one.
Good for you.
That's it. Just popping in on a Wednesday afternoon, making sure that the sim is going okay. If you do have like some golf questions, some last-minute golf questions, you can throw those into. I'll be checking the chat for the rest here on those. Sorry, I hadn't really been. This game has also been keeping us actually busy for once, so that's always nice.
Jared Goff only has one incompletion. Robert Woods with another catch out to the 45. Brother Phil says, come on, Glashy. Dalton was working behind the worst O-line in the league last year. Dallas, according to Pro Football Focus, was not great. Look how bad Mahomes looked at his line banged up in the Super Bowl. The classic put the Super Bowl under the microscope. Dalton played outside in the cold in Cincinnati and won. I don't know about that last part. Towards the end. Yes, he won previously in Cincinnati. Look, Brother Phil, the commentary is more about the Bears and not Andy Dalton. It's the Bears going from, we're going to move off Mitchell Trubisky, then we're going to tell everybody we aggressively pursued Russell Wilson. Dan Patrick has publicized 3 first-round picks and 2 starters, I forget which positions, were on the table to get Russell Wilson. Seattle said no. Chicago did not want to pony up, so they go from, we're going to bring Russell Wilson to Chicago, to Andy Dalton.
We're going to bring Andy Dalton to Chicago.
Yeah, here comes the Red Rifle. Get your Red Rifles here. Welcome to Soldier Field. Get your Red Rifles here. Get excited, Bears fans.
I saw this today. I'm stealing this from someone. I forget who it is. He becomes like the 3rd best quarterback in franchise history. Andy Dalton.
I know, legitimately.
Like Jay Cutler.
Oh, my God.
Give me someone else. Does Rex Grossman deserve a shout-out for getting into the Super Bowl? And then Mitchell.
He almost says, give Andy Dalton a chance.
How many teams has Andy Dalton played for? 1, 2, 3. 3 teams for Andy Dalton. All right, Brother Phil comes back in. Says Andy Dalton has had noted. He had Marvin Lewis as his head coach. Still got the Bengals to the playoffs 4, maybe 5 times. The Bengals, man, give the guy a little more credit. He's not that bad. New England should have got him. Well, New England last year decided to wait till June or whatever, July, to sign Cam Newton. They let Cam fall to them. I'm with you on that. Andy Dalton would have been a great plan in New England. It's not about Dalton. It's more so about the Bears pivoting to Andy Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about.
That's the thing. And I think that was kind of Ross Tucker's probably point, right? It's not... It's like don't beat up Dalton for being like a decent, solid quarterback who's made the playoffs. Yeah, he's not like Patrick Mahomes, but don't beat him up just because the Bears over-promised with like, yeah, we're going to upgrade the quarterback, we're going to get everybody, we're going to get Russ Wilson, Deshaun Watson, and then like, actually we're going to get Andy Dalton. Don't beat up Andy Dalton because the Bears couldn't get it done. Like, that's I think that's probably. Oh, this is going to be. Oh, got rid of it. Lucky.
Yep, and you know what? Good for Ross. Ross was a former player, and he makes a good point. It's fair. Because the easy thing to do is just rag on Dalton.
And I mean, look, I know former players, like they're obviously going to, when they hear things like that, that's kind of their first thought that comes to mind, and I don't blame him. I mean, he's correct. It's like it's not an Andy. It's not like the signing is a being like should be like a jumping off point to be like rag on Andy Dalton. You don't have to like Andy Dalton or make him your best quarterback, but like the signing is ridiculous for the Bears. Regardless, right? So I don't know. Anyways,
so producer Michael,
I'd be peeved if I was a Bears fan. I would not be happy right now because it's so ridiculous on so many levels. Like, again, you've got the team out there over-promising, saying all this stuff.
Yeah.
They actually get a meeting with Seattle. They actually had a meeting for Russell Wilson. Like, I didn't. Oh, wow. Another touchdown.
Here you go, dude.
Another Cup touchdown. Cooper Kupp. Give it to me. Give me all the cups.
Jared Goff has three passing touchdowns in this first half.
Goddamn right. He's a snow monster machine, Brendan. He's Mr. Plow. Do, 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 do. That name again is Mr. Goff Plow.
We used to do
my Bears
pizza
point.
deals if Jared Goff reached 4 passing touchdowns.
That would be crazy, especially in the first half. Back to my Bears point.
Yes, please.
They got the meeting. They got the meeting. They were in the room talking about Russell Wilson with the Seattle Seahawks. You do whatever you need to do at that point in time to walk out of there with Russell Wilson.
For a franchise,
You know what I mean?
Never had a quarterback of that caliber.
Never had a quarterback in the Bears' history near Russell Wilson. This is a player who's an elite top 3, in my opinion, easy quarterback in the NFL. He has said out loud, I want to go to Chicago. And you can't walk out of that room with him? What on your team is so important that you have to keep to not get Russell Wilson? Nothing. There's nothing the Bears have that should have been off the table. Oh, you want this guy? You want all our defense? Take all our defensive players. All of them. You want every single draft pick from this draft? Take them.
Unreal.
Like like seriously, I mean, what was the hitching point? Oh no, another second rounder in 2024? Sorry, that's my cutoff. It's crazy, man. Like, I know there's like negotiating tactics. There's only so many Russell Wilsons. There's only so many chances you get at this, man. Like,
Yep.
Maybe they'll get another chance. Maybe they agree to talk again, and I'm out to lunch, and there's more to it than I know. That's a legit possibility. But boy, like, I would not. And then you come back and sign Dalton. Oh my God, dude. Like,
well, and the next step is by signing Dalton to. That's top of the line backup money, right? 1 year, 10 mil. Fitzpatrick, like, meaning you could get the starting role, but then eventually use it. You're a bridge guy, like Ryan Fitzpatrick. The money, the contract, 1 year, 10 mil, 12 mil. Tyrod Taylor, similar thing. Now they're also acknowledging, the Bears, they're acknowledging we're going to take Andy Dalton in, and then we're going to go draft another quarterback, which we already screwed up a few years ago.
Totally.
So they're running the risk of making the same mistake again. Now they couldn't
have a high draft pick. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, eventually.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Like the next step is okay. You still haven't found the answer.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton's not the long-term plan.
Anyways,
at least I don't think so.
Chad, obviously, thinking I'm getting too hyped up, but I'm just trying to look at it. I'm looking at it from a Russell Wilson standpoint. I kind of want to get him out of Seattle, even though I have no idea. Maybe they'll mend the bridges and they'll do something there. But yeah, I don't know, Congo Cap. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm read the situation wrong, and the Seattle's just like turned down everything. That's
what Dan Patrick said on his radio show this morning. 3 firsts and 2 starters was the offer, and they said no. Seattle said no.
Yeah. But what about 4 firsts?
Right. Like, renegotiate. Go
you got 3. I mean, just keep adding. Like, legitimately. Anyways.
Vid always in the chat. Cooper Kupp scored again. So Kupp has 2 touchdowns, and Robert Woods has the other for the Rams. Donovan Peoples-Jones, a 38-yard connection with Baker Mayfield. The lone scorer for Cleveland. We have 90 seconds to go in the first half. At the 28, so Browns are in business. They pick up a first down, moving the chains. All good things, a good energy. There's a good energy in the sim. Hit that like button, everybody. We got some pretty decent offense here for a snow game. Neil Boy says, Glash, how about me and you get on the field helmet to helmet? Well, that sounds painful. I have Sims to call. I'm too valuable to do that.
You lose Glasheen in this operation.
Really? Well, why do you want to hit someone head to head with a helmet? This takes a special kind of guy. Please, give us your reasoning. How's the Twitch fam doing? Derwin says the Bears did keep Trubisky for 5 years. There's the proof. Right, just being like painfully stubborn.
Well, and to that point, I mean,
I know you like Trubisky, so here it comes.
No, his first year with Chicago was with John Fox. Then he barely played. Then they changed coaches, right? So you can't really count his first year. Is all I was gonna say.
Fair.
It's really more like 3.5 or something like that. So, but yeah, I don't know. They had so much invested in Trubisky, and he did show some flashes, right? Like, he had that one good year. He had one really good year. The Bears were a missed field goal away, a field goal post away from going to the conference championship with Trubisky. I mean, he played well that year. But again, that all just brings it back to, what do you see in Andy Dalton that you don't have in Mitch Trubisky? It's just so weird. Anyways, I'll stop ranting. I'm sorry. I know I am.
Don't be sorry.
I need to get it all out.
Everything's fine. This is good.
Fine. Everything's good. It's fine. Fine.
Well, it also helps that your lineup's doing really well.
It's killing it.
So you're
Actually, it's not really. I'm in 57th. I should be higher. I have Cup, Goff. Odell hasn't done anything. Darrell Henderson, terrible.
Jared Goff is in the captain spot for the winning lineup, and I told the words I decided to use is to label the free roll. I suggested to people not to play him. Jared Goff in the snow, you know what to do. And the meaning behind that was to fade Jared Goff, and that is not working. We've got Jim here. Hey, Jim! Update the scores. Yes, Congo Cab, that's true. The Bears still have the draft. Where are they drafting?
20th or something? I don't know. Not high. That's for sure.
Bears draft picks. 20th. Yep, 20th and 52nd.
I would have guessed around like 18 or 20th. So if you'd had me do that.
Rude in the YouTube chat says Odell is a bust as always. I thought about OBJ and then faded him.
He's had some big games lately.
Cooper Kupp, another catch for a first down. Rams looking for more. Up 11. So, this is what I wanted to get to from producer Michael. Giants bringing Kenny Golladay in for a visit. Kenny Ducey. Credit to Ducey. I forget what the name of the site was that he brought up. It's a site where you can find depth charts. Not our depth charts for Madden, like real NFL depth charts. I forget the name of the site. Ducey quickly name dropped it.
Our lads?
Yes, and there's a hint there. Galladay's on there as a Giant.
Is that right?
Yes, that's what Ducey said. So he's like, ooh. And then all of a sudden, Ian Rappaport, 20 minutes ago, Giants have been in talks with Lions star free agent wide receiver Kenny Golladay. Expect to bring him in for a visit prior to signing him to a deal. There was mutual interest. So Ducey was on to something. Josh Reynolds, first down. What do you think? Golladay in New York.
Yeah. I don't know if I love it for his fantasy value, if I'm being honest. They already have Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. I think Golden Tate's gone, isn't he?
Yes, he was cut.
Yeah, he was cut. So Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and Evan Ingram. So I guess Darius Slayton's fantasy value is gone because there's no way Daniel Jones is going to support two big guys on the outside. Sterling Shepard, fine. The slot guy. You still got Evan Ingram as like a big target there too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Golladay to me is like an alpha number one receiver. Wherever he goes, the value of the other players around there, unless you're like a slot guy like Shepard, who just kind of work the underneath, your value's probably going to dip. Like, it's not good for Ingram, I don't think. It's probably, maybe Ingram works a little bit of the slot too. Darius Slayton's dead in the water if Golladay goes there. I guess I don't hate it. I mean, there's definitely spots I would have rather him gone, but yeah, I think most of the elite teams like just weren't going to pay up for a guy like Golladay. Yeah, I really like Golladay as a player. Could be interesting. Help Daniel Jones, perhaps bounce back, having a target like that.
Yeah, you have to wonder. You have to wonder that if the fact that a visit is being reported is like, oh, so maybe Golladay was hoping for something a little bit better, and the market hasn't been great, meaning that, like, something would have already been done day one of the legal tampering period.
I mean, look, the Jets got Corey Davis, right? The Jets had a lot of room. They were probably another target. I don't mind that signing for the Jets. I mean, it's pretty reasonable. Just for considering he's a decent player. I mean, I don't know if the terms are that reasonable, but you pay less for Davis and you pay for Golladay. But you're right. Like, Jacksonville chose to go cheaper. Like, where else was he going to go?
Producer Michael throws out the Dolphins. He thought the Dolphins would be the spot to pair him with Park.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I heard that too, or saw that somewhere. Yeah, I mean, like, looking at some of the other deals, I thought the Patriots got good value with Kendrick Bourne. I agree. Corey Davis, not bad. I thought the Pats reached a little on Nelson Aguilar, Kaufman's boy. Maybe that's why he took more money. Nelson was like, if Adam Kaufman's covering me at Gillette Stadium, I want more money.
That's right.
And the Patriots overpaid.
That's right.
They overpaid Nelson Aguilar for more security from Kaufman.
But yeah, I mean, Galladay's an interesting one. So, maybe the Eagles. I don't know. I can't off the top of my head remember how much cap room these teams have either. So, but the Giants could be a good landing spot for him. I mean, I agree. It's kind of been death for receivers a little bit. Slayton had like one okay year, but Daniel Jones getting sacked a lot last year. They kind of have a run-first philosophy there too. It's not the spot I would have wanted to go if I was Kenny Golladay, but it might just be a money thing, like you said. Might not be as much out there as possible. Bengals would have been great. Ooh. Oh, really? Did that just drop, Randy? About Golladay and the Bengals? Good God, that'd be amazing.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, Diana Rossini.
Rossini, yep.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini, ESPN, blue check mark.
Diana Rossini.
7 minutes ago, here we go. Wide receiver Kenny Golladay has received an offer from the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm told no decision has been made while other teams are interested. One of those teams, the New York Giants. Dan Graziano of ESPN reports he will visit with New York.
I ain't going to lie, folks. I'm a big Joe Burrow fan. I would absolutely love to see Kenny Golladay go to the Bengals. I think that'd be fantastic.
Wow. So you'd have Golladay, Boyd, and John Ross.
Not John Ross. T. Higgins.
I'm sorry, T. Higgins. Yes.
Golladay, Boyd, and T. Higgins. It would probably hurt T. Higgins' fantasy value a bit, but who knows? It would just be cool to have those two guys working side by side. I mean, if you're Golladay, like, if the offers aren't that much different, gotta pick the Bengals, don't you? Like,
what does the agent tell him? Hey, go to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Kid Burrow looks like he can play.
Yeah. Giants, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much, Kenny.
Well, I'll give you a reason why no on the Giants, because, and look, this is a Patriots angle to it, but Joe Judge is going to use the Belichick style of like, you throw to the open receiver. We don't have to go to one individual guy.
No, completely.
Right?
I mean, look, that's what I mean. Like, Darius Slayton was dead in the water last year. They didn't even have Saquon Barkley in the lineup. Wait till Saquon gets back, and they just want to ground and pound. So, yeah, I agree completely. That's why I said. I mean, I just don't know for Golladay if that's going to be the best spot. But who knows? Money talks, man. So I've been told.
I know, Jordan. I know it's not the Sims. Fair call out. The Giants have John Ross.
Yeah, the Giants got John Ross. Yeah, that's right.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know. Why?
All right. Well, Jordan Lindenbaum. Brown is a cheapo. Would be surprised if he outbids anyone for Kenny Galladay. Rossi's Fat Cat. When you wear green glass, you kind of resemble Aaron Rodgers on the Subway diet.
Okay.
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers is on the Subway diet?
I didn't know Aaron Rodgers did stuff with Subway. Jared Goff, another completion to Tyler Higbee. 3rd and 9, 21-10. We're in the third quarter. Smash the like button if you haven't already. Good to have you with us. How's the Twitch fam doing? Wes says, is it just me? Or do home teams do not so good in the weather? It should be the other way around.
In the weather? I don't know. I've never really noticed that, but who knows?
Golf Rat. OBJ wears number 13.
That is correct. Factual statement.
We will certainly break any news that we get from the NFL if we can bring it to you and if it's applicable. Get another punt. Admittedly, I am making tweaks to my NBA lineup for tonight. Gotta beat cough, you know? Gotta keep everyone happy.
Yeah, gotta keep the lights on, right?
It's true, man.
Yeah, now we're on the subject of Galladay, I'm really trying to figure out like other landing spots for him. Yeah, there's not a ton that come to mind. Cincinnati does make some sense. Giants actually does make a little bit of sense as well. Colts, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that was the room. They did just draft Pittman. Texans?
Ooh. Texans?
Yeah, that was a joke. I don't think the Texans I don't think Kenny Galladay wants to go to the Texans. What a terribly run franchise right now. Hopefully they turn it around. They need to get some value for that Deshaun Watson asset. They need to move on. They need to tear the Band-Aid off, as I've said multiple times. Oh, a little off the back toss.
Oh.
It can't be again twice, could it?
No.
Could it? No, it's OBJ.
We the people.
There you go.
A little OBJ action. It's another guy who could be on the move. He's got a massive contract this year, though. I think the Browns are stuck with him for at least one more year.
Think so?
Yep. Most likely. I mean, look, it's the NFL. Anything can happen. But if I had to guess, probably going to be stuck with them for one more year.
All right, Baker, what do you got for us? Midway through the third. Oh, nice ball. Jarvis Landry, good to see you.
Good to see you.
First and goal coming up. Yes! First down. Cleveland, this is for you. Jordan Lindenbaum, you're not wrong. The Bengals historically have been on the side of not spending a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is their kind of guy in the sense that, oh, perfect. We're on day 3 of free agency and no one's really kicking the tires on this guy. Perfect time for us to swoop in and not spend a lot.
Well, and I mean, how about just from the fact that like they finally have like a really good QB? I mean, you know, if you're going to start spending, like you need to do it now, maybe, right?
One would think.
Oh, there's our boy, Rashard Hollywood. Hollywood. Sim has been action-packed, friends. Action-packed.
That was Landry.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right. It was Landry. Landry's 80. What's Higgins again? Like 82?
I'm like, well, hold on a minute. Am I wrong? What the hell's going on?
What's Higgins? 82 or 81? I can't remember.
Higgins is 82. Landry is
82.
80.
Okay, sorry, folks. That was Landry. It's the second time I've called a Higgins touchdown, and it wasn't. So I'll just shut up for the rest of the sim. How's that?
Oh, don't. Robbie Noble says, Glash, you've made the Marv Albert games on TNT hella better. I know he did a Celtics Jazz game last night. Marv Albert.
Yes, we are presented by State Farm.
The Marv normally does the West Coast games, so when you get him on the East Coast, it's a treat. So, Congo Cab had Jarvis. Nice. Way to be. All right, so we've got ourselves a 3-point game. Boston accent came out there for a second. Yeah, got ourselves. All right. 2nd and 10, 21-18. Third quarter winding down. Moose is losing his mind.
Man, it's Wednesday afternoon. The sun is out. Everything is weird.
Kicking Club says, wishful thinking, Jeff, and too much time spent around Rossi. LOL. Got a solo leader in the Free Public Showdown, and Robbie Noble is leading the free roll. That Donovan Peoples-Jones touchdown is going to save. Really come back now. Malcolm.
Oh! Malcolm Brown. First down, though. Didn't quite break it. Thought he might.
Wasting our time. What else you got going on? If you guys have golf questions, put them in the chat. Moose is down to entertain. Hey, how about Reed hanging out with Bryson DeChambeau for a shoot this week?
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Is he going to be on the commercial then?
Will Reed be on the commercial?
Yeah, is that my understanding? What's it like? What'd they shoot? Did they shoot a segment or did they shoot a commercial? Didn't they? I don't know.
It was like an interview, like a.
Interview.
Okay. I think it will serve multiple purposes.
Okay.
You know, they probably shot a bunch of stuff. Oh, we got a signing. The Chiefs, Kyle Long going to Kansas City.
He came out of retirement, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting. Chiefs, that's a couple big O-line signings. So obviously they saw the writing on the wall there, you know, like let's protect our dude. Kind of the opposite of how Seattle has reacted, you know. Mahomes gets hit a couple times, and Chiefs go immediately to the bank, spend up for some O linemen, and the Seattle Seahawks say nothing and try and trade their quarterback. So a little bit of perspective. Yeah, this one is moving along slow because everyone's scoring, and then we're changing possession every 2 minutes. So whenever that happens, it goes a little bit slower. CH, what do you want? The PGA picks? I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to say Chris Kirk wins this week. This one's going to be a crazy event, though. Lots of variance on that course, lots of water, not a great field. Could be one of those ones where you see a guy at like 500 to 1 win or something like that, a crazy one. Like a Jim Herman or
Jim?
Kelly Craft. Jim? Kelly Craft. Oh, get rid of it. Oh, he did, but it incomplete.
Randy says, Glash, we were talking about that 20 minutes ago. You're behind. LOL. Talking about what? When you drop in a that, I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. Feed me. What you got? All right. Another punt. Wonderful. Sean Preston needs Reynolds. I don't know. I mean, the Rams are allowing Cleveland to stay in this ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams scoring quickly, back to back kind of thing. So it's been a back and forth type of game. Both QBs playing pretty well. Rams can't shut the door, though. You're right. They've had chances.
Oh, Kyle Long. Yeah, my bad, Randy. You guys said it in the chat. I just, mentioned it out of my mouth. That was kind of what I was, getting at. But it's a fair chirp. Fair to point out. Make no mistake. Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff have been decent. Our buddy Jordan Lindenbaum is now in first place in the free public showdown. That is a completion for a first down. Big pickup to the 44-yard line. Jordan Lindenbaum has Woods in the captain spot. Goff, OBJ, Kupp, Landry, and Malcolm Brown in the flex.
All right, there you go.
So we've paused the action. We'll take a look at the scores. Let Jim get all caught up. They called it a pick?
Wait, what? That wasn't a pick, was it?
Oh.
Guess we'll find out when we get back. It was like the quickest pick ever.
I totally missed that. Normally it pauses. The animation will pause for a second.
I know.
Oh, interception. Wow, I missed it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I mean, he caught it and then went right out of bounds. So,
Oh, crap. All right, it was a pick. So, Baker Mayfield losing points.
Baker losing points.
Yeah.
Rams going to have the ball back. Goff with 256. So, Jared Goff going to have a chance to hit the bonus as well. Baker only 178 yards.
Yeah, so Straight Cash says, wow, that pick stood. It was in the stands. Huh. Damn. So I guess it was Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey. That makes sense. I mean, highest rated defensive player, or one of the outside of Darnold.
Not bad.
Here we go. There it is.
All right. So it's Rams
back to work.
And of course, now I'm really confused because Baker just threw it from left to right. And now with the quarter change, we are still going left to right, thanks to the pick.
Yeah, the Rams basically have it at the exact same spot and going the exact same direction the Browns had about 5 seconds ago. So all very strange, but yeah, it makes sense. Oh, another completion. Look at that. Woods. Good for Jordan Lindenbaum.
I think Woods is near the bonus, but he's getting up there.
Our buddy DFS Queenie, she's sent an invitation for head-to-head. Wow. What is this, Kaufman? Like last-minute crap? Sure. Why not?
Pick him up.
Fine. I'll try and squeeze in some picks here. Would love to. All right, what do we got? Let's see. Back to the ground. So Jordan's got Malcolm Brown in his flex spot. Yeah, Randy, it's a good point. Free agency is like a fast-paced holiday. You've got to keep up. If you ain't first, you're last. Truly. Jared Goff having the sim of his life. Still sitting on those 3 touchdowns, though. Can he make it 4? 4 is actually matching his record in Simland. would be heroic. If he could get there. But who knows? I doubt it. I don't have much belief in the guy.
Well, he's got a 1st and 10 at the 15.
I mean, he should get some credit if they do get the ball into the end zone.
My question is, what is his yardage going to be at the end of this drive? Yeah. Couldn't see it on that one. Not sure if he's going to have enough to get the over 300 on this drive, so I might need a pass or two more after this one.
Well, Poff is in the chat and says, almost NBA lock.
Oh, wow.
Let's party.
Heads up. Strolling the streets.
Oh, can I tell you a story? Can I tell you something?
Of course you can.
It's a quick rant. Cooper Kupp for a first down. So I meant, I don't know.
Third touchdown. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if I put this on the air. I know Cooper Kupp let you down. But is he nearing the bonus? I think he is. Right? Is that true?
I have no idea. That was a run play anyways.
No, he's not close. 47 yards. Jared Goff might be.
Goff is. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Goff's 14 away.
Yeah, 14. Okay, so you're not going to hit on this drive.
So, first and goal. Incomplete. So, I'm up late last night doing some, I was with Marv Albert, and Marv was helping me out with my TikTok, and kind of finishing up some things. I'm kind of a night owl, we'll do Madden After Dark, and then I'll do the dishes, and I'll sweep up the kitchen, and just do some things that you don't love to do when you wake up the next day. I don't mind doing those things late night between 12:30 and 1 a.m. I'm just weird like that. I just prefer to do that and sleep in a little bit longer. I don't know what exactly triggered it, but I was up pretty late. I was up till about 2:30. Oh, there he goes. Jared Goff to the end.
Oh, wow.
For a touchdown.
What a game. Redemption game. The snow game.
Wow.
So Jordan had the flu game. Jared Goff has the snow game.
So, I get a text at, I'm going to check exactly what time it was so I'm accurate. I get a text at 2:48 a.m. from Adam Kaufman.
2:48 your time?
Yeah.
Jeez.
So I was up. I was. It says, dude, go to bed. But I'm like, hold on a second. You're up too. What are you doing up? I'm not questioning why you're up late.
I'll tell you something here. I thought I was the night owl of the group. You guys both put me to shame. I hit one and I'm like, okay, that's enough. I got to stop working or doing whatever. You guys are sitting there texting each other at 3 in the morning. My God, man. I don't know how Kaufman functions, if I'm being honest. But anyways, that's insane that he's texting you. How did he know that you were up? Is the real question.
Great question. My guess would be maybe Twitter, because I did retweet something from Damian Lillard late night, and at that hour there's only 1 or 2 people on Twitter, himself included. And he says, dude, go to bed. Well, hold on a second. You're going to tell me to go to bed? What are you doing up? He's got children and a family.
Right.
Why don't you go to bed? You old man?
You got to sleep in. I'll be dead honest. I love my kids. It's fantastic. Every day is an adventure, but that is the one thing I miss the most. Having just that flexibility to sleep in. You'd be okay, I'm going to stay up till 2, 3, get some things done. I'm going to sleep till 10.
Yeah, exactly.
That ain't on the table anymore. Anyways, that's a whole other discussion. You guys are crazy.
There's Hooper. Oh, actually, let's not talk too quickly here. I think that's Hooper.
Hoffman, I am not giving half the story. So he texted me. I texted him first at 1:28 in the morning. He said, great lineup. Blah, 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 blah. So he sends something to me at 1:46. I then respond at 2:31 and said, good call. And then at 2:48, he says, dude, go to bed. Why are you telling me to go to bed? I mean, clearly, you're up texting me. You're still up, too. Like, why even send that?
You guys are like the two hockey players who like refuse to leave the ice first. You know, at the end of warm-ups.
It is complicated, Mr. Let's not complicate things, but complicates things. I just don't get it. Like, what do I say to that? Like, what do you want me to reply to that? Because if I went to bed when I was supposed to, Daddy, I would not respond to it, right? I would clearly already be in bed. So, what are you looking for there? Dude, go to bed. You want me to say yes? At your command, sir. Like, what do I say to dude, go to bed? Yep, so, going right now. I'll let you know when I've closed my eyes, too. I'm asking, what do you respond when someone says to you, dude, go to bed? Okay. Sure. What if I don't want to? But why? Why do you care?
You guys should just see who can stay up latest. You know, like just keep texting each other every half an hour. See who gives in first.
I'm like, I don't know. That got me. I'm like, hold on a second. You're going to tell me to go to bed, but you're up too.
Oh, man.
Anyway, that's the story. Not much there, but always something there.
Okay.
Touchdown. And
All
it's
right, I'm not calling the Browns receiver. You can just call this one. I think I know who that is, but you just confirm it for us, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon. OBJ. Congrats, lad.
Oh, Beckham.
At the end of the rainbow.
Bringing the Browns back to within 3 points. It's a St. Paddy Day miracle. We'll see if the Los Angeles Rams hit their lucky charms or not in this last drive.
You get that vital first down.
Close this one out.
Corned beef and cabbage. Coming up. Oh, what the hell. Jordan Lindenbaum is still in first place. Way to be, brother. Robbie Noble's in first in the DK SimFam Friends contest. Jordan must not have entered a lineup in the old free roll. I could be wrong.
Too big and powerful to get in the league free roll. I've dropped back to 80th. Crying shame.
Obi-Wan. So I ask people, what do I say to respond to that text? Obi-Wan says, "You're not my father." But Luke, I am your father. Wow. That's phenomenal. Moose, where are you at in the leaderboard right now?
Oh, I'm like 80th, man.
Oh.
Way back, near the bottom.
Kind of surprised.
Yeah, you know, with Goff out there.
Pretty good at this.
Or Cup and Goff, yeah. It just didn't work out for me, though.
Oh, well. Anyways, we're one first down away here, basically. Oh, there's a flag, though.
It's probably coming back, holding. The Browns have 2 timeouts still.
Bad Boys of Pot making corned beef and cabbage right now. Nice.
Okay. A little stuffage. Gonna burn one more time out.
Corned beef and cabbage! Signature meal on St. Patrick's Day. Can't wait to get home. And fire up the stove. I'm on deadline. Midwest Heather, hello. How is you? 3rd and 17. Jared Goff. He's made me really put my mouth to the corned beef and cabbage and just keep it zipped the way he's played today. It's almost like going forward, you all should just play Jared Goff when I call the sim because he's just now trolling me. You know? Happens from time to time in this great land of sims. I can't believe we are 11 days from the anniversary. And I'll tell you something. There is a chance here Cleveland can tie this sim, and we got overtime.
Absolutely, dude. Yep. OC on the board here.
Steve Buchanan was with Ross Tucker earlier. I think you guys should go back and watch, though. I think Steve does a pretty good job as a host. I really like Steve in the host chair as opposed to the take slinger.
How was your and Steve's little bromance sim?
Oh, it's good. The best part is when everyone's like, "Who's this guy? Who's this new guy?" I'm like, "Steve, people don't remember you." Some folks were going at him, which he likes. He called them oops in response. That went well. I found it kind of funny because I titled the free roll last night, Glash and Bukes finally got the host of Unreasonable Odds podcast to call a sim. So I'm like, hey, so what do you got coming up on the podcast? Well, I'm stepping away during March Madness. I'm letting Julian do it, and I'm just going to come back in a few weeks. I'm like, hold on a second. So we're going to have you on a sim, and then we're going to pump up your new podcast, and then you're not going to be on it? That seems counterproductive. So, I found that very silly. But of course, Steve had to come back for that too.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He hates my TikToks. Thinks I should quit. Every time I post them, he says, horrible, capital H, horrible, period. Every time. Pretty sad.
I think he liked one of them, but I can't remember which one it was.
Just one. I've posted like 25.
Yeah, it was legitimately just one.
So I was giving him this last night. I go, Steve, what's a good batting average in baseball? He's like, no one cares about batting average anymore. What's a good WOBA? He says like 450, 500. I go, that's what I hit in TikTok. Well, just below 50% it might hit. And he's like, oh, now I see where you're going with this. I'm like, yeah, it's just to make it relatable, Mr. Baseball. He's like, no, you hit like, you're more like a 210. I would want, he's like, now I want to make batting average relevant again. You hit like 210 in TikTok.
Yeah, you're a solid, fumble. This one's over.
And it's fumbled, recovered by...
Actually, Cleveland got it. But the time's going to run out, so don't matter.
Oh, come on.
Heartbroken, folks.
Come on,
heartbroken.
Go to the line. Oh! Thought they might get a snap. Smalls on YouTube says, thank goodness, just ended already.
Just ended. Get him out of here. Done with this sim.
Well, maybe because Smalls has a lineup that's in a good spot and didn't want any more points. Just a guess. All right, here we go. Jared Goff, great job. 27 to 35, 286.
Terrific job. Terrific.
Very good. Player of the game?
Player of the game. Let's figure that out. I mean, I think that who do we have to give it to? Jared Goff?
I was just gonna. I kind of was thinking that's what you were gonna do.
I mean, he ran one in, right? I just don't want to discount anyone here. But yeah, Jared Goff, 29.64 points, ran one in, 3 touchdowns. Didn't hit the bonus, which kind of sucks. But again, Rob 8 Noble. I assume that's Robbie Noble. I don't know, but did have Woods in the captain spot for the win. We'll give it to Goff. Let's just give it to Goff. It's a nice little story. Brendan wrote him off, said don't play him in the snow. You should have played him, though. So there you go. Jared Goff.
All right. Higgins, no catches. It was not Higgins who caught the touchdown. It was Donovan Peoples-Jones. So I guess Higgins is not my kid.
No, absolutely. And I played Higgins. So That was going to be my guy all the way. Hollywood, not so much today.
Yeah,
more like homeless.
And he made you look bad. He humiliated you because
he's now Richard Homeless Higgins. So.
Yes, that's fair. I agree with it. C. Fulton 23, first place in the public free showdown. Sorry, Jordan. Jordan fell to 4th in the free roll, the public free roll. He still won 10 DK bucks. And Robbie Noble, first place in the Jared Goff in the snow. You know what to do. Obviously, captain him. Robbie Noble did play Donovan Peoples-Jones. Unreal. Fantastic. All right, we need to go because, as you mentioned, all those incompletions, the punts, that sim kind of dragged. We just got a trade in the NBA. Holy cow.
Oh, we did, eh?
Big one. Rockets are trading PJ Tucker. Someone else that I don't know how to say his name. In a Milwaukee first-round pick to the Bucks. Jay Augustine, DJ Wilson, and an unprotected first-round pick. All right, cool. I'm sure that might be something that comes up tonight with the NBA guy, Adam Kaufman, Tommy Freeze Pops. They're on the next sim. Ravens, Dolphins in the rain. Moose is done for the night. I am done for the night. Thank you to Tim from the Game Ops team. Also, folks, the madness is not exclusive to basketball this weekend because on Saturday, Cornhole Mania takes over the DraftKings Dream Stream. It's the American Cornhole League singles tournament airing on Saturday, this Saturday, March 20th at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time right here on the DK YouTube and Twitch channels. And that's not all. You can follow the action while taking a shot at $1K in total prizes with our free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's right. It's free. Most correct answers win the top prize of $100. So head to the pool section on the DK Sportsbook, on the app, also on the website. Enter your picks by 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday. Then follow along on the DraftKings Dream Stream on Saturday, 5 p.m. to see if you're a winner. All right, everybody. Good stuff. For Moose, I'm Glash. Terrell will be coming with you here in just a bit. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of Wild Weather Wednesday.
Wow, thank you, you St. Patrick's Day bozo. I thought you were going to start complaining about everyone we work with, but thank God we had Jeff to calm down Glash. Definitely asking Kaufman about it coming up next. 8 p.m. Eastern, the Ravens are taking on the Dolphins in rainy Miami as Wild Weather Wednesday. We're going to keep it rolling, people, on this St. Patrick's Day. We get Kaufman and Tom Carroll. They're going to join us for that matchup. That is also featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry. It's going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. In the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going right to first. The PGA Tour continues their run through Florida this week with the Honda Classic. Here with a sports betting preview of the tournament, we got our friends here, the Tour Junkies.
To start off the betting card, I tell you what. I know there's one name in here we both like. I'll let you hit that. But I know there's also a name in here that I love and you hate, and that is Mr. Adam Scott at 30-1. That is really, for me, where I'm going to start the love fest is Adam Scott at 30-1. Now, you look at his recent performance, and it's been okay. It hasn't been great. 48th last week, 10th at the Farmers was kind of the last thing we saw Adam Scott do really well. He was a PGA Tour winner in 2020, so he's won recent. That's fairly recently. In the last 15 events or so he's played, he's won. He's hitting the ball a lot further than he used to, but he's missing a lot more fairways. But this is a place at the Honda and PGA National that he knows he can club down. In his last few starts at the Honda, now last year he missed the cut. That sucked, okay? The year before that he went 13th, 14th, win, 12th since 2014. He knows how to club down at this golf course. This is a golf course where your longer hitters are going to hit irons off the tee. They're going to hit, driving irons, hybrids, fairway woods, whatever. He's going to club down. He's going to be in the fairway, and then he's going to dial it in with the greens. I think Adam Scott gives you a ton of win equity, too, at 30-1. I love that number for him. I'm all in on it. Who's your guy in that shorter range?
I like Shane Lowry right beneath him there at 29-1. I think that is a great number for him. We saw him play well last week at the Players. He is another guy that I mentioned, is just a grinder. And I will say he plays well in the wind. I don't know for sure if the stats really show that, but look, he comes from over there over there where the wind is, where the wind blows like crazy, and you play golf, and it doesn't matter, and you know.
It comes from where the wind is. No, historically on the PGA Tour, he gains almost 2 shots around in windy conditions and plays much better in windy conditions than he does calm or moderate.
Yeah, there you go. Shane Lowry, 29-1. I like that number.
I like that too.
Not with you on Adam Scott, so I'm not going to talk about that number. But if we're talking a little bit shorter, though, in this mid-range, I like Keegan Bradley.
You mean longer in the mid-range?
A little longer in the mid-range. I like Keegan Bradley at 40-1. I know you're not a big fan, but I think in a field like this, we've seen him play pretty well recently. He hasn't been able to put 4 rounds together, but still, Keegan Bradley, I like him at 40-1.
So much water for Keegan.
There is, but that's okay. I'm gonna take my chances with my boy Keegan. Now, let me take a quick second though to mention this, and Feinberg talked about this on the show, and that is, I think you can get a lot of these guys with good numbers live, meaning after the first round or two. DraftKings does this in the sports book. You can look at the numbers and see what the odds are. Look at the guys near the top, maybe 3-4 shots off the lead come Friday night. Take some of those odds. I think you're going to get some good ones this week. I think I did that actually when you had Keith Mitchell a few years ago. I got him. I can't remember if it was Friday or Saturday night, but he was still like 50 or 60-1. You had him at 250-1. I'm okay still, and he was in the lead, or he was close to it. Getting him at that number, he wasn't getting a whole lot of respect. I think you'll get that again this week with with a weak field in this tournament. Some of the bigger names are going to be given those shorter odds if they're close or near the top. And then you just look at some of those guys that are 3-4 shots off the lead that are playing well. The stats are showing well, and we may have talked about it, in this show. But I think that is one way you can get an advantage this week in this tournament.
I love that. So maybe save a little bit of the bankroll for the live betting. And one of the reasons that really plays here is because your winning score is likely to be 10 under, 8 under, 7 under, maybe even.
And the weather's going to pick up on the weekend too.
Yeah, the weather's going to pick up
on different.
Yeah, so it's not like these guys, if they make the cut, it's not like the guy in 40th has, 9 shots to make up on the lead. It may be a much more narrow gap there that they can make up if they just go out and they play solid golf and they par, they make par is your friend, they stay patient, they grind it out. This is kind of what this event is going to be. I mean, we had a listener last week get Justin Thomas after Friday at 50-1. Because he was like 12, 11 shots. I mean, he was like way back. He was like 9 shots back. So I do think there's something to that live angle this week for sure. All right, a couple more just favorites of mine in that mid-tier range. I'm really going to jump back on the Chris Kirk bandwagon. He's been playing so good, and you can't write him off because of one bad round on Sunday at the Players. He did have a terrible round. He shot a 79 Sunday at the Players, despite being, I think he was 3 shots or 4 shots back, maybe 3 shots back going into Sunday. Then shot a 79. I'm not writing him off. He hits a lot of fairways. He hits a lot of greens. He's been playing very well. He's confident. Strokes gained home life is good for Chris Kirk at 45-1. I love that number. Brendan Steele at 45-1. I also love that number. Jeff Feinberg talked about him. I love him. He's played this place well. He's a great ball striker. You just need the putter to click for a week. He's a PGA Tour winner. You get him late on Sunday, with a chance. He can take it. He's not going to back down.
We get to do it multiple times a week, and it never gets old. Talking hockey with Jeff Ulrich, DK contributor. I'm Adam Kaufman, and Moose, 6-game main slate in the NHL here tonight. Looking ahead a little bit later on at 9 p.m. Eastern, you have the 3K Twine, our featured contest in the DraftKings lobby, and that is a showdown between Montreal and Winnipeg. Now, Tyler Toffoli is the most expensive guy for a reason, almost $15K in the captain spot, coming off a very good game, had 3 points, couple of goals, but do you want him? Is he worth paying up for, or would you actually rather save some cash?
Yeah, I mean, look, Toffoli definitely, I think, makes for a decent target. Obviously, he's a high-end goal scorer. He can get you those multiple goal games that you want. And look, Winnipeg, and I said this the last time we were on, I mean, they're due for some regression here. They allow a ton of scoring chances every night, a ton of shots on goal. They've been riding a hot goalie. But I think there's a cheaper option here with Josh Anderson. I mean, Josh Anderson upgraded to the second line, playing beside Kotkaniemi now, and they've kind of mixed up their lines here. Anderson scored a goal in the last game as well. He's a lot cheaper. He's 11-7 in the captain spot. Again, a shoot-first player can get you those multiple goal games. I like going to him for a value play instead in the captain spot. Saves you a lot of salary. You can maybe roster a goalie alongside. But I do think the other option here is just pay up for Carey Price. Carey Price is in fine form right now. He's playing really good. His last 5 games, I've seen him post save percentage of .94 better in 4 of those last 5 starts. So all things considered here, I like the Canadians tonight, and I think paying all the way up for Price is fine. But Josh Anderson, for me, I don't mind taking the discount on him for a goal scorer.
If you did want to pay up for Toffoli or Price, as you mentioned, the captain spot, Anderson clearly represents his value there in the flex. But who else do you like?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple guys. I mentioned Jesperi Kotkaniemi. He's 5,400. He's playing in a second-line center role right now. The Canadians have upgraded these young centers, Nick Suzuki, to more prominent roles because they don't really have an option. They don't really have depth at center, so they have to rely on these young guys. But they're getting bigger opportunities. And again, I like pairing Kotkaniemi with a guy like Josh Anderson. It makes for a cheap, cost-effective stack, regardless of if you use him in the captain spot or now. The other guy in this game, I actually feel is basically a must play. Is Josh Morrissey on the Winnipeg Jets side. He's playing power play 1 minutes. He's averaging over 2.5 shots on goal per game. He's coming in hot with points in his last couple of games as well. This is just a solid all around defenseman that produces, like he should be 8 or 9K on this slate, and he's only 6,600. So for me, Morrissey is the value that you absolutely have to slide in there. And if you do side with the Jets tonight, he's an easy pair with a guy like a Blake Wheeler if you want to captain Wheeler or Mark Scheifele. So for me, Morrissey and Kotkaniemi, two value plays on the slate I'd want to target.
We like to celebrate your victories around here, and
Yes.
you correctly picked Montreal on the money line on Tuesday. We have to. It only makes sense. So sticking with the DK Sportsbook and this game, do you have a favorite bet?
Yeah, I'd stick with the Canadians here again on the money line. I mean they're going off around -115 again, -110 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Been fluctuating a little bit between there. You'll see a little bit of fluctuation, but I think this is a fine price to pay. Again, I talked about Winnipeg. They've looked good at times. They're a good skating team, but they have just been over-reliant on their goalie. They're due for regression. They're allowed the 5th most scoring chances against in the league this year. Let's put them with in the bottom feeder teams, like around the Ducks and stuff in that stat. That's not good. Montreal, on the other hand, been a top 10 team in terms of expected goal rate all year, and they have Carey Price playing well again. I think Montreal comes in here and probably picks up another win. They're just due to go on a little streak. I think they're a better team than their record has indicated over the last month. And then the other bet, I don't mind, and I mentioned his name already, Josh Anderson to score a goal here at +225. If you want a goal scoring, if you want a player prop, I don't mind that one. Again, Winnipeg allowing a ton of scoring chances. They don't have the greatest penalty kill. Josh Anderson with new line mates been gelling nice lately. You're getting a little bit bigger odds on him than, say, Toffoli at +225 to score a goal.
A few games on the late slate tonight. Going back to DFS, you have the 15K Sticks contest, $5,000 going to first place. And as usual, especially with those games that are happening out west, your area, you've got some of the typical high-price skaters. I'm talking McDavid, Draisaitl, you have Pacioretty as well. Who stands out to you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's some interesting names. It's a good little 3-game slate for sure. You got the Oilers going up there. I don't think that rostering Connor McDavid against the Flames is ever a bad idea. He's just dominated that team, from start to finish of his career thus far. But the Oilers are going to be without Tyson Barrie tonight. I think I would rather take the discount if you had to decide between, say, a Draisaitl and McDavid or Pacioretty. I would go with Max Pacioretty here. The matchup against the Sharks It's just too good to ignore. Whenever the Sharks are on the slate, they're a great matchup for your opposing forwards. They allow a ton of shots on goal, third most in the league. The scoring chances are up there as well. And they, quite frankly, just have one of the worst goaltending duos in the league here. Pacioretty, he's just such a consistent shots on goal producer, averaging over 4 per game. Playing well, too, over this last little recent stretch. They've got Shea Theodore back in form. I think that's really just helped their offensive catalysts. So I like paying up for Max Pacioretty, and you can pair him with Shea Theodore as well. You take that little savings over McDavid, maybe invest it in the defense. I think the only other thing I would mention on this 3-gamer, if you want to pay up for a stack, look to the Kings as well. Anze Kopitar playing really well. Pair him with Adrian Kempe. They're in a really good spot against the Blues.
So if you are going to pay up for Pacioretty, maybe even multiple, I mean, a lot of the time people pay up for both McDavid and Draisaitl. Who's the value on the 3-game late slate?
Yeah, no, and look, I mentioned the Kings there, and I really do like targeting that game specifically for some goals tonight. So a guy like Alex Iafallo going to be playing alongside Kopitar as well. He doesn't shoot the puck as much as Kempe, but he's only 4K to roster. It's just a really cheap price for a guy getting power play 1 exposure going up against the St. Louis Blues team. Bottom 10 in terms of penalty killing. Their goalies have really struggled of late as well, the Blues have. So I like Iafallo. I think Jeff Carter could also be someone in the mix. And then going to that Vegas game as well. Vegas, huge favorites tonight, going up against the Sharks. Like I said already, allow a ton of scoring chances. Going to the second line there is fine. Riley Smith, he's kind of an inconsistent scorer. He doesn't do too much else for you. He's probably not going to get you the shots on goal bonus, but at 4,300, absolutely like a talented enough offensive player going up against the Sharks where you could get a multiple goal night from him. So those are kind of the 3 value plays I'd really like to target. I like the Kings forwards for sure against the Blues. They're really cheap for the matchup. And then again, Riley Smith going up against the Sharks. If you can get some of the exposure to the top 6 for the Vegas Golden Knights at cheap prices tonight, I like that.
DK Sportsbook for these few games, is there a favorite bet that you have in particular? I mean, is there a game total that stands out to you with these few?
Yeah, it's absolutely the Blues Kings. I wanted to talk about this game the last time it was on the slate. Then the game got canceled, but they're playing tonight, which is nice. You got a 5.5 over under total right now. Taking the over on the Kings Blues is gonna run you minus 113 there on the over under. So I really like it. The Blues goalies, again, as I mentioned, 14 goals allowed over the last 3 games. They've just been bad, quite frankly. Both of them, Binnington not really playing that well. And the Blues special teams, they're just not what we expect from St. Louis Blues teams. They lost Alex Pietrangelo in the offseason. The lack of depth on defense definitely showing through. Bottom 10 in terms of penalty kill. And LA's power play has been good most of the year, too. They're top 10 in terms of power play percentage and efficiency. Kings goalies have also regressed a little bit. The Blues getting Tarasenko back. There's just so many factors in play here that make me want to target the over. I really think that 5.5 is just too low. Really like the over in the Blues Kings tonight.
Okay, so is there money line, puck line? Is there a favorite bet for you overall just among these few games?
Well, look, I mean, obviously, I really like that over-under total. It's probably my favorite bet on the night to just take the over on the LA Kings and the St. Louis Blues. But let's talk a little bit of money line. The Oilers are going off at plus 103 on the money line right now as well on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I just feel like the Flames offense maybe not good enough to kind of outscore the Oilers 2 games in a row here. Oilers have been pretty good at bouncing back from losing streaks. I do not mind taking the Oilers at plus money on the money line tonight. I think that's a good, fair price. And then last one, if you want a player prop, Adrian Kempe to score a goal as well, going off at nice odds tonight. I like that player prop as well.
I like him. Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks for being with us.
All right, have a great one, buddy.
All right, people, if you missed it yesterday, listen up, put down the corned beef and cabbage. I'm talking. So our full March to the tournament preview show is available right now on YouTube. Go check that out before locking in your brackets. That's a perfect segue to our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So DraftKings is pleased to announce an exciting new contest, the DraftKings Championship Series Millionaire Bracket Contest, exclusively for DraftKings players. This contest has an entry fee of $100, and contestants can make up to 20 entries. So make picks for each game of the tournament and earn points to each correct pick to earn your share of $2 million in total prizes. And while you're at it, if you enter the CBB Championship Series Millionaire Bracket, you can also opt in and earn 164% profit boost for every entry into the contest as an added bonus. So get your brackets in and take your shot at millions in total prizes. So, as I mentioned, our March to the Tournament special broke down the entire bracket. And right now, here's a clip from that show as the guys look at the Midwest region.
Illinois and Houston here, the top seeds with the Illini as a 22.5-point favorite over Drexel. So 70% of the bets are on the spread on Illinois to cover here. That spread here, do you see it actually happening?
I do. I mean, it's obviously, not going to happen, but I feel like Illinois should score every time down the floor here. I mean, look, this is a team that James Butler down low at center for Houston is going to be a big liability. He's 6'8". This is a banged up front court. And Kofi Cockburn, I mean, Baby Shaq, like, what more can you want here? He's just going to absolutely feast on this front court. And again, we'll talk about Illinois a lot in this breakdown. I can't see a way that this defense is able to stop Illinois. So I think the public's got it right here on Illinois to cover the spread. I think this is a big blowout, just mainly because of the discrepancy, in the front court.
Colin, do you think the public has it right and Illinois covers?
Yeah, I do. Drexel is on a lifetime heater right now. So in their last 4 games, they went on a 4-game winning streak. 3 of those in the CAA tournament to get to the tournament itself. They shot 12 of 28 from 3 against James Madison, 11 of 18 from 3 against Charleston, 8 of 16 from 3 against Northeastern, and 10 of 17 from 3 against Elon. That's not sustainable. Illinois can close out the run-it shooters much faster than anybody else that Drexel's going to see this year. I really like Illinois, not just to win, but to cover. This could be 40.
All right, Colin, 53% of the bets coming in right now are on number 11, Syracuse to upset 16 San Diego State. How much do you like that upset? And if you don't, I mean, where else could we be looking here in this region?
I'm really not as big a fan of the Syracuse defense against a team that shoots the 3 as well as San Diego State does. You're going to be able to get to the nail, driving kick all day against that 2-3 zone. And San Diego State shoots 37.5% from 3. If they even get close to that mark, they should be a winner here. In terms of upsets in this region, I think this one is less likely than most. If I had to go somewhere, Morehead State can play. I mean, that's a really good team that's a little bit underrated right now. I don't know if they can hang with the physicality and the athleticism of West Virginia, but I think they're going to get a little bit more of a game. They're going to get a little bit more of a game than maybe some people expect. That's going to be a game late in the second half.
Kenny, 53% of the bets coming in right now on Q's to upset San Diego State. You like that?
I love it. I mean, you have to weigh the meme factor here with Syracuse. Like Buddy Boeheim, the guy cannot miss from 3. Him, Alan Griffin. This is one of those games that I don't think is going to make a whole lot of sense. But I think that Syracuse is just going to just drill threes, all game long. And you're going to be so frustrated. Like, this team isn't good enough to be here. This team isn't good enough to be winning by this much. Why are they doing it? It happens all the time in March. You just get hot 3-point shooting teams. They come into the tournament hot. They stay hot.
Kenny, where else is the money coming in here in the Midwest region?
Well, I think really when you look around the region, it's pretty apparent that the public is going to be all over Illinois, as you mentioned. But I think that Oregon State here is actually, you see them getting a little bit of love, and it's with good reason. The 12-5 upsets with the public are always going to be popular. And we talk about now, is it going to be profitable to bet these 12-5s because it's such a thing now, right? Like, it's been a thing for, last 10 years. Is there any value here anymore? But I do think that there's still value here in taking Oregon State, despite the fact that the public likes them. Tennessee, a pretty good matchup. Oregon has a good zone against them. So, I think that we're seeing a little bit of the money on the 12-5s this year, and Oregon is another one that should be able to come through.
All right, Colin, what about you? What are you seeing, and why do you think the public's leaning that way?
I think it's a 12-5 game, and the one that everybody's all over we'll get to eventually, which is Villanova-Winthrop. But I do think Oregon State played really well in the conference tournament, and sometimes it's just the hot team, especially this year where we don't have as big a sample on some of these teams. Maybe who's just playing the best basketball right now as you can continue to go through. I still think that this quadrant of the bracket plays mostly to type. I think you'll see not too many upsets till we get to the end. But there are certainly possibilities. This is as wide open a field as we've ever seen. And that's going to make for some some double-digit seeds that are going to get through, and I think the public is all over those already.
All right, well, Colin, what about the lowest seed you'd bet on to make a run to the Elite Eight from this region?
I wouldn't go lower than Oklahoma State. If Cade Cunningham gets hot, they can beat anybody. They certainly have that type of potential. Tennessee's just too up and down. East Ponds, if he plays well, they play well. If they don't, they're a little too inconsistent this year. They've been a bit up and down, and I don't see anybody else down on the board. But I wouldn't be stunned to see any of the Final Four or the top 4 seeds to get through. The team everybody's sleeping on right now is Houston. Houston's playing a really good basketball at this point. They just blown out 2 teams to get here in the American Conference Championship. They seem to be pulling it together at the right time. They had a COVID pause way earlier in the season. I think they've started to make that full recovery that some teams haven't made yet. So keep an eye on the Cougs. Illinois is the best team. They got the best duo in the game. They are the favorite. They should be the favorite, but I wouldn't sleep on Houston either.
Yeah, it feels like Houston's draw is exceptional here in this region. Kenny, what about you? Lowest seed you'd bet on to make a run in the Elite Eight?
I'm going back to Oregon State here to make a run to the Elite Eight, because when you look at the way that this bracket breaks down, I think that everyone's in love with Cade Cunningham, and for good reason, right? The guy's going to be number 1 pick in the draft. He's sensational. He's probably the best player in this tournament, but this zone for Oregon State is going to make Oklahoma State beat them from outside. And I think that Liberty has a very similar strategy, right? Liberty, good defensive team. We love them for their unders all season long, and they're going to make Oklahoma shoot and beat them from outside as well. So back-to-back games, I think that could be difficult matchups for Oklahoma State. I think that one of them maybe knocks them out, and then you see Oregon State with a meeting with Illinois. Now, I don't think that this is one that Oregon State maybe wins, but anything can happen in March. And I think Oregon State's a pretty likely team to get to the Sweet 16 as a low seed, whereas on the other side, I said that I do like Syracuse to upset San Diego State, and I'm not sure how far their run goes. But I will say, I think that Houston's down, we'll talk about it, but I think Houston's due for a little bit of a downslide rather. And it could open up this bracket for sure. But if I have to pick one team, it's not going to be the bottom half of this bracket. It's going to be the top half. So I'm going to go with Oregon State as the most likely low seed to make the Elite Eight.
All right. So then hook me up with your pick to make the Final Four out of the Midwest.
Yeah, look, as much as I think there's a lot of value in Oregon State, I think that Illinois has to be my pick to make the Final Four. And I don't have all 1 seeds here. I did say Michigan State in the East and Illinois in the Midwest. But look, they just have some killers, man, and that is what you need in March. Cockburn down low. DeMonte Williams shooting it at almost 57% from 3. Guy's been outstanding for them at the guard position. Sunmu. So I think that they just have a lot of different ways they can beat you. 7-3 against the top 25 this year. These guys are battle tested, and you look at Houston. If they meet Houston in the Elite Eight, Houston's only beat just one top 25 team. They've had just 1 game against the top 25. So I think that there might be a letdown coming for the Cougars here. I'm not sold that they blow out Cleveland State. I think that could be a close game. Rutgers is going to be a real big test for them. And then, West Virginia, you never know. So I think that Houston might not even make it to the Elite Eight here. And that is why I love Illinois, because I do think that, despite what we said about the value on maybe Oregon State, they are the most complete team in this tournament to me. They are legit. And I think that they have as good a chance as anybody to win this whole thing. So I like them to make the Final Four in this region.
Colin, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, I agree on Illinois. I think Illinois is the best team in this quadrant for sure. I really like Houston, though, in the Elite Eight in the second half against Illinois, because Illinois in second half this year is terrible. They are one of the teams you definitely want to bet on before the game, and at second half take the other side, because they have just been not great in second halves. But I really like Illinois. Iowa's the best closer in the game. They can, if it comes down to isolation situations, which it so often does in the NCAA tournament, close games, he's the guy who can get to the rim and shoot it probably better than any other player in the country, maybe outside of Cade Cunningham. So I really like Illinois to get through. I do think Houston does get through here. I think they're just a little underrated right now and just coming into their own and playing their best basketball at this point. So I think it's those two. But yeah, Illinois against the field, give me Illinois.
people of St. Patrick's Madden Sim Land. We got the Madden Sim on the way, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So, 7 p.m. main slate, it's already locked, but you can still get in on a 3-game turbo slate. It's locking at 8 p.m. Eastern. Checking out the NBA 30K pull-up jumper contest. This classic contest features a top prize of $10K for just a $10 entry. Over in the NHL, you can look forward to a 3-game late slate. It's locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. So those games are featured in the NHL 15K sticks contest. An $11 entry earns you a shot at a $5K top prize. Don't forget, though, to check out all of the other action we got for you for those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and of course, college basketball tournament over on the DK Sportsbook. Let's get back to some sim football here on Wild Weather Wednesday. It's the Ravens and the Dolphins in the rain for a primetime St. Patrick's Day matchup. Here are Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll with the call for that one. Top of the night to ya.
You're too much. We have breaking that. I'm not even gonna handle that right now because we have breaking news just in the last seconds as she was saying, just really insulting the Irish everywhere. Curtis Samuel signing with the Washington football team. Okay, so a big name is actually off the board. So we can talk about that here on day 1 of free agency, day 3 of just rampant moves across the NFL, obviously, after a couple days of the legal tampering period. So we can get into all of that. But yes, we are here. He is Tommy Freeze Pops. Tom A smells terrific. Tom Carroll with the headphones that are hanging on for dear life. I am Adam Kaufman. How are you, buddy?
I knew that was coming. The AirPods failed me for whatever reason. Had to switch over to the headphones, and I can just smell the large head comments coming. It's fine. This is what we sign up for here, but I'm doing well. Curtis Samuel. See, I thought he had signed with Jacksonville, or that was almost a done deal. But
I think that's because I keep saying that.
Okay.
Isn't Curtis Samuel on the Jags? Hasn't that happened yet? And to the point where I was truly speaking it into existence, it felt like. But no, instead the appeal, just the draw of playing with that bearded maniac Ryan Fitzpatrick. I
love that guy.
He couldn't fight the allure. He had to do it, and I love it.
Don't blame him. Do not blame him. I love Fitzmagic. I kind of wish Fitzpatrick was coming to New England this upcoming year. I love the guy, but not happening. Good move for Washington
with Kenny Ducey. You know who hates Ryan Fitzpatrick with every fiber of his being? Kenny Ducey.
Kenny Ducey.
He couldn't even bring himself to discuss Fitzpatrick and what he might or might not achieve while in Washington because his blood was boiling. He couldn't handle it. Just a scarred Jets fan.
I was going to say, is it because Fitzpatrick said bye to the Jets after a few nice seasons there, or what's his beef with Fitzpatrick?
Because after such a great year a few years back for Fitzpatrick, he just totally, faltered, to put it kindly, toward the end there. And, any dreams that these delusional Jets fans had of grandeur that season went up in smoke, unfortunately. And he's putting all of that on Ryan Fitzpatrick, the poor guy.
Not nice. Fitzpatrick is legitimately one of the top 5 quarterbacks in Jets history. That's how bad the Jets are.
It's 100% true. I mean, who would you rather have, Ryan Fitzpatrick or Sam Darnold? And I don't mean for the future. I mean right this moment. You'd probably
Ryan Fitzmagic. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, well, lineups have locked. Let's tell you a little bit about this, and then we can get back to what has, again, been an eventful day and obviously a crazy few days in the NFL. But the primetime, is Bukes back in primetime free roll? He's not. It's Tom Ace and I right here. What's your lineup look like, my friend?
I got Lamar Jackson in the captain spot. I know it's super chalky, but yeah, I mean, he runs that entire team. So threw him in there, $18,000. Let's go. Then I got the Ravens D, Mark Andrews, Matt Breida, J.K. Dobbins, and Preston Williams, the wide receiver 3 for the Dolphins. So,
What's Williams' game log? Has he appeared in more than 4 games in all of Madden 21? I don't think that work out for you.
Yeah, it was a punt play, $2,000, 8.4 a sim.
Yeah, I think you've goose egged yourself with one spot anyway. But I get it. Sometimes you got to do that. Obviously, with the cheaper guys, they can look good on paper. We'll see what happens. Any given sim day, as we say. I like literally 55% of people, including yourself, have Lamar Jackson the captain spot. I think I will be shocked if an hour from now we're talking about a win on either side where Lamar is not only part of the leading lineup, but not in the captain spot. It is inevitable. You got to have him there. Anyone that wanted to get creative and get a little, differentiation in their lineups, or heaven forbid, the 6% of you that faded them all together, it's not going to work out for you. I'm telling you right now. But I admire the bold play here, obviously, in a tournament setting, trying to win this thing. Along with Lamar, who completes that pass, I have Matt Breida, Willie Snead, Albert Wilson, Jakeem Grant, and Mark Ingram. So,
okay,
a balanced lineup. Obviously the bigger guns are Jackson and Breida, and then we'll see what we get out of the rest.
Yeah, I've had bad luck with Mark Ingram in the past, so I avoid him on Ravens.
And everybody
Sims.
else.
Yeah. So, I guess we'll see. It's funny when you have the Ravens on deck. You're like, oh, okay, Ravens, it's a good team, and Lamar Jackson's awesome. But then when you have to make a lineup, you're like, oh, well, I have to put Lamar Jackson in the captain spot, and then you have like no flexibility to do anything else.
So little, absolutely.
So we're all in this conundrum together.
Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. We got Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director, Jim here with us in Game Ops. Of course, you heard from Tara Lynn. You will hear from and see her again in between Sims. Just happy to be with you here on Hump Day, a wild weather Wednesday here in virtual Miami. Windy atmosphere there in South Florida between these two clubs. And on top of that, obviously, day one of NFL free agency. And we can check in. Oh, pardon me, rain. It's hard to see the rain. I couldn't see anything. I assumed wind. There's rain going on there?
Yeah, a little drizzle.
That's you know what? That wouldn't impact my lineup building whatsoever. That's a poor excuse for rain. That is a light drizzle at best that they have there in Miami. That's like one of those. That's a passing shower where you're like, I don't know, do we go to the pool right now? Should we hit the beach? This is gonna blow through in about 10 minutes and then we can go. I want a storm. I want it to pour. I want lightning in the air. That's what I'm looking for here on a wild weather Wednesday. Do we have that ability? No? I'm still going to call it a wind game.
Yeah, why not? It could be a little windy too. Who knows?
Yeah, you don't know. Oh, yeah. Well, this is a fair point from Mike. Mike says, I don't think the big stuff is hit yet. It's true. It could come on through.
Could be the beginning of the front.
That's right. That's right. So thank you all for being with us. Smash the like button. Let's get to 300. That would be great. NBA action going on tonight. I've got some stuff on my mind as it relates to that and lineups this evening after last night was a great night. We'll see what tonight has in store. I liked my lineup a lot better yesterday than today, but who knows? Any given sim day, in these Madden sims and any given every day, I guess, when it comes to NBA lineup building construction. But I very much have all my eggs in the James Harden basket tonight. I did very quickly check your lineup, and one of my favorite players in the league, Domantas Sabonis, is crushing early on here tonight. He was at, I think, 30 fantasy points, not even at the half yet.
I was very happy to be able to get Sabonis, Jokic, and Beal all in my lineup tonight. So feeling very good about my NBA setup for the evening, which inevitably means I will be heartbroken.
I don't know. You're beating me right now, and you have more minutes left. So, and I'm just telling you right now, I have much more balance outside of Harden. You have got a more impressive star-studded build than I do, and just looking at the lineup and seeing all of your guys and knowing that Jokic is later. I like your lineup a lot. I do.
I appreciate that, but don't jinx me here. I see what you're doing. I'm
not jinxing you.
I completely see what you're doing here, and I do not appreciate it.
I don't have a single guy with the fire emoji right now. Not one. Not one. It's time to get going, fellas. Still a few
Pick
guys
it up,
later
baby.
on, and don't worry, I'm not gonna, knowing now that you have Jokic, I'm not gonna go maneuver my lineup and get him in just so we match points there. Whatever's gonna be will be. But again, I like your build better. I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I guess. Scoreless game about halfway through the opening quarter. You know what I did though? You'll appreciate this. Is my guy Ed Zone hanging out in the chat? Is Ed Zone here? Ed Zone, if you're here, raise your hand. I inadvertently, well, I don't even need to say that because when it happened to you, it was inadvertent. I kind of pulled a U when it comes to Ed Zone here today. So here's what, I don't even know if Ed Zone realizes this, which is why I ask if Ed Zone is here. So here's what happened to me. Earlier I'm in here for the nooner and we're talking about last night's NBA, and as I always do, hey, send your head-to-heads, and more than likely if I see it, I'll reserve a spot and we'll play later, and hey, looking forward to it. So a bunch of people sent theirs and I accepted all the ones that I saw, and one of them, just one from my man Ed Zone, I didn't realize this, didn't even occur to me. He sent me, rather than an NBA Classic, he sent me a Bucks Showdown lineup. And I reserved my spot in it without even thinking.
Oh, man.
Which would be totally fine. I would have no issue building that lineup, and win or lose, whichever way it goes. But what happened was, I didn't set my lineups until minutes before lock. Okay, and then I just, as I typically do, I set one lineup and then I imported everywhere else, or exported everywhere else, or whatever the proper terminology.
Fair strategy.
And then I notice, with literally 7 seconds until lock, oh, I have an undrafted lineup. That's weird. And I see that it's this Milwaukee Showdown contest.
Oh no.
And I had no time to set it. It was like I see it and it's 5, 4, 3, 2. Ah, damn it! Now, whatever will be. Like it was a dollar contest, so who cares? Obviously it'd be more annoying if it was like a 10 spot or something like that.
Right.
But like the only way it could have been cheaper would be if it were free. It was a dollar contest.
Yeah.
But I'm just bummed because, much like, as you know, I just like to have a lineup to follow rather than just looking at this blank slate and getting pummeled. That's
right.
That's just bothersome. So Ed Zone, you've got your free 80 cents tonight, after you take out the rake, and we here have a Devontae Parker touchdown to start off the scoring for Miami.
I currently have the Milwaukee 76ers game up on my television, so I can pretend that you have a lineup here and give you play-by-play updates of that game if you'd like.
No, it's quite all right. I'm going to pretend that game isn't even happening tonight. I'm so angry, I'm just writing it off.
Hey, speaking of the Bucks picking up PJ Tucker tonight, what do you think of that move?
I think, honestly, I have multiple feelings about it. One, and the prevailing feeling is, hey, good get from Milwaukee. You gave up nothing for him. There's no reason to not do that. The flip side, though, it's one of those like low risk, high reward, because he could be really good. It's just what we've seen from him so far this year. He just looks totally washed. He looks done. He's mid-30s, hasn't shot well, hasn't played well. I think it just, it looks like he's done. But if he's not, obviously, and he goes to Milwaukee and performs and is a good depth addition for them, then great get for the Bucks. Like, if we're putting my own personal bias in here, like I would have, given up a whatever it was, a protected late first or something like that for PJ Tucker and brought him to the Celtics. So, I'm not going to pretend I wouldn't do that. So I think it's a perfectly fine acquisition. And if it works out, they have reason to celebrate. If it doesn't, you didn't really give up anything in the first place.
There you go. Succinct analysis. Yeah, he's one of those guys where he does a lot for you outside of the stat sheet, I feel like. Like he's definitely an attitude guy.
Yeah.
And Milwaukee could use that in the postseason.
Definitely.
a guy like Giannis will benefit greatly from having a guy like PJ Tucker around.
Yeah, totally agree with that. No, I mean, he has made a career off of doing the little things that don't show up in the stat sheet.
Big time. Draymond is sort of the guy that's renowned for that, but PJ Tucker's been doing it for quite a few years now as well. If you're ever looking for an interesting basketball reference page, pull his up. He's had such an interesting career. All the stops he's had, played a lot of overseas ball, just a weird career for PJ Tucker.
It is fun to, and whether you're talking NBA, MLB, obviously NFL, it's just fun to fall down those reference pages, the rabbit hole there, as we got a nice grab out to the 33. Lamar Jackson tacking on some yardage there, and 25-yard pickup out of Willie Snead, who of course has cut his hair since Madden 20. Those are, I mean, you can really like dive deep into those pages and like, oh my God, where'd the last hour go?
Oh yeah,
it's quite a thing.
I find myself doing it all the time, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael dropping a nice little fun fact in here,
there were a few
which I did not realize. Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin played together at Ohio State, now reuniting as wide receivers in Washington. And also, Washington coach Ron Rivera tried to trade for Curtis Samuel last season, but Panthers GM Marty Herney refused. Now they're together with Samuel and didn't have to give up a draft pick. That's courtesy of Ian Rappaport. So a lot of different connections from Curtis Samuel to this Washington team. So it sort of feels like crazy to think he was going to land anywhere else after seeing two things coming down that link him to that franchise.
Yeah, there are, I mean, like you said, obviously, there's the Terry McLaurin connection, the Ron Rivera connection, obviously. There's just a lot of great stuff there for Curtis Samuel where it does make sense. I mean, what kind of player, though, do you think he's going to be paired up now with Ryan Fitzpatrick? Because, I mean, that stuff matters. Like the guy who's throwing you the balls, we got a fumble here and quickly recover to 4th and 2 from the 25 on the way when we begin quarter number 2, because that'll be the final play of the first year, 7-0 Miami. You signed the 3-year deal worth $34.5, and we'll see how much of that is guaranteed. Good for him. Terry McLaurin writes, "Oh, it's lit" on Twitter, and includes Curtis Samuel in there. But who's throwing you the ball, that matters. So what is Curtis Samuel going to look like, or Terry McLaurin for that matter? Approach it however you'd like, with Ryan Fitzpatrick throwing them the ball.
I think both guys are dynamic receivers. I think Ryan Fitzpatrick likes to sling it. He's sort of in the risk it for the biscuit mentality type of guy. And when you're a receiver, you probably love that, right? Because he's willing to take a risk to get you the ball to make a big play. So, it's Ryan Fitzpatrick, right? You take the good with the bad. I think there's more good than bad, though. And you got to be happy if you're those receivers that you're having him throw you the ball instead of a guy like Heineke, who is a lot less experienced, I should say. Definitely more inconsistent, where with Fitzpatrick, you know what you're getting. He's going to try and sling it. He's going to try and make plays and go out there and try to win some ball games.
Again, 7-0. Miami is in front, quarter number 2 on the way here. I generally agree with you. In fact, I want to pull up Curtis Samuel's stats here, what he's been doing in his years in the NFL, and he has been around, as we know, for a few. So let's see. Generally has stayed healthy, at least the last couple of years. Missed some time prior to that. Last year didn't start a whole lot for anyone who puts any stock in that sort of thing. Did have a career year with 77 catches, 851 yards. He had 3 touchdowns. Previous year had 6. Only missed 1 game. Does Ryan Fitzpatrick elevate Curtis Samuel to being a 1,000-yard receiver?
Oh, I think he could definitely get there. I think having Terry McLaurin there, though, hurts that initiative, right? Because he's clearly the number 1 still.
Right. And he is obviously a 1,000-yard guy, and basically in both his years in the NFL.
But Curtis Samuel can be that guy, no doubt.
Let's see. What's Ryan Fitzpatrick's passing numbers? So, and obviously he's, there are only a couple times in his career he's started a full season because a lot of the time he's competing with somebody else even as the season has gone along. But his career high in passing yards is just south of 4,000. He's flirted with that number a few times. Last year, he only had 2,000, but only started 7 games. So
yeah, he had that big year with the Jets with Brandon Marshall, and I'm blanking on the receiver. Used to play for Denver, married to the country music star.
Eric Decker.
Totally, Eric Decker. There you go. That was a nice. That was a nice little combo there.
For sure.
Yep.
With Geno Smith playing behind him. He had Marshall went for 1,500 yards. Decker at 1,000. Both those
Dave on YouTube wanting me to relay that he gave you a good review on the survey.
So, well, 2 things. I'm going to get back to that one. First, I see my guy Ed Zone Dance in the chat now. It says, Kaufman, LOL, I'm going to take a screenshot of my first win against you. You want me to Venmo you that 90 cents? Of course, I didn't get my lineup in. So, Ed Zone, I'm not going to repeat the whole story because I already did the tangent in the first quarter. But if you missed it, if you weren't here, if you're coming in late, rewind on the YouTube, feed here to the middle of the first quarter or early first quarter, whatever it was, and you can hear a lengthy story on how it was you got me tonight with a blank lineup. Congrats to you, sir. You do not need to Venmo me 90 cents, but we can play.
Is that even possible? I don't think you can Venmo under $1.
I honestly have no idea. I don't even have a Venmo account. I famously just use my.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Dave, though, the good review on the survey. So, Dave, are we talking about? I saw this. Glash. Was it you and Glash that were together, or last night when Glash was talking about this last night? I guess the only reason I wasn't tuning into the sim, but I saw him. He put it out on Instagram in his story or something like that. I don't know. I might be confusing some of this, but Dave, my question is this survey that you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Is this a survey that went out like weeks ago or is this something new? Because I know there was a thing that went out weeks ago to many of you out here that are listening, and certainly appreciate any and all feedback that you guys provided to on all of us commentators, certainly, but most especially obviously just on the Dream Stream and these sims, and that you guys are always trying to rate and review and improve the product. We greatly appreciate all of that. So if Dave or you or anybody else gave us positive reviews or reviews of any kind for that matter, because we do appreciate constructive criticism, I appreciate that. So thank you for that.
Hell yeah. Supporting the team, supporting the cause. We're all in this together.
Jordan says LMAO Koff was too busy arguing with Glash to put his lineup in. I wasn't arguing with Glash. Glash was ranting and raving on the last stream about me texting him late at night. Here's just so we're clear, everybody.
I'd like to hear this.
So Glash was. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull up the text thread here. Glash evidently was bothered that I was telling him to go to bed. Here's the full story, okay? Here's full story. I'm going to give you the entire conversation. He was giving you, I heard toward part of that sim, toward the end there. He and Mike, Drew, Jim, they were all there, so they are going to know after they hear this that they got a slanted version of this story. I'm going to give you the complete story. And I don't know. Oh, actually, he's not coming up for Madden After Dark. It's you and Rossi. So
it's me and Rossi. Yeah,
can't weigh in there. But I texted him, as I often do. Well, I shouldn't say often. I text him every once in a while after games have finished in the NBA if we had a really close head-to-head that went one way or the other. And I think he beat me by a couple points or something like that. So I texted him 12:55 a.m. I said, good sweat. So he doesn't write me back for an hour, which is fine. He didn't have to write me back at all. He doesn't write me back for an hour, so it's 1:57 a.m. He says the pool. Wait, hang on. Am I confusing this? No, yeah. All right, I had the wrong day. I'm sorry. I apologize 1,000 times. Here's what
It's
this
okay.
was. But even earlier, 12:28 a.m. After he beat me in the Celtics showdown. We both had like every guy with the flame emoji, and but he beat me. He got the best of me. I said high scoring showdown. He writes back at an hour later, 1:28 a.m. Says, yeah, great lineup. We went back and forth a couple of times about nothing in particular. And then I responded to something that he wrote at 1:46 a.m. Figured that'd be the last word of the night. He writes me back. He responds to me at 2:31.
Definitely up late making a talk.
For sure, TikToking. He responds. Yeah. He responds to me at 2:31. The nature of the response doesn't matter. It's not interesting. But he responds at 2:31, and I was up. I was doing some work, and so I didn't see it until 2:48. Not a long gap there. But I just write, "Dude, go to bed." and he was making a whole big deal out of this on the last sim. Like, who am I to tell him to go to bed at almost 3 a.m? And how does one even respond to that? And just so you are all aware, he didn't respond to it. He didn't write back.
He you know what he probably did?
Went to bed. Yeah, probably just went to bed. So he did not respond. And then he called me daddy, as he tends to. That's not odd or anything like that. But I knew why here's what I was driving at. If he was wondering, if he's out there listening, here's what I was driving at. If he was wondering why I was saying, dude, go to bed. I know, and he knows why I'm up at that hour every single night. I'm doing work for another company. I'm not just up to be up. I'm doing stuff. I'm working. He, for whatever asinine reason, is up at that hour of the night just making TikToks.
That's right.
Which is why I said, dude, go to bed. Like, you don't need to do this right now. Like, I'm up because I've got to be. You should go to bed. Like, don't TikTok in the morning, bro. Like, you don't need, your audience is not waiting around. When's this TikTok gonna drop? We better get this thing done before I go to sleep. So dude, go to bed is exactly where I was going with that. And I meant it. So he can respond tomorrow or whenever.
Oh man, that's good stuff. I mean, look, you set deadlines for yourself. Sometimes you got to stay up to the wee hours of the night to get them done, to meet those deadlines. That's just what the dude's doing, man. He's on that TikTok grind. My man is grinding.
Jordan says, "Yeah, right, Koff. We know you were up to no good." Tara Lynn says, I need to step up my my TikTok game. Adds Glash was influenced by me, though. Let it be known. Says, the battles of Kaufman and Glash. Thought it would have died last year with the Tiger King, but still lives on.
What was the Tiger King battle?
I have no idea.
I was going to say, because I enjoyed Tiger King. I enjoyed that docuseries.
I actually never watched
like many did. Oh, really? So maybe that's what the argument was. He was mad that you never watched it.
Who knows?
It's good. I mean, you sort of missed the boat on it being like a part of the pop culture subconscious, but it's still worth watching.
And I just start tweeting about it constantly. Like, hey, have you guys seen this Tiger King? This is unbelievable. This is
1 year later.
It's like me, ranting on Twitter lately about Psych. You guys ever watch Psych? Like, yeah, man. Like, it literally went off the air 8 years ago. We've seen it. No, but you guys got to go back and binge Psych. This is before that, The West Wing that was on in like the 90s.
Yeah.
I'm just really, going down the rabbit hole.
Just being released from like a cell hasn't been a part of society in years. Like, hey, you guys should go out and get these iPhone things. They're pretty sick.
Lamar rushing score, about to tie up this game with a minute to go in the half. Tara Lynn says Glash dressed up as a tiger and I made fun of him. Well, that sounds about right.
That tracks. That tracks for sure.
46th rushing touchdown for Lamar.
Good for Lamar getting a touchdown here in the first half.
Watching on modern movies and show. Yeah, it's all seems right. Retease, did you know, says that I am a bully and Glash has trust issues.
Yeah, sure.
Marilyn says I'm a grumpy old man. I'm nothing of the sort. I may occasionally wave my, shake my fist at a cloud. Sure, who doesn't? But a grumpy old man all the time, come on.
Cough is youthful.
Yeah, Rossi's Fat Cat. I told a buddy you watched Psych, and he was like, didn't that go off the air like 30 years ago? They are still making movies. I mean, they just made one last year. I hope they keep doing it. Yeah, they've made 2 movies since the series, basically every 3 years. The show was on, I want to say, from 06 to 14, and then they had a movie in 17, a movie in 20.
Fascinating that they're still cranking them out. Is there one in production?
I don't know.
Getting a third?
I bet there will be one, but I don't think there's one actively in the works. Maybe somebody is writing a script or something like that, but they're certainly not filming at this stage, especially here in the pandemic. 7-7 game, minute left. Then again, they are busy all working on other projects in the pandemic, so I shouldn't even use that as an excuse.
It's true.
TC, AK, Mike, Drew, Jim. I hope at the very least Mike, Drew, and Jim feel properly informed, and Tara Lynn as well, on the entire story and not just the slanted version they received.
I would like to go back and listen to Glash's rant about this.
He got all hot and bothered. Quite a thing.
Yeah, he gets worked up sometimes. He was getting worked up on the Madden After Dark we were on last night about he was mad about something. Just he was so mad about it that I think it might have been that people were giving us grief for talking about the Patriots, I think. And he was so
him or no?
Well, it was honestly it all blends together. That I don't know off the top of my head, but it was all the free agent news. So we started talking about it. And he was ranting so much that we missed the buzzword by like a full minute.
Aww.
So he would just skip the buzzword because Glash was mad on the internet.
Alex Fox says, Glash said you triple texted cough. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean I sent 3 texts in a row? Because that's not true.
Yeah, that means that you sent 3 texts without a reply. Meaning, so like if you send 2 texts back to back, that's a double text. 4 is quadruple, 3 triple, etc.
Not to ask a crazy old person question, but like, is that a problem?
Some people find it like, oh man, like this guy's he's being aggressive. Like, he won't leave me alone.
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was like, as opposed to including everything in one thought bubble, if you will. And
I like doing it separate.
Yeah, like if you're in the stream of consciousness texting with somebody, does it make a difference if you text somebody like, 1 line 4 times versus 4 lines in one text? Do you know what I mean?
It's
like
a matter of like.
I guess your phone vibrated a couple extra times.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if your phone is in your pocket and you got it on vibrate, then it buzzed 4 times. I keep my phone on silent. With
At
no
all
vibrate.
time?
Yeah, because it's next to me for work anyway, so I see the screen.
Sure.
And honestly, when I'm not having to do stuff for work, it's good to kind of have on silent away from me. It's good little escape for the brief moments where I can escape from my phone.
I could not.
Should probably be doing a better job of that, but it is what it is.
So to me, like, there's a difference, and by all means, people weigh in on this. If there is like a text etiquette that I am unaware of, I have no issue whatsoever. Robbie Noble, see you, man. I have no issue whatsoever with like if I'm in the process of if I'm engaging in conversation with somebody, and someone is sending me like rapid fire texts, one after another, but again, we're in the process of talking. It's not like we're just going back and forth, and they're doing like, oh, what? Hey, did you see that sim last night? Send. Glass was off his rocker. Send. LOL. Send. That guy's a maniac. Send. That doesn't bother me at all. Like, that's whatever. That's just in the flow of conversation. I'm not going to be bothered by that. Now, I could see where it might be annoying if you are not in the process of texting with that person, and that you, like, maybe you're busy, or you're, I don't know, you're like, you'd be doing anything, and someone just sends you 17 texts in a row that you're just not even responding to, and like there is not an ongoing conversation. I get how that might be a pain in the neck. I understand that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think those standards and Andrew on our productions team bringing up this point, it's more like dating etiquette to not send the triple text, or like when you're trying to talk to a girl on a dating app, you send one text, talk to a lady, you send the text, and then you can't really send a second text until she responds to the first text. Otherwise, you seem like a stalker, crazy, desperate, whatever you want to call it.
God forbid my wife wisens up and leaves me, because we have been together for, I don't even know, 15 years all told, like dating included, obviously. And like, I mean, these are like, there are none of these games when you're with somebody that long. Like,
dude, it's the worst. It's the worst thing in the world. Like when that's one of the worst parts of the dating app thing. And that's why I'm so happy, I found Morgan, and, we met on a dating app, but, so happy to not have to deal with all of that just dumb, stupid etiquette. Hey, how's it going? And then you just have to sit there and wait and wait and wait. And if you said it the wrong way, they may never message you again. And it's like, well, it's like we were just having a good conversation. Like, what? But I used the wrong emoji, so I'm out. Or I didn't use an emoji at all. I actually would avoid emojis on dating apps because, I feel like it's better to just stay a little bit more generic until you really get to know the girl.
It's so funny. I mean, I know plenty of people. Well, now I can add you and Morgan to the equation. I know plenty of people who have come together using dating apps. It's obviously like it's a very common thing now. Once upon a time, abnormal, viewed as weird, there was a stigma. It is so incredibly normal now, especially probably in pandemic times, but even prior to the last year, so mainstream that people come together this way. And yet I feel like when you get into the like down and dirty talking about these rules of dating app etiquette, it's like it almost makes me think every girl out there, because I am a guy, so I have to look at it from that perspective. Every girl out there is like, Isla Fisher from Wedding Crashers. Like, I'll find you. You know what I mean? Like, no, like there are normal people out there who can handle the triple text. What in the world is wrong with you people?
It's like the unwritten rules of baseball. We all hate them, but for some reason we all abide by them, and it is what it is. And for some people, they're lucky enough to find their special someone, like I did with Morgan, and like many others have. I mean, like you said, it's sort of modern romance at this point. People meet on apps.
Jordan,
the same way people would use Match.com back in the way.
Right,
back
absolutely.
in the day.
Jordan said he thinks Flash has a little bit of a little brother complex with me, which absolutely he does. I don't think he'd run from that either. He definitely does. Younger and probably better off. He's doing great. Alex says he likes multi-texting with buddies when he's bored.
Sometimes you got to multi-text. Breaking news here from Adam Schefter. Patrick Peterson heading to the Vikings for 1 year, $10 million. So a mainstay for the Arizona Cardinals.
There you go.
Looking to probably finish his career in another uniform here.
I mean, not even looking. It's done.
Well, who knows? Maybe he ends somewhere else after that 1 year deal.
Well,
but yeah, I mean, either way, not going to be in Arizona unless there's a return. Be weird to see him in another uniform, but he hasn't been the same player for quite a few years.
Very true. I'm lost in the chat. Omar says, I don't have an issue with somebody texting 4 texts for one concept, rapid fire. Usually when that happens, both parties are intrigued in the conversation, so it's a win-win. 1000%. Totally agree. What else do we have here? Alana says, imagine the parallel in face-to-face conversation. Not saying anything at dinner until the other person responds. Exactly. Robbie Noble says, Tommy boy, what kind of earmuffs? Win.
Oh my God.
That is a win. He's being serious too.
They're Bose earmuffs.
Kirk and Carol, good thing I've been married over 25 years and the hubby hates cell phones, so don't have to worry about texting etiquette.
There you go. Phone call guy. I like that. I like a good phone call guy.
My wife sometimes will, sometimes I think we can all relate to this. Sometimes you receive a text that it's like, it doesn't require a response, right? Or it's maybe it's something of the honeydew variety. Like, hey, could you help me out and just whatever. I don't always feel the need to confirm receipt or like, yeah, I'll take care of that. I'll just do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to respond and say like, oh yeah, no problem. Sometimes I do, sometimes I'm busy and I don't. And there was a day, I don't know, last week, I think, where I didn't even notice, but over the course of the day, and so not all at once, this is exactly what we're talking about. Over the course of the day, she sent me like 10 texts in a row that I didn't respond to. And then, like finally was just like, are you seeing my text messages? I'm like, oh yeah, hey, no problem, got all that done.
That's awesome. No, I mean, look, I understand it. Sometimes it's just like a, hey, can you go do this? And then you do it. And then that's the receipt of the text.
Right.
But I kind of like, what are they called? When you react, the text reactions, give them a thumbs up or, what have you. That's sort of my easy, quick way of saying like, yes, I see this. Yeah. I hate them in group messages. They should be banned from group messages doing those reaction things. You wake up and your group chat has 28 notifications and 16 of them are people just hearting and ha-haing and liking texts. It's like, all right, guys, did we really need to send us all notifications on that? Maybe just turn notifications off for reactions. Apple, if you're listening, get these things out of here. I don't want notifications for them. I like text reactions, but I don't need notifications.
I agree with that. Absolutely agree with that.
Unnecessary.
I'm glad we're doing this, guys and gals. It's good that we're all here.
Speaking of text reactions, you should do something similar to that on YouTube right now. Go. Hit that thumbs up button.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Give us that reaction on YouTube.
Carolyn agrees with you. She says text reactions rule. Also does not want any part of the. I'm just assuming this is what she means when she says I agree, Tommy. Doesn't want the notification with the reaction. Okay, here she is. Sometimes I get excited. Someone said something and it's just a thumbs up.
Yep, all the time.
Carolyn really hangs on every word though, so she's super bummed if you text her and it's just like a smiley face. Like she, like there's got to be some substance there.
She needs meat on the bones.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, I don't care about your thumbs up. Just give me a proper response.
Look,
I'm
the same way.
I like to respond to her stories sometimes with just like a fire emoji. That's it.
There you go.
Maybe
you just gotta show you're checking in,
Yeah, just like, hey, I want you to know I saw this. And
fire.
And it's fire. it's what it is. It's what you're doing here. This is the oldest I'm ever gonna sound, guys. You ready? I just want you to know that what you're doing right now, I think is lit. So here is some fire.
Oh my god.
I think it is lit.
Wow,
I am gifting you some fire.
Wow, that is very lit.
Yeah. It is what you are up to seems to be the littest right now. I can't even handle how lit that is.
I gift you this fire emoji.
Let me give you some additional fire.
By the way, you have jumped ahead by almost 40 points in NBA.
I haven't even looked. I have the primetime, the Is Bukes Back in Primetime free roll contest up on my screen right now. So I'm not even looking at NBA until this sim is done. I don't even want to know. I know that I have no late swap options. All of my guys I've locked, they're in there. So whatever will be at this point. I will look after the sim.
You've got 145 right now.
How many minutes left though? Out of that?
About, what was it, 209? I gotta open it up again here. And let's see. You have 208. You got 145.75. I have 230 left, but I'm sitting at 110.5. So
way to go. And you got Joker left.
I do have Joker, but see, this is why I never count my eggs before they hatch, Cuff, especially with this daily fantasy stuff. You never know. Dudes can just slow down.
There's obviously like anything. I mean, any of my lineups, I want to win them all. I want to beat everybody. But the lineup that I am most curious about is so yesterday. We weren't on together yesterday, right? I don't think.
No.
Yesterday, all these days, they really blend together.
Totally.
Especially when you do multiple sims with different people. You know how it works, and I think everybody out there knows how it works. The hashtag team always here. So we were talking about me just clobbering Emerson on NBA's, head-to-heads. And Lamarca jumped into the chat. I've never, or had never at that point, played Lamarca in NBA. We talked plenty about NBA DFS, but we'd never actually gone head-to-head. So I was just talking about abusing Emerson, and Lamarca's like, Koff just sitting here bragging about busting on the pretty boys. I think it's like someone needs to bring him down a peg or two and humble him. And he sends me an invite for last night.
Ooh.
And so I played, obviously, and I happened to have one of my best nights ever and put up the 350, and I beat Lamarca. And so I wasn't going to get cocky about it. I messaged him. I sent him a message, and all I said was, going again tonight? And he had some words that I won't share here because they're not clean, and then said send it.
There you go.
So I am curious to see how I'm doing against Lamarca on day number 2, but I'll check that post game. We'll see how it's going.
That's a heavyweight bout right there, Koff versus Lamarca. By the way, I'm working with Lamarca for the first time on Saturday night.
Nice.
For both of the late slate games. Pumped about that. Been calling for it publicly for a while. We've been circling each other, and it's gonna happen. I've almost hit every single DK broadcaster.
So who's
after Saturday?
Lamarca, who's missing?
I'm missing Reed. Haven't done a game with Reed.
Well, I know you had Christian recently, the Prides of Rhode Island, the two of you.
Yep. I meant 401 sim.
I guess that reminds me. The last time that we spoke, 10-7 game, by the way. It's not much of a sim. You guys know that. You're watching along more than likely. The last time that we spoke was prior to you being in the quote-unquote one chair, and you were excited to be teamed with Christian. So how did that go? Did it feel any different for you?
Well, I mentioned this last night. I almost felt like Christian didn't realize that I was supposed to be in the one chair.
Was he doing a little play-by-play?
He was, yeah. And then at the very end, they threw the read up in the Slack, and he just jumped on it. And he did the read, and I was like, okay, I guess Christian thought he was in the one chair, but which is fine. It was a good sim, and I think it moved really well because we both thought we were supposed to be doing play-by-play. Like, we talked so much football. I talked more football on that sim than any sim I've ever done, and I loved it. It was great. We talked some Rhode Island here too, but
yeah, I wouldn't take the play-by-play thing personally because he does that when he's on with me. So I think, he's certainly familiar with me sitting in this chair and doing play-by-play. So I think I think sometimes he just kind of gets excited and decides to weave in a little play-by-play within the flow of whatever the point he's making at the time, rather than ignoring the sim altogether. So I
totally appreciated it, honestly. Like, it was a great sim. I had a great time working with him. No criticism whatsoever. But afterwards, when I closed out the Zoom, I was like, pretty sure Christian didn't realize I was supposed to be doing the one share stuff, but I made sure to read all the contests, follow those, do a little play-by-play when I could, and it was a good time. I'd be down to do it again.
Herb says that boy was born to talk football.
He really was. He's a genius.
Subscribe, postroute.substack.com.
That's
or
right.
As I like to say, postroute.substack.edu, so you can get yourself educated.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, happy St. Paddy's Day, by the way.
Yeah, and to you. We can't really see it. I mean, no one can see you right now, but when you are on camera, you do have a sliver of green, a green t-shirt going on under that. I don't have any green whatsoever going on at the moment, so hats off to you.
Disrespectful. I will say I was going to wear my Shamrock hat that I've worn on this sim many times, but because I had to switch over to these wireless headphones instead of my AirPods, not really big on wearing the big headphones with the hat. It's too much stuff on my head.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
And my head's already so huge,
I mean, I can't even see the microwave anymore. It's like there's like an eclipse going on.
It's actually a good point. If I sit a certain way, you can't see any of the microwave. The way I'm sitting right now.
Right. No, you have blocked out the kitchen sun with that melon on your neck. The gargantuan noggin. It's like Sputnik. He's going to cry himself to sleep on his gigantic pillow. So I married an axe murderer. Any fans out there? Man.
Good stuff.
Mike says maybe Rossi will dress as a leprechaun tonight for Madden After Dark. I would not for one moment put that past him, actually. I think that's
possible.
And Mike also points out that I am with Lamarca for the 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So who knows? Maybe he and I'll. I mean, I'm hoping to win, but maybe he and I'll split, and then we'll have an even more compelling head-to-head going on tomorrow night, a series, if you will.
Rossi and I had talked about doing a Shamrock Shake review during this sim tonight because he's never had one, but I'm just now remembering that. And the turnaround after this sim to go get one from McDonald's and get back here, we all know McDonald's and fast food places, they always like to say their ice cream machines are broken. Mm-hmm. So there's a chance I get all the way there. They're not even going to make me one. I have to drive back, rush back.
Little toy.
Rossi's, he's a dad. He's probably doing dad stuff right now. So
totally.
It's probably not going to happen. We'll do one eventually. Before the end of March, we'll do one.
This game right here, it's Mr. E-Man or Emin 22 in front in our smaller, more modest free roll with 186 entries. Has, let's see, Tua in the captain spot right now, if you can believe it, with about 20 points there. Lamar, just 17 in the flex, part of that lineup. Devontae Parker, just south of 10. Jakeem Grant, who was close to the bonus, 5 for 86, has himself 13 and change. And then he stacked them kickers, maybe a Rossi tribute. Tucker and Sanders have combined for 9 points. I am sitting 37th at the moment with Jackson in the captain spot, Breida, who has crossed over into double digits, Snead, Wilson, Grant, and Ingram. Ingram actually hasn't been bad. He hasn't returned value, $4,800. He only has 5.5 points, but he hasn't been bad. Albert Wilson has been bad. 1 catch for 5 yards. Where are you, my friend?
I am in 175th. It might be the lowest I've ever been.
It's not great.
Bad. It's just straight up bad. Let's call it what it is.
Hit that like button. We are rapidly approaching 300 with about 400 people watching here on the YouTube on St. Paddy's Day. Spending your evening with us on a Wild Weather Wednesday in some paltry excuse for rain here in this sim. 10-10 game. Tua, the southpaw, pirouettes and throws it away. Second goal on the way from the 7.
So, Koff, of all the moves that have happened since you and I last spoke, what jumps out to you the most in the NFL?
Oh, man. I mean, who knows when we last spoke, for starters?
That's a good point. Monday, I'd say Monday afternoon. We'll call it Monday afternoon.
Well, I won't expand on this because I've done it plenty already and people are tired of it. As we have a touchdown by Matt Breida. Congrats if you have him. Dolphins take the lead early fourth quarter. even removing any bias, it has been a really impactful start to these, this free agent period, these few days here for the Patriots. They've just been wheeling and dealing, and they spent almost $300 million in contracts. I mean, they had brought in 10 guys, something like that, including re-signings. It has been just crazy what Bill Belichick has been up to, trying to right the ship and correct mistakes, especially correct draft mistakes. They go out and they drafted 2 tight ends in the first few rounds last year, who just, terrible this past season as rookies, and they go out and now invest a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money, $80 to $90 million in a pair of young tight ends in Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry, who are going to be around now for multiple years. So, I mean, I think what the Patriots have done has been really interesting, has been a great start. The quarterback position is still a question, clearly. They're not going to address it in free agency. It's either a trade or the draft, but that's been interesting. I think there's still another wide receiver domino to fall. Maybe it's Larry Fitzgerald, because as we know, A.J. Green has gone to Arizona, and Fitzgerald, who is a big fan of the New England and Boston area and has been attached to the Pats like a prophecy for so many years at this point. People like to send out the picture of him at Logan Airport anytime his name is even mentioned, and now
it also isn't him.
Right, also true, but now it actually is a possibility. So there's that. That's my little Patriots spiel without ranting. Around that, I mean, it's just, I'm waiting. I'm very curious to see what happens with Kenny Golladay. I'm going to be just personally disappointed if he goes to the Giants, because I feel like he's going to get wasted a little bit there with Daniel Jones. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jones elevates him and he elevates Jones. I just don't really see it. I think he'll get handsomely paid, and I think the money will probably be viewed as egregious because he was viewed as, wide receiver 1 on the market. Still hasn't signed. Most of these guys have landed elsewhere. I love the Fitzpatrick signing in Washington. I hate the Dalton addition in Chicago. I just don't have. I feel for Bears fans, quite frankly. What else? I'm trying to. I mean, what about you?
Well, first of all, the Kenny Golladay thing is super interesting to me because New York feels like a weird landing spot, and maybe it's just a money thing for him. But like you said, Daniel Jones, while he has looked better from year 1 to year 2, I feel like when you're a guy like Kenny Golladay, who was just dealing with a whole lot of mediocrity up in Detroit for years, and Stafford's great, but as a team, mediocre, you would think, go to a team that's more in a position to win now. Whereas the Giants probably still feel like they're a year or 2 away from being a legit contender, and that's only if Daniel Jones continues to keep taking steps forward. So that would surprise me if Kenny Golladay landed in New York. But all these reputable people are saying that he's in the mix to land in the Meadowlands. I think AJ Green going to Arizona is interesting because it opens up this Larry Fitzgerald free agency thing. How much does he have left in the tank to go be a productive player somewhere else?
Very little.
Does he just call it a career at this point? I mean, he's one of those guys that has an impact on a team, but is it enough where when he goes there, it's considered a big deal? Like if he comes to New England, it'd be cool, but they haven't fixed their wide receiver 1 issue.
Well, so the whole thing, and I won't make this about the Patriots, the whole thing with Larry Fitzgerald has been for years, like, I'm going down with the ship in Arizona. Either we're going to win here or I'm not going to win because I want to be a career Cardinal. So I'm really curious to see if he goes back there on the super cheap, like veteran minimum, just to keep playing and be with Arizona, or if he retires because he, wants to stay true to, I'm not going to play anywhere else. I don't want to have that year or 2 at the end of my career in another uniform. I want to be a career Cardinal. If, in fact, he does go somewhere else, like the Patriots or anyone else, I think you add him saying you're getting an all-time great, You're getting an unbelievable locker room guy and leader, and a guy that could really take guys under his wing and offer tutelage and expertise. And we are truly talking about one of the great receivers to ever play the game. I mean, look up the numbers. They are ridiculous what he has achieved in his career, even if he hasn't done it in recent years. He's been around for a long time. But if you are signing him, Patriots or anyone else, expecting him to come in and be impactful, no. I mean,
not on the field.
Not on the field. Off the field, locker room, sidelines, 1,000%. But wide receiver 3, 4 at best. You'd be looking for Fitzgerald to, in a perfect world, give you 400 yards.
Yeah, exactly. And an interesting fit for Fitz would be Minnesota
and Ingram, by the way.
There you go, your boy. I think Minnesota would be a really cool fit for Fitz. He grew up in that area, going to Vikings games because his dad is this longtime reporter up there. Obviously, they have Justin Jefferson, one of the exciting young receivers in the league. They have Thielen there. And, you can get Fitzgerald in the mix, and he's just going to help Justin Jefferson. It's not like the guy needs a lot of help, right? He's this phenomenal receiver at such a young age, but it doesn't hurt having Larry Fitzgerald continue to help mold that thing up there in Minnesota. So I think that'd be an interesting fit. Obviously, he played his college ball at Pitt, so maybe he wants to return to the Steel City, play for the Steelers. But I don't see that happening. They're kind of bloated at receiver. So I would like to see him in Minnesota, quite honestly. I think that would be my ideal landing spot for him if he doesn't retire. My first choice is he retires. Just call it a career here,
Yeah.
Don't go get injured and don't push it here. That would be too bad if we saw him getting carted off the field for something and then that's how he ended things. Let's retire, Larry. But if you don't, go to Minnesota.
28th touchdown for Ingram in these sims. 17 all halfway through the fourth. Thank you for being with us again. Carol, Kaufman, Mike, Drew, Jim, all here hanging out with you. Tua up over 200 passing, has himself a touchdown. See if he can take his team to the promised land. Some of his all-time rankings, though, if you want to spend a moment on that. Let's see, Larry?
Yeah, he's top 5 in pretty much every category. Without looking at it.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up. NFL career leaders for receivers. Larry Fitzgerald is second to Jerry Rice in career receiving yards, and he's 5,000 behind him. So not going to get the number 1, obviously.
Jerry Rice, such a ridiculous player.
Yeah, just absurd. Not going to get to number 1. And by the way, Jason Witten, he just retired. Julio Jones would be the next active player who is 10,000 yards behind Jerry Rice. And as we know, Julio doesn't have a ton left in the tank either. So just to put in perspective what Fitzgerald has achieved and the guys immediately behind him, Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, Isaac Bruce, Tony Gonzalez, guys like that. Fitzgerald, 17,492 yards. So that's that category. Let's see. That's yards. What else do we have here?
Touchdowns and catches would be the ones that I'm interested in.
Absolutely. Just want to pull them up.
I'm gonna venture to guess he's a little bit less in touchdowns than we'd hope, but up there in catches.
He's second in catches, again behind Rice. This one, he's still not going to get to number 1. He'd have to play, 2-3 more years, whatever it is. Probably 3 more years to get to number 1, and 3 productive years at that. Not stellar years, but productive. Because
he'd have to see snaps.
He has 117 catches behind Rice.
Yeah, he's probably not getting that.
Yeah, so he would need 3 seasons to achieve that in my estimation. And let's see if we're gonna look at touchdowns. I bet he's top 5, but not second. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of great quarterbacks, so I'm guessing he's a little lower there than we'd
number 6
probably imagine. Yeah, 6. Okay.
Jerry Rice comfortably in front with 197. Then you have
Is it Jerry Rice, T.O., Moss, and then I don't know who would be after those 3.
So Rice at 197, Moss at 156. That's second. So just to tell you how dominant Rice was, obviously. He had some great quarterbacks too, as we know. Terrell Owens is third, Chris Carter, Marvin Harrison, and then you have Larry Fitzgerald at 121. So Fitzgerald could play, if he played 3 more years, let's just say for the sake of argument, he played 3 more years, which I don't think is going to happen. He's already been around for 16 or 17. He could climb into 4th. He could pass Harrison and Carter. But I mean,
it would need to be the right. It would need to be the right situation for that to happen.
One more swan song season. I don't think his place on the leaderboard changes anywhere.
Right. A lot of people talking about Moss is the GOAT. Jerry Rice is the greatest player of all time. Jerry Rice, if we're not talking rings, he's the guy that I think has the strongest argument against Brady for being the best player in NFL history because of what he did for such a long time at such a high level. And his numbers are so much greater than all of his peers. Just an absolute dominant player for years and years and years. Left San Francisco, did it in Oakland. Truly great. So I totally open to hear the Jerry Rice is the greatest player of all time argument. And, you know, people that say Randy Moss is the greatest receiver ever, that's eye test right there. You know,
Right.
that's
Well,
not using numbers. That's saying of the people I've seen play football, he is the best I've ever seen do it.
Well, so like Fantasy Hawk, to your point, Fantasy Hawk or Mr. Hawk says, I don't care what the stats say, Randy Moss is the greatest my eyes ever seen. So I agree with that. You know, like I've never seen anyone better, and I'm again throwing stats out. And Moss was incredibly productive, as we know. I've never seen anyone better than Randy Moss, but I also was not, you know, the football fan I am today, or even during the Moss days when Jerry Rice was playing. I'm not old enough.
Right.
So, you know, I've seen the highlights and I've read the stories, and it's not like I don't know about Jerry Rice, but I wasn't watching him week to week, you know, during his prime years or anything like that. So yeah, this is where like generational bias comes into play. It's you know, you have it in every sport. Like you and Rossi, and I'm sure you'll do this in an hour when you guys have your sim together, like you guys like to do your Mount Rushmore for all these teams. I mean, so much of that is generational bias.
Totally. We try to divorce ourselves from that. And the only team we're hitting in Madden After Dark would be the Bears coming up at 10 because I think they're playing the Patriots, and we did the Patriots already. That's going to be a lot of looking backwards with the Bears and all the great history they have. But Brother Phil, it's Khalil Mack, jeez. Brother Phil bringing up a great point. You look at Rice's numbers, then you realize he played back when you can put your hands all over the wide receiver until the ball was thrown. And it's more impressive. Can't touch a guy after 5 yards now. He's bringing up a great point. Rice played in a much more physical era, so it makes everything he did that much more special. Moss, great numbers, but yeah, eye test. It's sort of like when people try and make the Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady argument. If you go just by eye tests, you can do that. I'm willing to hear the argument, but when you bring resume into it, that's when it becomes a much more difficult thing to talk about.
Well, look, I mean, I was with Moose one sim, and we got into it was like as passionate as he has ever sounded on the Dream Stream. We had an argument, a knockout, drag out. We were
Deucey level.
Hotter than the heat of 1,000 suns, talking about all-time great quarterbacks, and because he does not subscribe to Tom Brady being the best. I mean, he believes Dan Marino was a better quarterback than Tom Brady. As we know, Marino didn't win anything. But where we eventually got, and this is exactly, you know, to the point of what you were just talking about, where we eventually got in our argument was, you know, he's not entertaining stats and resume. He's just talking about the eye test. And to the eye, you want to talk athleticism and what he could do on the field and what the rules were back then and all those different things. Like, sure, I'm not going to sit here and say Dan Marino wasn't a more athletically gifted quarterback than Tom Brady. Of course he was. So was Joe Montana. Hell, like, so were most quarterbacks who have been starters over the last. I mean, Tom Brady is not an athlete. You know, I mean, he is. But as compared to, obviously, so many of these mobile quarterbacks, like there's a reason the Brady 199 combine photo gets tweeted around all the time, him looking like kind of pudgy and out of shape and running the slow 40, all that. Like we know who Tom Brady is. Tom Brady has built his career off of precision and intellect and football IQ and methodical play and just like smarts and obviously ability as well, but he is not the athlete, in the sense that some of those other guys are. So that, again, it just speaks to all the era stuff and whether or not you are willing to entertain resume, which to me, if you're going to have GOAT arguments, resume is a huge part of it. I mean, Cordell Stewart was a more athletic quarterback than Tom Brady. What's his resume? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, same thing when you're talking about these receivers. Less so because that's more of a, quote, skill position, obviously. You got to be an athletic guy to be a talented and gifted wide receiver who puts up lots of numbers. But yeah, like rule changes to generate more offense in the league. That's the ugliest field goal I've ever seen.
Wow. Did that get hit? Justin Tucker.
That had to have been tipped. I'm sorry. That just totally broke my chain of thought. Justin Tucker, who is like GOAT kicker, at least in Simland, didn't come. I know it's raining.
Oh, look at him.
Dude did not come close. Like, he didn't even reach the end zone.
Wow. That was bad. Slick ball.
Yeah, Drew says.
That drizzle.
Was that Justin Tucker or Brendan Glasheen? Laces out, Dan.
That was brutal. I know it was a deep field goal, but still. That was bad.
Holy cow.
Got a lot of good Emmett versus Barry.
And it was Barry. It was absolutely Barry. But Emmett's got the resume.
We've talked to quite a few people associated with those 90s Cowboys.
Yeah.
At this point on the Great Dane Nation with Morton Anderson. Check out this week's episode with Charles Barkley. And I have a newfound respect for Emmitt Smith and how good he was. And I was always of the mind that Barry was better purely because of eye test, but man, I've gone back and done some studying on Emmitt Smith. That guy was amazing. It's honestly really cool that both of those dudes were playing at the same time.
Yeah.
Like just truly once in a generation type players.
No, it's such a shame that, and I get it. I will never condemn the dude for it, but such a shame that Sanders didn't play longer. Just because it was so much fun to watch.
He just got beat up on that.
It's like Megatron. It's a Detroit thing. Calvin Johnson, same deal.
Yep.
These guys getting out of the league before they're 30, or basically at 30.
Yep.
Crazy.
Cursed franchise.
If there were a place to believe it, that would be the one. But don't worry, they're going to be biting kneecaps this year, so they're going to.
That's right, Dan Campbell, baby.
Be just fine, everybody. This sim, the primetime is Buke's back in primetime free roll. He's not, probably never again. Metadeath is in front and pacing for a 5-point victory over our pal Poppy Herb. Lamar in the captain spot, as expected, obviously, with Matt Breida, Gesicki, Grant, Ingram, Sanders, all in double digits. There were some good plays here, some fun plays. Who was your Krusty Koff player of the game?
Lamar Jackson, 40 points in the captain spot. Congratulations. You get the free ice cream cone from Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. If you're ever in town, it's on me.
Are they aware of the advertising that you do for them on a daily basis?
No.
Because they should be.
They're not, but they should be. That's right. Then I can get some free sandwiches.
Yeah.
But no.
Unlimited wooden nickels.
So there you go, Lamar Jackson. Good for you, man.
I'm looking at a 21st place finish here. Flirted with it anyway.
I'm in 173rd, not good. Babysitter Billy Award goes to Mark Andrews. Just nothing, absolutely nothing out of the tight end one from Baltimore. Semi-high price guy, just throwing up a stinker here. Gross.
So gross. All right, so I want to tell you a few things. You're probably going to get some Patriots talk in the next one, although there will be Mount Rushmore talk as well, and it will be Bears focused between, of course, Jason Rossi and this guy, Tom Carroll. They're coming up for Madden After Dark. a sim in the snow in virtual Foxborough in about 45 minutes. Want to also tell you about the American Cornhole League, free-to-play pool on the DK Sportsbook that is available to you. You should jump on in this contest. The madness, it is not exclusive to basketball this weekend. Saturday, Cornhole Mania takes over the DraftKings Dream Stream. It is the American Cornhole League singles tournament airing Saturday, March 20th, my buddy's birthday, at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on DK's YouTube and Twitch channels. And that's not all. No, that is not all. It's true. He's not very good at cornhole. If this were an eating contest, he loves to eat. You can follow all the action while taking a shot at $1,000 in total prizes with our free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's right. It is free. Most correct answers wins the top prize of $100. So head on over to the pool section of the DraftKings Sportsbook. Enter your picks by 10 Eastern time. And again, that is 10 a.m. on Friday, and then follow along on the DraftKings Dream Stream to see if you are a winner. And I have pulled up the NBA head-to-head situation right now. And the LaMarca contest. It's close. I am beating him by about 40 points, but he has about 20 more minutes. And
It's gonna get dicey.
Yeah, haven't done a deep dive into who has, whom on their rosters and all that. People don't care about that. But just to give you that update, we'll see what happens. But don't worry, Ed Zone Dance is still shutting me out. So at least we got that going for us. Okay. Thanks, Tommy. Great pleasure being with you, as always. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Jim. Everybody else. Tomorrow's Thursday, and you are stuck with me at 2 o'clock, the Mad Matinee, and then with LaMarca. Zach earlier in the day with LaMarca at 8 o'clock prime time, same sim as this one right here, but different teams, different people, different conversation. Tommy, be good. Enjoy Madden After Dark, pal.
Thank you, dude. We will talk again soon.
CL, thanks for taking a TikTok break to come over here and host In Between Sims. Let's go back to Tara Lynn Azak.
Why, thank you very much. I'm going to let Kaufman take off for the night so he can go argue with Glash till 3 a.m. or whatever those two bozos like to do in the wee hours. All right, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll bring you Madden After Dark as the Patriots and the Bears. They're going to do a battle in snowy Foxborough. I already said Kaufman's taking a hike, but Jason Rossi, he's going to step in to call the game with my dancing partner, Tommy Carroll. All right, so that showdown is featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. All right, so earlier tonight we heard the Tour Junkies. They gave you their favorite plays for the Honda Classic. And here on the Dream Stream, we have the philosophy that more info is good info. All right, so right now we're going to hand it off to the guys from the No Laying Up podcast to see who they're liking on the PGA Tour this week.
So for this, I'm going to start it out with a gut instinct. One of my best friends, Jim Furyk, is, he doesn't play a lot on the PGA Tour, but he is playing this week. Just a top four, a Casey Kasem for Jim Furyk has hit every time I've played it. Plus 125 for 25 nuggets. There's just, I feel very good about that with how we could get. So sensible.
What song would that? That'd be like I Will Walk 5,000 Miles. Just like that top 40 song.
I kind of was thinking Semi-Charm Kind of Life.
Ooh,
Third Eye Blind.
Closing time.
Yeah.
Was it 5,000 miles or 10,000 miles?
Might have been 500 miles.
500. It's 500.
By the Proclaimers or something.
If you parlay it like you would try to do, I think it'd be about 5,000. But Dylan Fratelli, he made a little run up the leaderboard at the Players This Golf Course Rewards distance. He's famously, not famously, no one's really paying attention, but he has added distance to his game. Another Casey Kasem for him, plus 110 for 40 nuggets. That's my biggest play this week.
These odds are concerning, Solly.
I knew you'd say that.
These odds are concerning.
I knew you'd say that. So we're gonna we have a couple winner picks in there. That's why we ended up this way. Okay. Chris Kirk had another good week at the Players this past weekend. It faded on the weekend, but he had a good week. A top 10 for him at plus 550. 15 little nuggets on that one.
I thought about that. I didn't love his record here.
I didn't look at his record, fair enough. But then a couple winners. Keegan Bradley. It just kind of feels...
Keegan-y?
Yeah, It just feels Keegan-y. It does.
Home game.
Plus 4,000.
Big home game.
10 nuggets on that one. And then another guy who had a blazing finish to the week last week. Kind of feels like, a St. Simon's guy has won this event in the past, Keith Mitchell. It feels like it might be JT Poston's time. Plus 7,000, 10 nuggets on him to win it. Randy, what do you got?
We're all over the board this week. Let's go over to Kenya for the magical Kenyan Open.
You got a festive shirt on.
Neil, where can folks find this if they like the look of it?
Store.nolayingup.com. Imported them, baby. Let's go. The elephant shirts are live in the shop.
They've got a bunch of elephants.
Shameless plug. Shameless plug. Thank you, Randy.
The land of elephants. Magical Kenya Open. Give me Garrick Higo for a top 5 at plus 1,000.
I saw that too. I thought the same thing.
Yeah. Why? I say why not? We're going to come back to Florida. I got 3 plays there. Give me, hey, Joaquin, you going to win this week?
Yeah, Jeets.
I think so. Plus 2,000, 15 nuggies on him. Low ball hitter. Hopefully the wind blows this weekend, TC. I don't have to tell you that. Shane Lowry, he's rounding into form. Give me a top 10 there, plus 350.
Well, kind of a home game for him. He spends his time in the U.S. in this area.
You're exactly right. Plus 350. I said 20 nuggies there. I got 1 missed cut play this week. Doug Gim. I'm sorry, Doug.
He's coming at my FredEx Cup team.
He's got to be crushed after Sunday. I'm fading him this week. I got him to miss the cut at plus 163. 25 nuggies there. And then I got a 4-team college basketball parlay.
Basketball.
First weekend.
Ooh.
Give me...
I incepted the idea in his head when I was asking him about his Kings injury report.
Give me the Ohio Bobcats plus 7.5 over UVA. Jason Preston might be the darling of this tournament. Give me Georgia Tech, the ACC tournament champs, plus 2.5 over Loyola Chicago. Give me Michigan State minus 2 over Tron's boy Mick Cronin and his UCLA Bruins, and then finally Colorado minus 4.5. over Georgetown. I'm not buying the Georgetown story. So 25 nuggets there, plus 1. Let's see, plus 1,224, plus 1,224 there. There you have it.
This is from the TC School of Shadiness.
Randy,
I don't know if this is allowed.
Thank you for that golf adjacent knowledge on a golf preview. No, we'll allow it. I'm proud of you. We'll allow it. TC, what do you got? The DraftKings himself.
So many different ways we could have gone with this. We're going to Kenya first. It's magical over there. Julian Surrey, top 20, plus 450 for 15 nuggies. Shot 70, 68, 84, 67 last week. If he just would have shot 70, 14 shots lower, he would have won by 1. Not sure what happened to Julian on
Just
Saturday.
missed out by 13.
Next, we're going. We thought about Chris Paisley, top 5. We thought about Uncle Yost. But we're going to go back to the States. We're going Lucas Glover, plus 600 for a top 10 ball striker. Decent record here. 15 nuggies there. Mike, don't call me Matt Wallace, plus 600 for a top 10, 15 nuggies there. JT Poston, top 5, plus 1,400, 15 nuggies there. When he's hot, right?
Yeah.
And then my big play of the week, plus 800 for a top 10, my man KH Lee for 40 nuggies. Whoa.
I had a feeling you were going to KH Lee this week. I looked at that too.
I love KH Lee.
That
The guy's
popped
a
off.
dog.
All right, guys, Justin Thomas claiming the Players last week, and now the tour heads a few hours south on I-95 to wrap up the Florida swing in Palm Beach Gardens for the Honda Classic. Here to break down some DFS strategy for the tournament. As always, my good friend, RotoWire's Len Hochberg. Good to see you, man. Real quick, what impressed you the most about JT's performance last week?
Well, really, and hello, Emerson. Thank you. Nice to see you too. But yeah, just the fact that he has had so much going on in his life in 2021, beginning at Kapalua, the passing of his grandfather, the injury to his close friend Tiger Woods. I mean, these are real life issues here. And to be able to concentrate on your profession and to be at the top of your mental game and physical game, it was really impressive that I knew he would come around. We thought he would come around eventually, but to do it so soon in early March, very impressive from Justin Thomas, and bodes well for the rest of the year for him.
Yeah, we all saw how emotional he got in his post-round interview. Let's dial into this week, Len. The Honda Classic, the hardest par 70 in a non-major, 3 years running. Last year's champ, Sung J M, has the highest price tag on DraftKings at $11,000, a slightly weaker field than he faced last year. How much do you like him at this price?
Yeah, he is only $11,000 as a top guy, and that's we don't see top guys that low very often. But so I think the price is good, and he is really a good guy for this course. This is a course where you can't get too crazy, and you can't be firing at pins and stuff. He is, and also a lot can go wrong. He is very emotionless, at least outwardly, on the course, and you have to keep your wits about you because so much can happen at PGA National. So he's a really good fit, and obviously he won. He has not been playing his best. He has only one top 10 since the Masters in November, and that was a fifth at the Tournament of Champions when there were only 30-something guys in the field. So he's been top 25, but not top 10. But in this field and with some questions in the $10,000 guys, I think, Sung J M is a good play this week.
Elsewhere in the 10K range, 4 golfers here. Adam Scott is the cheapest at 10-1. He's had success here with a win in 2016. Do you like him in this range, or are you paying up a bit for maybe someone else?
I was prepared to like Adam Scott. I went to look at him and think, okay, this seems like a really good week. He's won here, as you said. There were a couple of stats that really kind of alarmed me. He's never been the straightest driver of the golf ball, but he is 194th in driving accuracy this season. That could be real trouble at a course with a lot of water and a lot of wind, and then more water and more wind. And what we see a lot is that scrambling is really about as important this week as just about any week because of all the trouble getting onto the green. Well, he is 214th in scrambling. I mean, that's toward the bottom. He's never been great. He's been okay. So, and also he only has one top 10 anywhere in the world since winning at Riviera a year ago. And that was 10th recently at Torrey Pines. So it's a little bit alarming to me there. Berger is a question mark. Lee Westwood, how much can he withstand mentally after 2 incredibly pressured Sundays? And that leaves you with Joaquin Niemann, who is everybody's favorite this week. He's really going to be the most popular guy. So the 10,000s are just really just fraught with peril for one reason or another this week.
Yeah, he's tied for 29th last week with better than expected putting, talking about Neiman here. You did mention the wind. So, real quick, are there any players in the field you think might have some added value in these kind of conditions? Because it's looking like it could be another windy weekend.
Yeah, I think there are some weeks where we see the wind and come out of nowhere, and we say, okay, we've got to maybe pivot a little bit to a guy who's a wind player or maybe a straighter hitter. But the wind is there every year at PGA National. It's no different this year than any other year. I think you look at guys who have played well here before. One thing, which is so they can handle the wind, or maybe they temper their game to allow for the wind. Some of the Brits, the Irishmen, they can handle the wind. They're used to the wind, and also guys who hit the ball straight. like a Jim Furyk. Jim Furyk is always top 2 or 3 in driving accuracy. He's going to be a popular play this week at $6,900. But you want guys, you're not looking for any cowboys this week. You want it's almost like senior golf in a lot of ways, where you just got to get the ball in the fairway, get it on the green. There aren't going to be a lot of birdies. I know birdies are currency, are valuable in DraftKings, but they're just not going to be that many this week. And you've got to avoid double bogeys. More double bogeys on this course last year, 242 double bogeys and worse, more than anywhere else on tour last year.
All right, you mentioned Irishman. Let's go with reigning British Open champion Shane Lowry here. Then there's a 4th straight appearance in this tournament for Taylor Gooch. Both are coming off impressive showings, right, at the Players' Championship. So who do you think will have a greater upside between those two this week?
You know, on NBC the other day, I think it was NBC, one of the telecasts, they were talking about Shane Lowry, and they quoted Graham McDowell, who said that Shane Lowry is the luckiest man in the world, or the luckiest golfer in the world, because he's been the reigning Open champion for 2 years. They were canceled last year, so he's got it for a whole nother year. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is a tough call. Taylor Gooch really starting to become a player. Last year we saw the formation of Taylor Gooch. He would make cut after cut after cut, and well, now he's starting to have some high finishes. Top 5 last week. He's been his 3rd top 5 this season. Lowry was 21st here last year, so he can play this course. And like I said, Irishman, wind, a good fit. The one thing I will say that Lowry, indications are he will be more highly owned than Gooch, and pretty highly owned overall. So that may make, if you're deciding between the two, that may push you to Gooch.
All right, then there's Ricky Fowler, highest priced golfer in the 8Ks at 8,900. But Len, he's really fallen hard since winning here in 2017. So yes, he's had an impressive track record on this course, and he's got the name recognition. Who are some other golfers, though, in this range you prefer over him?
Ricky Fowler, through it all, make no mistake, he is one of the 2 headliners this week. More than Sung Jae Im, more than anybody else. Ricky Fowler and Phil Mickelson are the 2 headliners this week. They are in featured groups, even though they are not where they used to be. And no one, the big storyline this week for me is, will Ricky Fowler, this is his last best chance to qualify for the Masters. He's 81st in the world. He's got to get into the top 50. He's not in the match play next week. Would he dare play the Dominican Republic and stoop down to an opposite field event? I mean, other than that, he has the Valero Texas Open the final week before Augusta. He'd have to win that tournament. The chances are really slim. He has a great history at the Honda, a win, a runner-up. But he was also great at Phoenix for a lot of years, and he's coming off a miscut at Phoenix. He's just not the same guy. I mean, tournament organizers, the PGA Tour, fans, they'd all love to see Ricky Fowler on Sunday, other than in a commercial. But to answer your question, who do I like in the 8,000s other than, pretty much everybody other than Ricky Fowler, who was $8,900.
Yeah, we'd be seeing him out there if, in contention on Sunday in that Oklahoma State orange of his. But, man, he's finished outside the top 50, I think, in 5 of his past 6 tournaments, 3 missed cuts. Any other value in this tournament that you'd like to throw our way?
Yeah, getting into, and I think of value, I'm in the 7,000, mid 7,000s, and on lower down. Zach Johnson, talked about him with you often. The guy just makes cut after cut after cut. I think it's 13 in a row now. He's at $7,400. Matt Jones makes a lot of cuts. He's at $7,400. I'm going to go super low with a couple of guys this week. I'll throw out for you $6,500. Scott Stallings. He's made the cut 5 of 6 years, I think it is, at this tournament. He is ranked top 5 on tour in both scrambling and bogey avoidance. 2 very important considerations this week. And I've never gone as low as 6,000 before. The bargain basement, as far low as you can. Hank Lebioda, the left-hander, he is $6,000. The guy has made 6 of 10 cuts, not fantastic, but he doesn't shoot a lot of bad rounds. He only has 4 rounds all season over than 72. so he doesn't blow up, which is really important for this week. He is top 10 in bogey avoidance, and he's a Florida guy, so let's presume that he can nose the wind and can play in the wind. $6,000, you could put a lot of money elsewhere if you go with good old Hank.
All right, Len, before you take off, hook me up with your pick to win.
Yeah, this is a week that can go a lot of different ways. There aren't a lot of top guys. There are sort of question marks about them all. 144 guys. I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent, a little outside the norm this week. Wyndham Clark is $8,000. He has two good finishes here the last 2 years, 11th last year, 7th the year before. He was the 54-hole leader 2 years ago. Normally, Wyndham Clark is a great driver of the golf ball and a great putter. You don't see that combination too many times outside of Bryson DeChambeau. Well, he's really not been great with those two numbers this year, those two stats, but he has been really good with his wedge. He is top 25 on tour in strokes gained around the green. I think this is a week to take some chances, and I'm gonna throw my dart at Wyndham Clark at $8,000.
It's just one of those weeks, man, where Wyndham Clark is your pick to win. Tells you a little bit about the field. RotoWire's Len Hochberg. Thanks for hanging with us here on DraftKings, man.
Thanks, Emerson. Thank you.
All right, from a golf tournament to a basketball tournament, time once again for the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So DraftKings is pleased to announce an exciting new contest, the DraftKings Championship Series Millionaire Bracket Contest, exclusively for DraftKings players. This contest has an entry fee of $100 and contestants can make up to 20 entries. Make picks for each game of the tournament and earn points for each correct pick to earn your share of $2 million in prizes. And while you're at it, if you enter the CBB Championship Series Millionaire Bracket, you can also opt in and earn 164% profit boost for every entry into the contest as an added bonus. Get your brackets in and take your shot at millions in total prizes. All right, yesterday we ran through all of the brackets in our March to the Tournament special. So you can see the whole special on YouTube, but right now let's hear who the guys like to come out of the East region.
All right, but Kenny, who's your pick to make the Final Four out of this region?
Well, I honestly don't. I think that if you would have asked me a couple weeks ago, I would have sounded like a square saying Michigan making the Final Four. But I think that it's really cooled off on Michigan. But I love them. I took them as an outright to win the national championship months ago, and it's for good reason because they have good coaching and Phil Martelli's on the bench there aside from head coach Juwan Howard. I think it can't go understated how important he's been as well. So good coaching staff. You got a great leader at point and Mike Smith. They say he has a PhD in hoops. And Franz Wagner has been absolutely amazing. Hunter Dickinson, sensational. And Julia mentioned the injury to Isaiah Livers. You know, I think that they could get him back during this tournament. And I think that would actually provide a huge boost. And I mentioned that LSU game. I'm really scared about it. Like, I'm worried about it as someone who picks Michigan to make the Final Four. But if they get past LSU, I think that is the battle that they need early on in this tournament. You know, that's going to be a slugfest, a dogfight. If they get past LSU, I think that that's going to ready them for maybe a physical matchup against Georgetown or, like Julian said, the athletes that Florida State has. And then down the line, maybe it's a Texas or UConn that they meet in the Elite Eight. But I think that they're going to be battle tested here early, and I think it's going to help them down the road. This is just, they do everything well. I love this team too much. And I think they make the Final Four here, and I think it might be Michigan's year.
All right, Jules, your Final Four pick from the East.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, Michigan's been great, but the Livers injury, if that's a foot fracture, that really worries me. I don't know if they are going to get him back. We talked about the Michigan State UCLA team. Could they make a run? Maybe. Kenny talked about his love for UConn. The only thing that I've bet in this region so far, I got UConn -2 when it opened, and it's on the move. I like them. The reason I can't pick any of those teams to make a run is because I believe in Texas too much, and Texas is the team that I have coming out of this bracket. The 3 seed, they have 3 tremendous guards. They have Sims in the front court that can battle if it does wind up being Michigan and their size down the road to get out of that region. So for me, Texas is the team that I think is going to the Final Four here and maybe busting a little bit of chalk.
Madden After Dark is next, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So there's still time to get your lineups into our NHL 15K Sticks contest. It's locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. And an $11 entry earns you a shot at a $5K top prize. Don't forget to check out all of the action for the NHL, PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and of course, we got college basketball tournament over on the DK Sportsbook. It has been such a pleasure spending my St. Paddy's Day with the DK Sim fam. If I could do an Irish accent almost as good as Glash, I would, but I can't. Everyone said I sounded British or Indian, so I will fray away from that. But right now, I have to turn it over to this dynamic duo crew. It's Madden After Dark, baby. It's Jason Rossi, Tommy Carroll with the call of the Bears and Pats in the snow, wrapping up our Wild Weather Wednesday. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Top of the evening to you, Tyler and Isaac. It's Jason O'Ross. Yeah, top of the night. It's I don't know what that means. Oh, bottom of the night. How about bottom of the night? This is my Irish accent. I went to Ireland 8 years ago today. It was amazing.
It's not bad. It's really not bad.
All right. I'm not going to do it all night. Somebody's going to get offended. I'm going to get canceled. You know how this game goes. Tommy Freeze Pops, what's up, dude?
What is going on, dude? I am excited anytime I have Jason Rossi on the broadcast with me because I know that means we're doing a Mount Rushmore.
Woo, get it right. By the way, also, shout out to Tarlin for wearing green. Shout out to you. I see the little bleed of green. I know that Michael, our producer, and our technical director, Andrew, shirtless right now. But they have they painted their bodies green, which I thought was a nice touch. And Jimbo, don't want to explain it to you because, again, I would get banned if I told you what he was painting green. But appreciate the crew that we have here tonight. We're going to have some fun. We're going to end this night right, St. Patrick's Day style. So grab your pint of tea or whatever it is you're going to be lubricating your throat with tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in. Patriots and the Bears. It's a Wild Weather Wednesday. I'll be honest, don't even know what the weather is. Don't care. Still set a lineup around it. Would you go with there, Tom?
First of all, it's snowing. So
crap.
Always an interesting game when you got snow in the mix. I got Sony Michel in the captain spot. Then I went with Tariq Cohen, Julian Edelman, Anthony Miller, Cam Newton, Allen Robinson. So these are two teams that I struggle to make lineups around. So I figured, let's throw some stuff up against the app and see what sticks.
Let me spoil why you had a tough time, because both of these teams stink. Their points per average in games recently, looking over the last 5 to 10, there's very few players that they're always getting that around that 20 spot. Like Allen Robinson, he's averaging
so
7.
It's ridiculous. I will say this though: the Patriots have been winning a lot of games,
dubs,
since the Super Bowl. So they don't put up a ton of crazy points, but they get the job done, do their job. They eat them dubs.
Yeah, they taste good, W's, by the way. If you haven't had them, Hostess W's.
Big old bowl of dubs.
I went Cam Newton in the captain spot, Trubisky, Edelman, Graham, Pats D, and Pinedo. Seto Miedo. All right, so we have the DK Sim fam here with us as well. Taralyn peacing out. Thank her. She was in there. We got Ken, El Paso, Choker, Obi, Johnny H, Steven, Kyle, Nathan, Choker, Eric, my grandfather. Everyone's in there. Now Valdeway, the freak. Love it. Yeah, so we're going to have some fun here tonight, as Tommy teased, and let you know when these two smiling, big, rock-face-looking men get together, we plant some other rocks out there. We call it Mount Rushmore style. So tonight we're going to do the Bears. We'll recap the Patriots, which is funny because, Tom, since we started this, we've had the Patriots. This is the third time we've had the Patriots.
It's like they want us to redo the Mount Rushmore or something. It's like, guys, no, that's set in stone. That is etched in stone somewhere in Foxborough, Massachusetts, overseeing Gillette Stadium. By the way, Kyle, to answer your question on YouTube, I am not on Madden After Dark tomorrow night. I will be back with you guys on Friday night.
Yeah, and we'll also I'm going to update you guys in a little bit about some action that's going to be going on Saturday, and how since the Sims are going to be taken away, but all for the good. And I'll explain that. Probably I'll do that at halftime. We'll tease it ahead, baby. Tease it ahead. You may
That's a
already
big
know.
market tease right there, baby. Hey, I got 3 in a row on Friday night. The rare triple header.
That, you know what?
DraftKings Dream Stream.
It's because everyone's so available right now. Like, usually it's like I can't wait for the summer when I'm doing 8 and there's only 6. I'm doing games with myself. There was one last year before you joined, Tom, there was legit 3 people available for a whole day of Sunday. So we were just like,
That's amazing.
all right, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Just ping-ponging.
Yep. And as things are getting better, it's going to get like that. But that's all the fun. Maybe there'll be some new faces. Who knows? Don't take my baby food money. All right. All right. We got first down here in New England, as you have Cam Newton under center. Sony Michel takes the handoff, carries it, barrels his way through the snow, getting a couple yards. Again, just to mention, Michael's our producer. Andrew, the director of technicalities, Jimbo and ops. Man, what a day it has been with free agency. Like, it's been hot and heavy. It's official, by the way. If you didn't know,
this week has been crazy.
The league year is officially started. Carson Wentz, I don't know if you heard the news, dude, but he got traded. The Eagles officially traded Carson Wentz to the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah. And he's going to be doing a press conference tomorrow, but nobody from Philly is allowed to ask questions.
Is that real?
Part of one of the reporters in Philly, because so with the Patriots, when I was working with the radio, and I'm sure you've done this, you can call in and listen or whatever.
Dial-in number.
Yep. So they're not allowing all the numbers. You can kind of trace that. You should be able to. This day and age, just Cam throws a nice bullet into the ground. So they're not allowing any questions from the Philadelphia media.
That is ridiculous. Honestly, that makes me upset.
Well,
I'm mad. I am mad on the internet.
You just opened up to the bar stools, maybe a Tommy Free spot with DraftKings, just sneak in 100%. A Philly question.
Yeah, for that to leak in some way has completely screwed up what they were trying to do there.
Unreal. By the way, we see our Twitch homies there as well, as we're going to get a 3rd and 4 here from the Patriots. CJ, CEH. Oh, CEH over there. Look at this. Riviera, Care Bear, first time. What's up, dudes and dudettes? My Aaron Gobraz. Don't know what Aaron Gobraz means. But there's a pass from Cam. Incomplete. So, yeah, we're going to talk. We'll get to all the fun. Oh, Bad Boys, what's up? He says, we couldn't have gotten a patty in Madden After Dark. We couldn't have gotten a little Chiefs action. St. Patrick's Day. Why would you want Chief actions? St. Cam is hit. I rank. Oh, the Patriots. That's your Pats right there. There's your Patrick. St. Patrick. It ties in, dude. But don't question the people that make the schedule. They know what they're doing. They all know. Oh, and look at Shane says happy St. Patrick's Day. Also my sis's B-Day. Well, happy B-Day to your
big
sis.
Day.
Yeah, huge. Sims are leaving? No, Sims are not leaving. Let me read, if you got confused. Saturday, there is going to be 4 Sims, and I'll explain why at halftime. It's going to be good for you. It maybe can put a little more cash in your old pocket. So,
I think we're actually going to explain that post-game.
That's exactly what I meant. Post-game.
So stay tuned.
Yeah, so at halftime, don't even bother. Get some chips.
At halftime, get ready, because we are going to give you the primer for what we're going to get into in the third quarter. That's your Bears Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It's kind of a cool franchise to have on deck here, and I'm kind of happy we have 2 quarters of breathing room to talk about the Bears. A lot of history there, and it's not an easy build, to use DraftKings terminology.
No, and it isn't. And here's Trubisky, who is, I guess you have to say, is a flag on the play. And I want to talk about this briefly. I want to talk a little Bears. Obviously, there's a ton to get to with the Patriots that they have signed, I think, every free agent ever. We'll ping around here. But Mitch Trubisky, I haven't heard a sniff. I haven't heard a sniff.
It's been quiet.
And it's sad because as a Bears fan, which I'm not, and I'm sure Bears fan, the people that I've communicated with, people I know on Twitter and in my Facebook circles, because I'm that guy who just befriends people I don't know and then talks to them about things like, what's your favorite freeze pop flavor? And if they don't say pink or red, I'm out. No, but the Bears fans are so upset right now, and I completely understand. And it's more the media, and I don't want to just blame the media, but obviously Matt Nagy and Pace, the GM, kind of jobs on the line, and you heard all these rumors, especially Monday, really start to percolate about Russell Wilson. And you're like, ooh. And then when basically it seems like Seattle was like, nah, we're not trading him, dude. It's like, you can keep calling, but we're done. They're like,
they
okay.
shouldn't.
Yeah, and of course, I agree. And then they're like, okay, we have to do something. They call up, Andy Dalton say, dude, we got 10 mil, maybe 13 if we, whatever incentives. What do you think? He's like, sure. Sounds like a spot to start. Okay, I can compete with Nick Foles. Good for me. Good. Sign me up. Okay, cool. But going to the Bears fans after hearing Russell Wilson, and you just had Mitch Trubisky, who you built around trading up and getting that second overall pick. I feel
fireable.
Honestly, it's almost like if right now the ownership should just be like, all right, Pace, you're out, Nagy, you're out. We'll just draft a quarterback next month. We'll see what this does, but we're blowing it up. This doesn't sniff of a team. I know they have Allen Robinson, but this doesn't seem like a future play here. I don't know. I just felt like they should have if you're going to spend $10 million on a QB, and I think Dalton's solid, don't get me wrong, and I think people use the term suck way too much. Goat.
He's a game manager, no question.
He's a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's brought in teams to the playoffs several times. I get it was the Bengals, but that's even more credit to him.
Right.
And he may have similar offensive weapons depending on what this all pans out. He has an Allen Robinson who is maybe better than AJ Green was in his prime? ? So I don't know. I just think it is disappointing, but I think the way people are reacting is if they just signed. I guess what I was confused by is did they just want Trubisky back for one more year, or would you rather try something different with Dalton?
Yeah, the Dalton thing is confusing because a lot of what you just said, but I mean, what are you doing? You're not building towards the future with Andy Dalton. You signed him on a 1-year deal. You're not winning a Super Bowl. He's not coming in and changing your culture. He's not mentoring a young QB. What is this signing? What is the goal when you sign Andy Dalton to a 1-year, $10 million deal? What is it?
Honestly, is the ceiling any higher than it was last year? Make the playoffs and probably lose in the first round. Because Dalton's never won in the playoffs. He could have a Ryan Tannehill-esque resurgence here. He could just come in here, have an Allen Robinson. If maybe Anthony Miller gets traded, maybe they add a weapon or two. They still have Tariq Cohen, David Montgomery. Maybe they're up and banging. We don't know, but I just think it was a tough day for Bears fans yesterday. I felt that the collective. I've heard the whole gasp from Chicago, who normally
you can feel that wind from. The banks of Lake Michigan all the way in greater Boston.
I could, and I don't know if they did the whole, look at Pinedo. Give me those 3. Getting their first crack at the points here. So Chicago up 3-0. If you captain Pinedo, you're feeling good, and if you didn't, you're normal. But yeah, I just, they usually dye their, is it the Chicago River? I'm really,
green.
Yeah, they usually dye green on, did they do that today? I don't know. I didn't look. I didn't go in my...
Didn't look to see.
They probably did it red today because they're so ticked off. We're not celebrating.
Or in honor of Andy Dalton, a redhead.
Ooh.
If you're a Bears fan, you got to be upset. And honestly, if you're Andy Dalton, that's got to bum you out a little bit. You're coming into a fan base that just is whatever, dude. Okay, I guess we'll deal with you, I mean, granted, he's getting paid $10 million. I don't know how much of that is guaranteed, but
yeah,
still, that's got to be a little bit of a bummer. Everyone hates me, sick.
Yeah, well, you know what? If I'm Andy Dalton, I laugh my way to the bank and just go out and prove him wrong.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, and they also have Nick Foles there. I think it's a nice competition, but again, I just don't think it's what Bears fans, knowing that they have a coach and GM on the hot seat, you're seeing a guy in Bill Belichick, and we can segue to this, just spending G's, dude. He's he's it's unbelievable. It's just he's making it rain in the club right now.
Unprecedented. it's totally unprecedented.
And it's everything you want if you're any team that didn't make the playoffs the previous year. I know the Bears made it, but this is what the Bears were expecting. And a lot of teams, the Jaguars, finally got into the mix yesterday. The Jets are hey guys, you can sign some of these players. I know they got Corey Davis, but they were all touting about how big and bad they were going to be in spending, and and I saw the New York papers crapping on Belichick, spending, doing all this stuff. It's well,
what do you want him to do?
I know. What did you think? Listen, Belichick ain't winning the way we won 5-6 years ago because players aren't just yeah, I'll show up for $5 million. You got to pay these guys.
Well, he went out and he paid these guys, and honestly, something that's probably been discussed up in Boston a bunch, but maybe not here on DraftKings. Belichick's relationship with Drew Rosenhaus just paying off right now. He probably never come out and publicly say this, but I mean, these guys, he's shepherding these players to New England because of the relationship he's had with Bill Belichick for years and years.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's any coincidence that let's say more than half of these guys are Rosenhaus clients coming to New England to try and, revamp what we had during the Brady era. Yeah, it was one season off. Rosenhaus was like, I can't have my man Belichick not winning ball games. And throw him a few bones.
It was either that or he's like, oh, you want to pay my guys for once? Cool.
Right, yeah. It was like, okay, hey, buddy.
I heard you spending. What's up?
You're ready to actually open up the old wallet for my guys?
Nice punt there from the Patriots. So, yeah, just to give you a little update on the Patriots spending, shout out to Michael for sending over this Adam Schefter tweet, which I just lost for some reason, but I'll get it again. But they have just been all out spending, and including Kyle Van Noy, who was returning to the team after going to, weird situation. He was the captain for the Dolphins, and then he's cut. And I get it's a money thing, but just that's a weird message to send to your team. Like defensive captain, off-season cut.
Interesting move. Brian Flores clearly just throwing his boy a C on the jersey,
I guess.
Bringing in a vet.
Yeah, it's been wild. But the Patriots so far, what it looks like is they re-signed Cam Newton and Dietrich Wise, signed Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, Matt Judon, Nelson Aguilar. I don't really know how to say his last name. Is it Devin Gotchu? Jalen Mills, Kendrick Bourne, Henry Anderson, plus, they reunited with Trent Brown, Kyle Van Noy, and Ted Karras, because it looks like their former center, David Andrews, is going to be on the old market. So, and Joe Tooney signed that deal, which I still want under investigation, how the Chiefs have money.
Shout out Ted Karras coming back.
Starting center from 2 years ago. Whoa. Kyle Van Noy, money. He has so he has a 2-year contract. Hi, everybody. Jason Rossi, Tommy Freespop, at your boy TC Fresh over on Twitter. Check out Great Dane Nation. $13.2 million is the max value. He had a $13 million cap this year. So nice little discount on Kyle Van Noy, speedster, coming off the edge. Speaking about speedster,
he's just a playmaker, just straight up, like not the best intangibles. Well, I guess tangibles. Not that, like, you look at that guy and you're like, okay, there's bigger dudes, there's faster dudes, there's younger dudes, but Van Noy always making winning plays.
Yeah, if you go back and watch the Super Bowl against the Rams, which the world watched, Kyle Van Noy looked like a man possessed in that game. So that's what Belichick knows he can do. So it's going to be interesting. Patriots definitely trying to reload. Still don't love the Nelson Aguilar signing out of all those. Like Kendrick Bourne, cool. Looks like they're actively shopping some, former first-round picks, guys like N'Keal Harry, even though, call me crazy, I almost feel like I'd rather depends on who the quarterback is. If it is going to be Cam, maybe that, okay, this guy can't have separation, where maybe a quarterback that can throw it in, sling it in there, can maybe get it to a guy with less separation. But a lot of competition in that locker room, and obviously the Patriots, I think, embarrassed. I think Bill Belichick, people, I don't know if it's just the motivation of going 7-9 or Brady winning a Super Bowl, and to me it's 7-9 because he wants
there's
to have
that, and also Belichick kind of talked about this last season where he was like, look, we knew this was coming. We knew that we were going to have a weird year because of cap, and it was on EEI up at Boston. He said something without saying so. Basically said, like, we expected to have sort of a reset year.
Bull crap. It was a bull crap comment. He's never, I've been a part of that man's interviews, had to listen daily, had to sometimes be a part. And
I'm very sorry for you for that.
Yeah, well, hey, most listened to segment of the week. But I can tell you this. I've never once heard the man ever make an excuse. Never, ever, ever. All of a sudden, the team kind of stinks midway through the season. He's like, yeah, like we sold out, or whatever that stupid comment was.
Yeah, sold out for
for Super Bowl
rings.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not. If you sold out, Tom Brady would still be here because you'd be paying big money. Which, by the way, 1 year anniversary of Tom Brady saying goodbye to the Patriots.
Wow.
So let me light my jersey on fire like every other bitter fan in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy that he won the Super Bowl, man.
it's
first year. Come
it's
on, really?
nauseating.
You
It's
can't write that.
nauseating.
You cannot write that. If you told me last year on this day that Tom Brady was going to win the Super Bowl with the Bucs, I would have laughed at you.
Make me absolutely sick. Riviera over on the old Twitch says Aguilar is a better receiver than Bourne. I don't get it, Rossi. And then first time
Aguilar
says,
just can't catch. That's his issue, and that's tough when you're a receiver.
First time says, you mean Bourne isn't as good as he is in Sims? First of all, I'll say this to both of you. I think Kendrick Bourne is like, we're not talking game changers here. Like, yes, Nelson Aguilar could end up with more yardage next year and potentially more touchdowns. But for what you want is what they call like the Z receiver and not the button on your controller for whatever system. Like, I want a Kendrick Bourne all day. Get those outs quick. He's tall. He has height. I like him a lot.
He's a gamer too, and he makes plays. He's a great number 3 receiver.
Absolutely. Or I think in what the Patriots offense will be, he'd probably be in that potential number 2 spot. Like that's where he's kind of like comfortable. If Edelman's healthy, great. If not, you have these 2 tight ends. My God, hold on. Pinheiro's about to kick a 52-yarder.
In the snow.
Come on,
Vinatieri
baby.
vibes.
Oh, not even close. Nope, that's like me kicking. But I would be from 10 yards out. So Patriots going to get some good field position here. But yeah, I think, the thing with Nelson Aguilar is like so inconsistent. I know he had a decent year last year for the Raiders, but no thanks. A lot of money for a guy like that, where there was rumors AJ Green, who signed today with the Cardinals, was on the Patriots list. Not that I think I understand why they didn't go with a guy like him with his injury history, but I don't know. I would have.
It's not like Aguilar's been all that healthy, and he's got baggage off the field. It's a weird move. It was a weird move to bring a guy like that in the fold. But hey, maybe they feel like he's a changed man. Maybe they liked what they saw out in Vegas this year.
Whoa! Give me all of that. Touchdown, deep. We just talked about him. N'Keal Harry takes it all the way to. Takes it to. You know what's funny? Earlier today, Tom, when I set this lineup, I had N'Keal Harry the captain. And I just said I can't do it. But I have Cam, so at least I get those points.
God, he is so bad in real life.
See,
if he takes a step forward, I would be so happy, but I just don't see it happening, man. I really don't. He has not shown me enough to feel confident heading into next season with him as the number 1 receiver. Just has done it.
I'm waiting for old takes, or whatever, like ice cold takes, whatever they're called these days. I'm waiting for them to credit me, because the moment N'Keal Harry was drafted, or like within the hour, I tweeted, N'Keal Harry sounds like a bust. That's all I tweeted.
Yeah.
It's just the name. The name doesn't sound like a. It just sounds.
He
like
doesn't sound like a superstar. You're right.
No, sounds like a 3rd round pick. Maybe
who does?
Else.
DK Metcalf.
Oh, please stop it.
AJ Brown.
Yeah, it's not like they could have had him.
What are we doing?
But the point is that I think depending what the offense is, if they get a guy like I wouldn't be. I still have some weird sneaking suspicion the Patriots, like a guy like Trubisky ends up here or something. Like you never know.
Actually, that's not a bad take by you.
I think you could see it happen if Minshew. Like now, there's rumors of him being traded. Oh, and there's Andrew, you son of a gun, tweeting out the Kaufman with Nelson Aguilar.
That's incredibly random.
It really is, and it's incredibly disgusting.
What is that ring Aguilar has?
Was he on the Eagles? He was on the Philly.
Yeah, he must have been on the Eagles by then.
Handsome guy, I'll give him that.
Yeah,
He's also next to White Toast Kaufman, so. But yeah. Oh, also the biggest signing of the day. I can't believe I just let this news just not happen. The Cardinals. Nope, I already mentioned AJ Green. Matt Prater? Are you joking me?
Let's go. Run it back, baby. One of the greatest legs in NFL history.
I'm legit not kidding you. I think I was, it's somewhat funny. Like I tweeted with the 1.5 likes that I think he's going to be one of the biggest difference makers and maybe the most, like the biggest signing of the offseason. And here's why. No, I'm going to tell you why.
You love kickers.
I do love kickers. And I think they're so highly underrated.
Zane Gonzalez stunk.
I'm sorry. The Cardinals just missed the playoffs, right?
Like they swung some games. They lost that game in Miami or to the Dolphins in Arizona indoors because Zane Gonzalez missed an important kick.
Same thing against the Patriots.
Yeah.
2020 Cardinals. I'm gonna look at their record. I mean their schedule because I thought last year because I remember saying that Zane Gonzalez has cost his team the playoffs. I know Kyler Murray's shoulder was basically toast at the end of it. But 2020 St. Louis Cardinals. No, I'm not looking for this. Why would you give me the St. Louis Cardinals?
It is getting closer to baseball season here, Ross.
Yeah, it's like Nolan Alvarado.
We're talking baseball.
Jam. Okay, so where's the scores here? Okay, so no, where's the score? Okay, so they won their opener by 4, won by 15, lost by 3 to the Detroit Lions. Lost by 10, won by 20. Okay, let me just find. Okay, lost by 1. That's a bad look. Lost by 3 to the Dolphins. Oh, look at this. Oh no, they won by 2. Damn it. Oh, that was the miracle. This
is not going well, Ross.
No, don't worry. So I already have 2 wins. I already just changed them by 2. Okay, here's a couple losses. They lost by 3 to the Patriots. Lost by 10. Lost by a touchdown to Seattle with a missed field goal. Zane Gonzalez. They lost by 11 and lost by 8. Now, I'm just saying, so their record at the end of the year was 8-8. So, I don't know.
Prater could have gotten them to 10-6, and maybe they're in the discussion.
They're going to be the Bears are out of the playoffs, and they're in. Took a long way to get there, and it was a messy ride, but guess what?
And we already said those 2 games before you went through the game log.
I was really hoping for one more in there.
No, but look, Prater indoors, he's one of the best kickers of all time. That's not hyperbole. He truly is. And Arizona, too, slight elevation. So you're indoors and you get the elevation on your side. It's a great place to kick if you're a good kicker. Zane Gonzalez clearly not a good kicker.
Dude, here's the other thing. Matt Prater kicked like a 60-something yarder last year. He doesn't mess around. This dude's got a leg and has never failed.
Totally, and he's got confidence, too. Prater not afraid of the big moment.
Nope, and I love it. I'm telling you, watch out for that signing. A.J. Green's cute. We'll see what happens with Larry Fitz now, but, man, give me all that Prater. And if anybody thinks you're crazy if you're not in on that. I know he went 4 for 10 over 50 last year, but some of those were from like 60 yards because they just didn't care. 7 for 7 from the 40s. 7 for 7 in the 30s, 4 for 4 within, the 20. Come on. You're not messing with that.
I like it.
He's only going to be 37, which I think is, I know it's only, but
kicker years, that's like 23.
He started in 2007. I feel like he's been around long. I feel like he's going to be he might be Jason Hansen 2.0 if he hangs around. He's also traded, which is very rare, from Denver to Detroit.
Yeah.
Like during the season. When does that happen?
He had a DUI or something.
Yeah,
and it made things weird for him for a little bit. But
we'll be seeing. Yeah, that's what happened to Michael Floyd. Then he eviscerated a guy for the Dolphins in a block. And
he lit that dude up. Yep. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Ooh.
Yeah, there's James White with the catch. It's 7-3 here. It was a Patriots bomb to N'Keal Harry from Cam Newton. The Chicago field goal, and then he missed a 52-yarder, which makes me sad.
Did you see the suck-up news today?
Excuse me, I am not a suck-up. But I did see, he's back with the run it back Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Run it back, baby.
They've re-signed everyone.
Why not? Keep the party rolling.
As you heard, I was going to call him Larry David. Was it Levante David or whoever? Somebody spoke today and said, we're basically going to win this thing. If everybody's back, we're gonna go ahead and just take it. So I really can't deny that, I guess.
Look, they had a great roster, and obviously they had a great run, but they definitely needed stuff to happen for them in those wins. So I don't think it's a guarantee that the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl again.
No.
I mean, that Packers game could have easily gone Green Bay's way had they done different play calling. Tampa's offense didn't dominate by any stretch in that New Orleans win. So, I like what Tampa has, and obviously they just showed that they're worthy of being in this discussion. But it's no gimme for Brady to get ring number 8, even though they are running it back. It's still going to be tough. NFC has some challenges.
Oh yeah, and these, like we're seeing the load up with the Rams, who've been kind of quiet again. They lose Malcolm Brown going to the Miami Dolphins. They lose. Oh, they traded Brockers today to the Lions, which I think was just a kiss to the Lions.
Oh,
Like,
did you see the Brockers thing?
Yeah, they were like, "Yeah, you want to restructure, dude?" He's like, "Nah."
No.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so Brockers tweeted right around when they signed Stafford, like Jared Goff stinks.
Oh,
and then a few days later, he gets traded to Detroit, reuniting
that's
him
what I
with
mean.
Jared Goff.
There was no doubt in my mind there was something bitter there because it was for a 7th round pick because he wouldn't restructure his contract. So like, oh yeah, we'll send you right to hell. Care Bear over on Twitter says, "Is it a prereq to be a New England fanboy to work at DraftKings?"
Yes.
Yep. It actually has to be on your resume. By the way, I would not consider myself a fanboy. I would consider myself a fan man.
I don't know what the difference between being a fan and a fanboy is, to be quite honest with you.
I think a fanboy can't see is just like, in my opinion, is like someone who no matter what is like, oh no, everything's great, like oh my god, everything, like they're just like so inside, like just being a fan is there's the Patriots, the greatest team in organization in sports, touchdown, look at this, Demir Bird, caw, not a vulture, just a bird. Getting his touchdown, 2nd touchdown for Cam Newton here with 44 seconds remaining here in the first half. In the snow.
Glass was going off on this point last night, and I'll just make it quickly. The Patriots have been the most active team in free agency since it began unofficially earlier this week.
Oh, yeah.
On top of that, the Patriots are one of the 2 teams in this sim. So, I mean, what else needs to happen for it to be allowed for us to mention what's going on with the team that has had the most action this week and that is on our screen, and we are commentating on a game they are playing.
And 100% also, like, if the Lions were spending money like this, or if the Jags or the Jets, we'd be talking about them.
Hell yeah. Dude, we are the 2 guys that have been doing Mount Rushmores about the Jaguars and the Panthers and, like, come on, Browns. Like you got to cut us a break here. It's not like we're chopping you up with a bunch of Pats talk when you and I are together.
No, yeah, I'm trying to just ping around. One other signing that I found interesting today.
We just talked about Zane Gonzalez for 5 minutes.
We broke down kickers, dude. We were breaking down kickers. I love it. Ricky Robbie says Belichick putting in work this offseason.
He is.
Amp says you guys aren't allowed to mention anything. You know that.
That's true. That's very true. Talk about the sim. But if we did talk about this sim, we would be talking about the Patriots. That's not allowed.
What a weird time. Weird time to be alive. Damn, needed Asiasi also, says Ricky Robbie. And don't be needing Devin Asiasi next year. He's going to be riding the old pine.
Honestly, just cut him. He's awful.
No,
Worst player I've ever seen in the history of the franchise. Get him out of here.
You are absolutely ridiculous. He's a 1-year guy, tight end. Scored in the last game of the season.
Awful player. Just
forward momentum.
Cut him.
Cut them all. Cut them all.
Oh, man.
I don't know what's going on. People are misspelling things, so I don't know if they're talking about Deucey, Glash. I can't tell what's going on, but I see you guys. Dicey, I don't know if they mean the word dicey, Care Bear. All I will say is this. All of us are great. Everybody loves you. And we're so happy and proud to have you guys all with us. And that's no joke. It might have sounded sarcasm to start, but legit.
PNE asking for the Mount Rushmore. That's coming in the 3rd quarter.
3rd quarter, dudes and dudettes. We've already done the
Mount
Patriots.
Rushmore. Bears.
While we're talking about Bears, one of their competitions, the very quiet, unsexy, maybe most boring offseason team, Minnesota Vikings, today just said, you know what, screw it, let's get in the conversation. Patrick Peterson, you kind of lost a step. You're kind of not a shutdown corner. You want 10 mil? He's like, sure. Going to Minnesota. Like that little Yachty song. He is heading there, so you have Patrick Peterson on a defense that could use a Patrick Peterson, even if it's just the presence, the swagger, the build. So I don't know. Does this move do anything for you, Tom?
Yeah, in the way that you just said. He provides leadership to a team that is in the playoff mix, right? Like they have good talent on both sides of the ball. So you bring a guy like Patrick Peterson in, and you're not expecting him to be, an all-pro guy at this point in his career, but he's an adult in the room. that can help you, get things in order and make smart plays when he has to, when he gets the snaps.
So yeah, does it move them in any of your rankings at this point in that division? Okay.
No, definitely not. And a point that I made last sim, but I think it bears repeating since you brought up the Vikings. I really want Larry Fitzgerald to sign there. If he's not going to retire, I want him to go to Minnesota. I like that storyline. Go there, mentor Justin Jefferson. It's the city he grew up in. He grew up a Vikings fan. He was a ball boy for those 98 Vikings. Like, there's history there. So I think that'd be really cool.
It'd be a cool storyline, but I'm sorry, I've already told you he's going to Pittsburgh. Sorry. No, that would be such a cool, just anytime the games are on, they're going to find small ways of finding highlights or pictures of him doing it. Back in the day, being the ball boy of that exciting 98 team, gets out of bounds, but are we going to see another, what are we doing here? They're going back. Is Pinheiro going to line up for a 90-yarder?
Jake, not from State Farm, giving 3 of the names he would have on the Bears Mount Rushmore. 3 great names right there, and it goes to show you why it's going to be a tough one.
So
none of the locks in his mentions for me. That's a big market tease for you.
Yeah,
a couple of those on this broadcast.
We both have talked. Both of us have 6 names that are could be lockable. So,
yes.
I think there's 2 without a doubt.
Same.
You can't not have them, in my opinion. But again, I don't know if it's the same too. It's gonna be fun. We never, just to give you a little behind the scenes, we never talk about it. We just come on. We chat it up with Mike. We chat it up with Andrew, our technical advisor, and then we kind of go from there.
Yep, I have exactly the same thing. 6 dudes that you can make a lockable case for, but 2 that are just,
Come on, Pinheiro. Come on, baby. Come
Here we
through.
go.
That's up. That's in. That's good. Yes. Still 2 seconds left on the clock.
With 2 seconds to go, let's see if the Pats can return it.
Jimbo, baby. Line that up. Just give 10 points for that because he tried hard. All right? We got to give effort points here in Simland.
Okay, it's just a damn cough, man. You gave way more than 4 names.
Dude, what is that?
Oh, I guess he gave he gave honorable mentions. Okay.
No. Highly honorable mentions.
Yeah.
I think well, we'll see. We're going to talk about it. Hold on.
I like his list.
Copy
that's
and
all I'll
paste
say.
it. Copy and paste it because we don't even want to talk names until we hit that 3rd quarter, right? And then
I
also
like his list.
I'll give you guys an update about Saturday here in the Dream Stream. We got some updates for you that will come up after the game. Just run it out. We're just dinking around here. It's the last game of the night. I gotta go to bed after this. Come on.
Go to bed.
You maniacs. All right, so there's the knee. We're going to get to halftime. 14-6, New England Patriots over the Chicago Bears. 2, Eddie Pinheiro. Field goals. 1 from the 50, baby. I want to see what's his points looking like. We'll do a roll call as Jim updates the numbers on this wonderful St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, let's see. I got Cam, so I'm feeling good. And, Cam. Oh, wait, I have a lot of guys.
I'm in 99th. That is not good.
I am in 23rd.
That's better.
It is better. Currently in first, as things will be getting updated, is LG Get Some. Cam's in the captain, Trubisky, Harry. That's a good call. Robinson, Bird, Pinheiro. Well, damn near perfect lineup right there.
It's a fantastic lineup.
Bird and Harry with the touchdowns. Cam threw 2. Trubisky's doing his thing on the ground. And you have Pinheiro, who has 7 points right now, with a 50-yarder in the mix.
Having a day.
Love you, bud.
Is he on the Bears Mount Rushmore?
Should be. No, Cody Parkey is.
Oh, man.
Tough times. Kickers, man. That's
Really
why they're
tough.
important. Nobody thinks about it until they make a mistake. You know
Exactly.
all about it. Dude, you talk to a guy on the regular who didn't.
Exactly.
I'm not blaming him, but this is what happens. He's known for that stupid kick, which the guy was perfect all year. Won the
Double
many
doink.
games. Yeah, happens. But everyone
It's
wants
just like
to
an
see-
O-lineman. No one knows the O-lineman's name until he misses the block that leads to the strip sack that cost you a Super Bowl.
Seriously, and it happens. It happens. You need it. Offensive line probably the most important part of football. Just gonna throw it. Quarterback and offensive line are really neck and neck when it really comes down to nuts and bolts football talk.
They're connected at the hip for me.
They are, but I just feel people always talk about the quarterback position, but you can have the greatest quarterback in history, and if you have an offensive line that is Swiss cheese.
Oh, you mean
Good
like
luck
the
to you.
Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
Perfect example. Because how many touchdowns did they score there, the Chiefs?
0.
Yeah.
Mahomes, though, historic day rushing the ball, 600 yards. Oh, wait, no, that's all of the yards he ran behind the line of scrimmage, trying to escape the Tampa defense. That number is crazy.
It is. Well, that's why they retooled. They got Kyle Long coming out of retirement. Another former Bear just be like, I'm done. I don't want to go back to that crap.
I respect that move by Kyle Long. He's clearly got gas left in the tank. He's like, let me go try and win a ring.
Why not? Go for it. Joe Tooney, sign me up over there. I'm going to reform that whole lot. All right, so now it's time. Tom, we've dinked around, we've conversated, we've flirted, we've had some fun. But now it is time to talk about the Chicago Bears Mount Rushmore. We're talking about putting a jar of clay, not the 90s Christian rock band, but we're talking about pouring it over a mountain somewhere in the Midwest in Chicago.
Yep.
And we are going to mold it in the way of certain players. But who will those players be? Well, that's what we're here to discuss. So let's look at it from this perspective. The Bears have been around since I think it was Adam, Eve, and the Bears. I'm pretty sure. So
to give you a precise year, the Bears came into existence in 1920.
1920. Wow.
That is 101 years of Bears football.
So, and they are known that, obviously the 85 Bears winning on the back of defense. Don't slight on their offensive players. Some players you may not even know they actually played, but you know their names. But I think we do the ping back and forth. We both have said we have 6, and I don't think we lock anybody. Let's not even play the game of locking.
No, we do need to lock a name. Let's just lock it right off the bat. Rossi, I'm going. I don't care. Walter Payton. Walter Payton.
Oh, I didn't even have him on my list.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, my God. Wow, I was about to go nuts. Okay, no. Walter Payton, sweetness.
Is that the greatest nickname? Let's be honest.
It's incredible. Yeah. And the guy just came out of the gate incredible for this team. Consummate professional. The Man of the Year award in the NFL is named after Walter Payton.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about having a high honor. Won the Super Bowl with them in 85. Wasn't a huge part of that game plan. That was a defensive-driven team, but happy that he was able to get a ring.
The fridge scoring more than he was.
William the Refrigerator Perry, not on the Mount Rushmore.
Honorable mention.
But just to run through his resume real quick. MVP in 1977, Offensive Player of the Year in 77, Man of the Year in 77. He was a 8-time All-Pro, 7 times on the first team, 9-time Pro Bowler, 2-time NFC Offensive Player of the Year. He was the all-time leading rusher when he retired, 4-time rushing attempt leader in the late 70s, so just putting tons of tread on those tires. 70s all-decade team. He only played 3 seasons in the 70s, yet was still put on the 70s all-decade team. 80s all-decade team. 75th anniversary all-time team. 100th anniversary all-time team. His number's retired, and he is on the 100 greatest Bears of all time list. And sorry, he played 5 years in the 70s. Either way, played half the decade, and they were like, yep, got to get this guy on here because he was truly dominant.
Up next is the entire 1985 Bears performing the Super Bowl Shuffle, because let's be real, they all deserve a spot in our hearts, and maybe the greatest team performance of all time.
You got to respect that move by them to break out the Super Bowl Shuffle.
It's incredible. Yeah, so for me, he was like, we don't rank them 1 through, but I think he is like the Chicago Bear.
Of course.
And it's weird because his team known more for defense, right? But look at the getting the end zone.
But for the team that's known for defense, it kind of fits that they also had such a great running back, because we always talk about that defense and running game. Like those two kind of go right together, right? So the team with the greatest linebackers probably in NFL history have one of the 3 best running backs in league history, 3 to 5, depending on where you want to put them. That sort of fits, that tracks for me.
Sure. The other guy, when I think you think of the Bears, you think of Walter Payton, which I think is maybe even, because you mentioned that the Man of the Year award being named after him, he actually may be bigger than the franchise. Like, he is just known as like
he transcends the sport.
He really does. Like every year you hear somebody get the Walter Payton Man of the Year. You don't even think of him as the Chicago Bear, sweetness, the killer headbands that he used to wear. But
yeah,
for me,
rest in peace.
R.I.P. Big shout out to him, his family, and everything they still do in contributing to, the NFL and off the field, activities and trying to get players involved. And most of these players, just so you know, like people that are winning these awards, they didn't just show up in the NFL and said, I'm just going to do charitable work. There's a whole organization around Walter Payton and trying to teach players how to get involved. And each organization has players like that. And this obviously, nowadays there's so many people in PR to do it, but that was a big part of Walter Payton's family legacy. But for me, the next name that comes to mind is just an outstanding player. Also featured on Saturday morning television for a little bit, Dick Butkus. Are we kidding ourselves? This guy is by far the name just oozes just seems like he would be I don't know, just vicious.
It's a synonym for Chicago Bear at this point.
It really
Dick
is.
Butkus.
And honestly, and it's hilarious name. Let's be honest. It also is if you're a child, you laughed a lot when you heard the name Dick Butkus, and then he literally would whoop you. Because he is by far maybe one of the most badass players to ever do it. If you watch highlights of his hits, my God, I don't know if some of those guys made it to the sideline.
He was a huge individual, 6'3" for that era. That's like being 6'6" now. 6'3", 245, just an absolute tank, amazing mustache. You go back and just look at old pictures of Dick Butkus, and that guy is just an absolute icon.
Also has an award named after him.
Yes. So, the Butkus Award goes to one of the more outstanding defensive players of the year in college every year. I don't know that it's specific to linebacker. I think it's just most outstanding defensive player. Because he was incredible at Illinois. He was Big Ten MVP as a middle linebacker in 1963. Really hard to do that. Win any award like that on the defensive side of the ball, you're special.
Yep. He has his number 51 retired. He's part of the all-70s, 60s, 100th anniversary team, 75th anniversary team. So this is, again, there's still something very special being on the 75th anniversary. Another 25 years of NFL have been played, and you're still on the 100th anniversary team. There's something huge about that. Two-time Defensive Player of the Year, 69-70, so back-to-back. Two-time second-team All-Pro, 6-time first-team All-Pro, and an 8-time Pro Bowler.
Yep.
What else do you have to say? Again, he is just...
And he only played from 65 to 73.
I know. Short career. That means every year he was a Pro Bowler, aside from his last year. Right?
Modern medicine, that guy probably plays, 15
Forever.
years, right? Because the guys that are that athletic tend to stick around longer now that we know how to deal with injuries. I mean, that's the type of guy that probably played with so many injuries and doesn't even realize it. And would never talk about it, because he's just such a tough guy. Dick Butkus, legend. I love Dick Butkus. He actually joined us on the 6th episode of Great Dane Nation back in the day. That's worth going back to check out over on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Dick Butkus.
Absolutely.
I'll reshare that later on Twitter.
Yeah, and like I said, he was also a fixture on Saturday morning television. I think it was Hang Time. I'm trying to remember. It was Hang Time because I remember it was kind
of
a
legit advertise. He was a commercial actor.
Oh yeah, he was he was in movies. He was in a ton of movies and stuff. Yeah. Obviously, never made it to big fame. But yeah, Hang Time was a high school basketball knockoff of fumble there on the ground. Speaking about the Bears defense, they pick it up there. With 3 minutes to play. Yeah, there's James White's and screw it.
And if you guys are looking for something to pop open on a different tab, just pop open Dick Butkus' Wikipedia page. The picture that they choose to put there is a hilarious.
He's on a plane.
He looks like Burt Reynolds sitting first class on a plane in the 70s, reading a magazine. Yeah, it's just a ridiculous picture to have as Dick Butkus' Wikipedia picture. But here we are. It's Dick Butkus in 1984.
Stud. But yeah, Hang Time. I really want to plug that show. I want everyone to go back and watch it. 90s, good times. All right, so
Butkus, those are the two 100% locks. Yeah. No discussion, no argument here. Need those two guys on the list. I think there's one more.
Okay, I want to hear from you because I want to get to Darth Dracul. He says something. He's like, how do we not mention a certain player? Well, we're not. He says, how do you not immediately mention this player? But maybe
because we
Tom's
just
about
mentioned
to.
Walter Payton and Dick Butkus.
And also, this is a very storied franchise. Again, we're not talking about the Jaguars.
How do you not immediately say this guy? We just mentioned the greatest linebacker ever and the greatest running back ever. For a period of time, both of those guys were considered that.
All right, so who's your next?
So my next guy is George Halas.
So that's who they meant. Dark Dracul says, how did you not immediately mention George Halas?
Yeah.
His initials have been on the jerseys forever. I understand sweetness, but come on. Figure it out, Rossi, LOL. George Halas should be number one. There's no ranking. It's not a ranking. All right, so tell me about George Halas.
Okay, 8-time NFL champion, 21, 32, 33, 40, 41, 43, 46, 63. So he won NFL championships in 1921 and then in 1963. Over 40 years later, he won another NFL championship. Dude started the franchise, absolute legend, helped the NFL become what it is today. He was the head coach of the Bears when they were called the Decatur Staleys. Then they were the Chicago Staleys, and then obviously became the Bears. 1920 to 1929. Then he was the coach from 33 to 42. Then he was the coach from 46 to 55. Then he was the coach from 58 to 67. Think about that. The guy was the head coach of the Bears from 1920 until 1967. In the years where he wasn't coach, he was taking years off to be an executive with the franchise. We don't even really need to go over it much more than George Halas basically is the NFL.
I'll be 100% honest with you. He wasn't on my list.
Wow. You just weren't thinking hard enough.
It could be that, or like he's so old school to me, and I understand his name because I did always wonder, like, what are those initials? But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, whatever. But again, we're talking about some straight up, unbelievable, transitional, all-time players.
I agree. But the two that we mentioned are those guys.
Well, he was on my initial 6, but he wasn't on he didn't crack my top 4.
Wow.
Yeah, well, listen, we're not talking about some rinky-dink players here.
No, I agree with you. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that I thought we'd be in lockstep on this. I really thought it was going to be these 3, and then the last spot would be really, really tough.
And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that still being the case. For me, the next guy that I had was Mike Ditka.
Yeah.
Because Ditka, again, more known for his ridiculous antics on the cover of Sports Illustrated with Ricky Williams. But this guy is another, like what we said about Dick Butkus, he's like Dick Butkus Jr. And guess what? There's another guy that could easily be right next to him as a Dick Butkus Jr. Mm-hmm. My God, they're the best.
There's 4 absolute stud. Well, no, yeah, we'll say 4 absolute stud linebackers in the history of that franchise. But yeah, I know what you're saying. As far as being Butkus, Ditka-like, I mean, it's just
Ditka was
they define the franchise.
Yeah, Super Bowl champ, NFL champion. So we're going way back. 5-time Pro Bowler, 4-time first team All Pro. So that
I believe he won that NFL championship with the Cowboys, though.
I think you're right because that's where he was with the Cowboys. He started with Chicago. No. Did he win that championship with the Cowboys? No, it had to be because it was before the Super Bowls. Because we're in Super Bowl 50-something. He won it in 63. No, that was with the Bears. Right? Because then he was also the coach. Yes, it was. It's all with the Bears.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
He won a Super Bowl with the Bears he won the Super Bowl with the Cowboys as a player. He won the NFL championship with the Bears. Okay, that's where I was confused.
Again, Rookie of the Year, 75th anniversary team, 100th anniversary team, all decades team of the 60s. Bears, number 89, retired. Don't forget, he was like a tight end and played linebacker. It's insane. All-American from college, doesn't matter here. And the other thing is he's also was a head coach of this organization during the best stretch of the organization's history from 82 to 92. Some real bad years there at the end. But when they were up and moving as a defensive force, Ditka was the head coach. So he's incredible to me. Playing, tight end, being a stud there. I don't know. I think he is, to me, like that's where I was maybe, where we just went with Hallis. Like I feel like he also equally for the things he contributed. Hallis, obviously the longevity, like you said, that ridiculous time away.
1921 to 1967. I mean, come on. That's insane. Look, I get it. Ditka is crazy qualified to be on this Mount Rushmore for what he did as a player and as a coach. One of the first really good, versatile tight ends in NFL history.
Yep.
And then, obviously, being the leader of that Bears team that is iconic. But I have Gale Sayers on my spot instead of Ditka.
See, I thought you would have went Urlacher there.
No, so Urlacher is in the discussion. But Gale Sayers gets my fourth spot.
Let's talk about him. Obviously, we can stretch this. We already did the Patriots. We'll recap that. We have a big announcement about Saturday after the game. Cam Newton so far in this one, 234 with 2 tuds. Mitchie T just 131 and just stanking. Even on the ground, he's only got
stanking.
53 yards.
Stanking.
Yep. Cheeks, as my guy Matt LaMarca would say. If you're all wondering, yes, I'm going to be getting my glasses sooner or later once I get off my butt. N'Keal Harry hitting the bonus. Killing it tonight. Touchdown, 6 grabs, 132. Demir Bird. All the birds. 4 catches.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Okay, I'll stop.
No, keep going. Screw it. Let's just do that the whole time. My favorite stat of the game is your guy, Tariq Cohen. 2 catches, -3.
Great.
Where are you at now?
Thanks, Tariq. I'm not even looking.
Okay. I am 31st. Not
better than me.
Could use Julian Edelman, Jimmy Graham. Yeah, those guys. Maybe Mitch could do something, but I feel like those guys would help separate me as we get to the 4th. So we'll continue the conversation. You saying about Gale Sayers?
Gale Sayers. Okay. So the biggest knock on Gale is that he didn't do it for long enough because he dealt with injuries. But from 65 to 69, his first 5 years in the NFL, he was an All-Pro every single season.
It's incredible.
That is unheard of. His yards from scrimmage every year from 65 to 69, 1,374, 1,678, and that's on a 13-game. That's a 14-game schedule where he played in 13 of them. 1,006, 973, 1,148. That's his first 5 seasons running and catching the ball for the Chicago Bears, and as a great return man. I mean, everyone that you talk to that was alive and watching football at that time talks about how Gale Sayers was the most exciting player in the NFL in his time.
Yeah.
I know the Bears didn't win a lot with him because that was just a weird stretch for that franchise for whatever reasons. They didn't win a ton of games, but the dude was absolutely dominant, changed the game as a running back up there in Chicago. And then he had 2 more seasons after 69 and 70 and 71 where he just couldn't stay healthy, only played in 2 games each. Obviously, we just lost Gale Sayers.
R.I.P.
Rest in peace to him. But, man, you go back and watch Gale Sayers highlights, and you're like, that guy could play now and be really good.
Well, it'd be interesting. It would have to be like a Weekend at Bernie's situation, but I know what you're saying.
And Rossi, here's just one more thing. The guy, like I said, only had 5 productive seasons in the NFL. Even with that, NFL 50th anniversary team, 75th anniversary team, 100th anniversary team. That's with 5 seasons of work.
Yeah, and again, in that position, which we talk about like to this day, is like how many great players have there been as running back. By the way, the other one that's on that team was also played for the Bears, and we talked about him already. Walter Payton.
And it feels crazy to not have a bunch of defensive guys on this 4, and I get that, but I mean, you're talking about Gale Sayers, man. It's just it was a flash in the pan, but it was so bright we all still talk about it.
Jordan Warner says the NFC Championship trophy is named after Hallis. If you have Lamar Hunt made the Chiefs list for the same type of achievements, you got to include Papa Bear Hallis.
Yeah.
First of all, apples and oranges in some ways, because Lamar Hunt was also a gigantic force in collaborating what we now know as the NFL. But I think Hallis is getting on here. Like I'm understanding. I'm taking a step back here.
Yeah, he took a step back. He understands. Yeah. George Hallis is getting on the list.
And by the way, into the end zone, the Patriots are just pouring it on. Is that N'Keal Harry again?
Wow.
So nice he does it twice. He's over 140, and he's got a
Cam Newton,
touchdowns.
though, really the star here today.
Yeah, but I don't know. Are you really going to deny N'Keal after we've just
I
crapped on
hate
him? Well, hate is a strong word, and you can't take it back.
I hate him, Rossi.
So
there you go. Those seem to be the 5. Well, did we say 6?
We might
Those
have.
are 5 names. Who's your 6th?
I just have to mention it. We just got to run through quickly. He's not going to make it, but Urlacher, Defensive Player of the Year, and 2005 is a Defensive Rookie of the Year 2000. 4-time first-team All-Pro, 2nd-team All-Pro once, 8-time Pro Bowler, NFL 2000s All-Decade Team, top 100 Bear of all time, which I don't even should be a top 5. Consensus All-American. This all doesn't matter. Obviously didn't have a huge impact, never really making too far into the playoffs. He played from 2000 to 2012, all with the Bears. And that's the only reason I give him a little bit of credit over some of the others, because, well, not all of them, but played his entire career as a Bear, as known as the modern day representation of the Bears.
So I give you Urlacher having an incredible career, but honestly, he wasn't in the 6 that I was debating over. Mike Singletary was that guy for me over Brian Urlacher.
I also had Singletary, which
just a slightly better player.
So look at this though: Butkus,
Singletary,
Urlacher, linebacking core. Who are you? Are you not just shaking in your boots if those 3 guys are on the? I know they couldn't, but just imagine those 3 guys on the field at the same time.
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
So I think Hallis, as you said, he played a tight end position again, another one. Obviously, all the contributions he did, I think he's locked in.
So yeah, Hallis, Butkus, Walter Payton. So we're debating over this 5th spot between Gale Sayers and Mike Ditka. I know you gave some love to Urlacher. I wanted to give some quick love to Mike Singletary. Super Bowl champ in 85, 10-time Pro Bowler, 8-time first-team All-Pro. That's crazy. 2nd-team All-Pro in 1990 towards the end of his career. Walter Payton Man of the Year in 90. 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. 3-time NFC Player of the Year. So that's of, both sides of the ball. They decided you are the best player in the conference. 80s All-Decade Team. 100 Greatest Bears of all time. Dude just defined that decade at linebacker and was the best player on that defense. And I mean, Mike Singletary, I know people kind of make a joke about him as a coach now. He had a cup of coffee as the head coach with the Niners, wasn't great, has bounced around in a bunch of other coaching gigs, but you got to remember him as a player. He was incredible.
I also wore nice shirts on the sideline as a coach. I want to say this, Darth Dracul, going back to him, we broke him, I guess. He pieced out earlier because I just tried to go back on Twitch and just take a few things. So after he was like, how do you not start with Alice and all this stuff? He said, I misunderstood then. And we went through this whole thing and he said, I said, he's not on my list. He goes, not on your list. This team is named after him. I don't believe that's true. I guess Bear, Big Papa Bear. And then he goes, insanity. I'm out. well, Dart. If people
Alice is
know
on the
Dart,
list, bro.
Yeah, if people know Dart personally, let him know he made the list. He's not on the list. He's etched in stone. We are piling the sand. I have Andrew and Michael, our production staff, with Jim. We're all putting all the sand and the rock together, etching his face into a mountain in Chicago. So
I just want to give 2. Actually, I'm going to give 4 very quick shout outs. These guys are in the conversation. They're not on the list, in the conversation. Richard Dent, Dan Hampton, 2 defensive linemen from those 80s Bears teams, 2 of the best defensive linemen ever, and are one of the, right next to Singletary, those 2 guys, incredible players, both in the Hall of Fame. Sid Luckman, the first good passing quarterback in NFL history, maybe. People like to say Slingin' Sammy Baugh.
Dude,
Luckman,
how about this?
was a little bit more recent than Sammy Baugh. I know we're splitting hairs here, just a tiny bit more.
How about this? Is he not the best quarterback that the Bears have ever had?
I think he is.
Because Jay Cutler is maybe the only other one you can talk about, and I know people don't want to hear it.
Jim McMahon had some good years in the 80s, but it's Sid Luckman's number one. And he played in the 30s and 40s. How bad is that? Think about how bad they are at quarterback.
And that's why I'm not joking about Jay Cutler, though. Like, he's literally like as close as you're going to get. He's the
second best quarterback in Bears history.
And like this is crazy. Man, well, let's see. Andy Dalton, maybe he can take the crown.
Well, think about that, how good this franchise has been.
Interception by the Patriots.
How good they've been on the defensive side of the ball and how long they've been around, yet they just have never gotten it right at that position. And granted, they had Walter Payton and they had Gale Sayers. So like,
and
they were handing the ball off to all these guys. And yeah, they were keeping dudes out of the end zone, but they've just never had the guy. Jim Harbaugh, I think, is like a top 8 Bears quarterback.
No, well, 8, I guess.
You know what I mean? Like it's not good, man.
Brian Greasy's top 10,
and then Bronco Nagurski was the other guy. Played
great name,
long ass time ago, but really, really good and iconic name.
All right, we're down to less than this game's over, so we gotta wrap this up. So what do you think? So we got Gale Sayers. I'm just going to talk about here, right? Gale Sayers, Ditka.
It's Sayers versus Ditka, I think.
So here's what I would do. What does your gut tell you, Tom?
Sayers.
And Sayers it is. I've been snatching all these players from you.
It's hard to leave Ditka off of this list because of what he meant, both as a player and coach.
Yeah, it's a bad call.
I do think Ditka, although he did win the Super Bowl in '85, his coaching tenure with the Bears is slightly overrated because it didn't end all that great. And Buddy Ryan really gets a lot of the credit for how good that defense was in '85. And those guys have all come out and said Ditka really didn't have much of a say as to what he did on defense.
I'm not here to besmirch the great name of Mike Dick. Okay, so we'll put Sayers in there. So the Chicago Mount Rushmore looks, we have Walter Payton, you got Dick Butkus, you got Gale Sayers, and George Halas.
That's the list.
Dude, we're talking, like, that's going to be, we say it every time, but this might be the best.
It's incredible.
It really is. And this was really hard.
It was really hard because you can make a legit case for Ditka and a legit case for Mike Singletary. I really think you can.
I think Urlacher, too. I know I may sound crazy with that.
Well, it's just Urlacher, I think, towards the end of his career wasn't as good as like a Singletary was at the end of his career. You know, like when Singletary ended, he was still a really, really good linebacker. Urlacher maybe hung on for a few extra years there.
Maybe it's also recency bias.
Again, we are splitting hairs because of how good these players are.
Yeah, these are all incredible talents. We're not throwing out random names here. Boom Man Fu says, total joke, Dick is far more important to the Bears' history than Sayers. Hey, it's your opinion, dude. No, it's fine. I tend to agree.
Here's not far more.
No, definitely not far more. Yeah, that's just fandom talking. Rossi getting cranky, being held up past his bedtime. You know it first time, dude. I'm actually starting 10 past 11. I'm putting in for I'm putting in for OT for this game.
King G saying Matt Forte. That's funny.
He was a great player. Had a lot of fun with him. Gale Sayers highlights are unreal. Barry Sanders-esque, says somebody over on YouTube. Singletary over Dan Hampton.
Yeah. We agreed with that, though.
Yeah, Dan Hampton's a great player, but we're not putting him all time.
Singletary is better than Dan Hampton, yes.
Yeah. Not enough love for Jay Cutler, I see here as well. Urlacher not close to Singletary. Yeah, that's fine. Again,
Singletary was just a singular talent, no pun intended. He was so good in the 80s, man.
All right, so there's your Chicago Bears. Recap the Patriots because we did them before, Tom.
We did Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, Tom Brady, and John Hanna. Those are the 4.
That's your Patriots, Mount Rushmore. Who will be your Tommy Freeze Pop freaking awesome player of the game tonight?
You know what? We're going to give it to N'Keal Harry. Because he doesn't get a lot of love in real life, so he'll get the wooden nickel. If he ever comes to St. Louis, we'll go grab a cone at Lions Choice Roast Beef. Congratulations.
And who will be your Michael, Andrew, Jimbo, not my kid, just end the game award?
Tariq Cohen.
Oh my God, how bad.
Awful.
What did he get
Awful.
for you for points?
Not even going to look.
It was bad, dude. He had negative yards
Refusing to
receiving.
look. Awful.
Shout out to
will not be on the Mount Rushmore.
Banter's 8W tonight. Harry and the captain with 55.5 points.
That's awesome.
05. That's amazing. Trubisky, Newton, Graham, Miller, Bird. Nice lineup, dude.
Wait, Mike Sunken bringing up an interesting point. He wants us to have Red Grange on the list. Red Grange was playing against dudes that were like 120 pounds. He also played for, he played for not that many years, right? Like, he's one of these guys that gets looked at as an icon in football because he was like the first superstar of football. But when you actually really look at Red Grange's numbers, because I did this once because I was fascinated by it, he didn't really have all that many dominant seasons.
Red Grange, is that like something I could buy at the supermarket? What are we doing?
He had some really bad injuries. He was an amazing college player. He was an absolute beast in college. But when he got to the pros, he dealt with too many injuries to continue being that guy. So Red Grange, important for the history of football, but not a Mount Rushmore Bears candidate because there's just so much.
You gave him too much time. I'd rather talk about Devin Hester. Jeff Duke says, good job with the Mount Rushmore tonight. Appreciate it. We're going to be back. Are we doing any more this weekend? Are we together on Sunday?
I don't have the schedule in front of me. I know I'm with Lamarca on Saturday night. I have the late slate on Sunday.
So I don't think we are. Speaking about Saturday.
Are you doing a game on Friday?
I'm not. I get Fridays off, baby.
Wow, look at you. Yeah, so we'll be back in action next week at some point.
Yeah, we'll have some fun. Speaking about this weekend, the madness is not exclusive to basketball because this weekend on Saturday, Cornhole Mania takes over the DraftKings Dream Stream. That's right, baby. Line them up. Get the little beanbag. I'm horrible at it. Can never hit the hole. But this is America Cornhole League single tournament airing Saturday, March 20th. Again, that's this Saturday at 5 p.m. right here on the DraftKings YouTube and Twitch channels. And that's not all. You can follow all the action while taking a shot at $1,000 in prizes with our free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's right. And, again, it's free. That's my favorite word. That starts with F and is 4 letters. Most correct answers wins the top prize of $100. So head to the pool selection of DraftKings Sportsbook and enter your picks by 10 a.m. Eastern on Friday. Then follow along on DraftKings Dream Stream to see if you're a winner. So right now, do me a favor. Before you tuck yourself into bed like I'm going to, my wife's passed out on the couch, literally right there. She's still not waking up.
Wake up!
There's a
oh my
bot-
God,
look at
that's
that.
hilarious.
Just toast right there. Toast. Anyways, put in your lineups right now. So go over to go right to the lobby, check it all out. Again, just throw out random guesses. Doesn't matter. Just have some fun with it. We're trying to bring some more fun creativity here to the Dream Stream. So it's all going down this Saturday. It's America's Cornhole League single tournament. Again, this Saturday at 5 p.m. and you have a chance to win $100 and a shot at $1,000 in total prizes. Enjoy the rest of your St. Patrick's Day. Appreciate the green. Big shout out to Jimbo. He deuced. He's like, dude, these guys are going on forever. It's 11:11. Make a wish. Michael, big shout out to you, my dude. Big shout out to Michael, our producer, and to Andrew, our technical director. Still asleep. He's amazing as well. And as you already know, this guy right here, Tommy Freeze Pops, at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. Great Dane Nation. Go check it out on your Apple, Spotify, wherever you get him.
Charles Barkley, our guest this week.
Oh, if you don't want to hear Charles Barkley talk, you're doing life wrong. All right, so go check that out. I'm over at Jason D. Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, a little podcast of me and Babysitter Billy. I don't know how he got the award named after him, but he got it, and he's my dude, and we talk about a lot of stuff. So go check it out. That's a great tease, I know. So I'm going to go wake up. Let's see if we get one more shot there. That person right there.
Just knocked out.
Yeah, I need to make sure that there's life still there. So we'll go check that out. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow with 6 Sims starting off at noon. Enjoy the rest of your night. Aaron Gobra, bottom of the night to you. Slancha.
Slancha.
And Johnny, I hardly knew ye. Stay positive, stay hydrated, get some rest. We'll catch you all tomorrow. Bye now. Love you.